just returned to Konoha, found my clan is gone. Chapter 1 Return. In the early morning, the sun has not yet risen, and mist fills the entire land. Shinayu Izumo and Gangzisha came to the gate of Konoha village and started a new day's work. Gangzisha yawned. It seemed that he was still missing his bed. Seeing his friend's tired look, Shinayu Izumo joked, "What did you do again last night?" "No way. I just overread the novel yesterday." "What novel? Can you be so fascinated by it?" Shinayu Izumo asked. "Hey, let me tell you, this is Jiraiya-sama's new work." Gangzisha stretched out his palm and lowered his voice a lot. "Ta-da." While the two were talking, there was a sound of footsteps at the door. The two looked up and saw a boy with black hair coming in front of them. The boy is about 14 or 15 years old, and is 177 centimeters tall. His slightly messy hair is pleasing to the eye, and the bangs in front of his forehead slightly cover his pupils. Looking at his immature face, you will subconsciously feel that he is younger. Kamizuki Izumo subconsciously looked at the boy's forehead, which was not wearing the forehead protector of Konoha village, and thought that maybe he was a person from his village who was about to hold the Chunin exam in Konoha, or an ordinary person who came to join in the fun. "Hello, what are you doing in Konoha? Which village are you from?" Kamizuki Izumo asked according to the rules. The boy raised his head slightly, revealing his pupils hidden in his bangs. His unusually sharp eyes made Shinayu Chuyu and Gangzisha tense up instantly. They suddenly realized that this boy was no ordinary person. "I am a Konoha ninja who has just returned from a mission," the boy said and turned sideways. The two of them saw Konoha's forehead protector hanging on his waist. However, the forehead protector looked a little worn and looked old. "There is no replacement. Are you a companion in the village? Why haven't I seen you?" Gangzisha did not let down his guard because he saw the forehead protector. Logically speaking, the boy was not old. He most likely had not become a Jainin when they did this job. Most of the people in the village knew him and had never seen him. The boy saw the two men who were somewhat alert and said, "There was an accident during my mission. I drifted on a deserted island for a long time. I just came back now. This is a mission assigned to me by Hokage himself." It was reasonable to hear what the boy said, but the direct address to Hokage was a bit awkward. Kamizuki Izumo continued, "Then we will report to Mr. Hokage. Please wait here for a while." Then he signaled Gangzisha to report, and then continued to ask, "I haven't asked you what your name is yet, so we can report it to Lord Hokage." "My name is Uchiha Yellen." After hearing this, the boy directly reported his name without thinking too much. When they heard the boy's name, their expressions changed instantly. Gangzisha even stuttered a bit, Are you from the Uchiha clan?" Listening to Gangzisha's words, Uchiha Yellen frowned. He had been away from home for so long. Has the prejudice against Uchiha in the village not changed yet? "Shisui, what on earth have you done?" "That's right. I'm from the Uchiha clan. Is there any problem?" Yellen looked a little impatiently at the two people. His black pupils quickly rotated and transformed into a three-Magatama Sharingan, paired with his already sharp eyes. Like a released ferocious beast. Making the two of them suddenly tense. "Still a three-Magatama. Don't be excited. We are also surprised to meet people from the Uchiha clan. Come on, I will take you to see Master Hokage." Shinayu Izumo saw the three Magatama in Yellen's pupils and waved his hand quickly, indicating that he should follow. "On accident." Yellen was a little surprised when he heard what the other party said. "Does Uchiha rarely go on missions now?" "Well, you should have been away from the village for a long time. Mr. Hokage will tell you the details." Izumo Kamizuki didn't want to explain too much. There were some things that Chunin couldn't say. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was preparing to start today's work. The holding of the Chunin exam made the already busy work even busier. He had no time to use the telescope technique to relax. Boom, boom, boom. There was a rapid knock on the door. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. Who was so panicked this morning? He took a puff of cigarette and said, "Come in." After hearing the request to enter, a Konoha ninja wearing sunglasses ran in a panic. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that this ninja, Yamashiro Aoba, was not usually a very stable ninja. "Sir Hokage. Gangzisha told me over the radio that there is a ninja who has returned from a mission today. Because he stayed outside for a long time, he needs you to verify." Yamashiro Aoba said breathlessly. "Hey? Is Jiraiya back?" The first thing Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of was his apprentice, but in the blink of an eye he felt something was wrong. Gangzisha should know Jiraiya. The name of the ninja he said came back is Uchiha Yellen. Yamashiro Aoba took a breath and added, "You must have heard correctly." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed instantly. He remembered the name Uchiha Yellen. He also remembered that this boy was Uchiha Shisui's younger brother. He was only 10 years old on Shisui's recommendation 5 years ago. Yellen participated in an S-level mission. The content of this S-class mission was to spy on the inside information of Kirigakure village. Kirigakure village had been closed off after the war. It was unknown what happened inside the village, so Hiruzen Sarutobi sent a team to carry out this mission. In order to ease the conflict between Uchiha and the village, Shisui proactively recommended his younger brother to participate in this mission. Uchiha Yellen, a genius who has a double Megatama Sharingan at the age of 10. All the ninjas on this mission have not returned. Anbu, who went to inquire about the news, reported that all the people on this mission encountered a sea storm that was rare in 100 years. They must have died. Afterwards, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Uchiha the whole family is gone. I just didn't expect that after all these years, Uchiha Yellen would come back. How should I tell Uchiha Yellen about the problem of the Uchiha clan now? We went out to perform a mission and all the members of your clan were gone? The only remaining survivor is the younger brother who killed everyone in the clan? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little pain in his head. After thinking about it, he said to Yamashiro Aoba, "Go and call Danzo and the 2 advisors." After hearing the order, Yamashiro Aoba hurried to find Danzo and 2 advisors. Uchiha Yellen. After Yamashiro Aoba left, Sarutobi Hiruzen took 2 deep puffs of cigarette. Feeling extremely thorny and troublesome about what was about to happen. Chapter 2. Are you kidding me? It didn't take long for the door of Hokage's office to ring. "Come in." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the young man who entered the room. Although his appearance had changed a bit, he would not admit his mistake. "Yellen, thank you for your hard work. I didn't expect that this mission would cause such huge losses." Sarutobi Hiruzen's originally stiff face became gentle. "Sir Hokage, you're welcome. Uchiha is also a member of Konoha. It is my responsibility to complete the mission," Yellen said, taking out a scroll from his arms. "Maybe the information is a bit out of date, but the mission assigned by Mr. Hokage is my responsibility. I also tried my best to complete it." "Hey!" Hiruzen Sarutobi took the scroll curiously. Kirigakure's seclusion for several years prevented other ninja villages from finding any useful information. This time, Yellen was able to bring the information back, which was regarded as completing the mission. The major events that have happened in Kirigakure village in recent years are that Zabuza failed to assassinate Mizukage and became a rebel ninja, and now he died at the hands of Kakashi. Konoha actually doesn't know much about the current situation of Kirigakure village. The information Yellen brought was actually more important than he thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly browsed the contents of the information. He didn't pay attention at first, and was still looking at Yellen's situation. But the more he read, the more surprised he became. Is this information true? Sarutobi Hiruzen still couldn't believe the information Yelan submitted. Kirigakure actually massacred families with blood inheritance boundaries, and civil strife broke out. As the fourth Mizukage, Yagura is the one who personally implements this policy. This situation is indeed true. Kirigakure village at that time can be said to be extremely chaotic. Moreover, Kirigakure village also promoted that people in the bloodline are scourges and monsters. Except for the Jainin who resisted at the beginning, the rest were wandering on the streets. The orphan. Yelan said solemnly. In the final analysis, this is a conflict between the family and the village. Mainly, he did not expect fourth Mizukage to be so extreme. Thinking of the relationship between Uchiha and the village, what Yelan fears most is that this kind of thing will happen. Are you resisting? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yelan with a faint expression. The information this time is very valuable to the village. What do you need, Yelan? The village here will definitely reward you. I haven't thought about this. I've been away from home for a long time. Master Hokage, I just want to go home for a rest and see other clan members. After all, I haven't seen them for a long time. Yelan thought for a moment and half seriously speak your mind half-heartedly. Don't be so polite. The village will still need young people like you in the future. I remember that in addition to fire, you also have two attributes of water and wind chakra. Yes, Shisui asked me to teach you some water style when we were on the mission. After all, I'm going to Kirigakure village to perform a mission. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a sealed scroll from the bookshelf next to him, unsealed it without avoiding Yelan, and then threw it directly to Yelan. Open it and take a look. Yelan was a little confused about Hokage's enthusiasm. But he still opened the scroll calmly. The reels show a series of water-style ninjutsu, water-style water shockwave, water-style water dragon bomb, water-style wave rider, and water-style water break wave. In fact, Yelan had already learned most of these ninjutsu during his mission in Hidden Mist Village, but Yelan did not show any dissatisfaction. It's just that Hokage's attitude has given him some bad premonitions. Hiruzen. What did you ask us to do? With a bang, the door of the office opened directly, and walking towards him was an old man with a cane, a cross scar on his chin, and a bandage on one eye. The old man Yelan recognized was Shimura Danzo. Shisui had been working under him before. The two men and women who seemed to be about the same age as Shimura Danzo should be the Hokage consultant, Mito Manabu, and the transfer Koharu. Remember to knock on the door next time. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Shimura Danzo angrily, then picked up the scroll Yelan gave him before and said. Do you remember that S-class mission 5 years ago, the one to investigate the intelligence of Kirigakure village? Danzo was a little confused when he heard that Hiruzen Sarutobi mentioned old things again. The two advisors also listened patiently to Hiruzen Sarutobi's story. Originally, I thought the mission had failed. The search and rescue team sent at that time also found the wreckage of the ship that was destroyed by the storm. I thought that all the people involved in the mission were killed. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old friends with an intriguing look, but today, a survivor returned to the village and brought information about Kirigakure to Konoha. Danzo and the two advisors also understood that the reason why Hokage left a young man here was probably the survivor. Danzo couldn't help but glance at the young man, but he felt a little familiar and felt inexplicably irritable inside. This survivor is the one next to me. He was only 10 years old when he participated in this mission. He broke the age limit for participating in S-class missions and successfully completed the mission. When they heard that this survivor was only 10 years old when he participated in the mission, Danzo and the advisors seemed to have thought of something and stared at the handsome face of the black-haired boy. I have already given him the reward for this mission. I hope you will continue your efforts, Uchiha Yelan. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned around and said to Yelan. Just looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's complicated eyes, Yelan felt something was wrong. Especially after hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, the entire Hokage office seemed to be without these 5 people, and it was extremely quiet. I would like to thank Mr. Hokage first. If nothing happens, I will return to my clan first. In the end, it was Yelan who took the initiative to break the silence. Wait. Just when Yelan said this and was about to leave, Hokage and his 4 people called him at the same time. Yelan turned around in confusion, wanting to ask if there was anything else, but the 4 of them fell silent again. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was mentally scolding his old classmate for not being responsible at the critical moment, Shimura Danzo spoke. If I remember correctly, you are Shisui's younger brother, right? Yelan nodded. After so many years, many things have actually changed, especially your Uchiha clan. Hearing that there was a problem within his clan, Yelan suddenly became nervous. He hadn't been away for too long, so he wondered what happened. Let me tell you. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that his friend had already started and left the rest to him. Actually, not long after you went on the mission, Shisui disappeared. Missing? Where? Yelan felt bad. It's in the village, but we searched for it for a long time and couldn't find it. There's no body and no information. It's like the world has disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously, but some witnesses from your clan said at the time, the last person Shisui met was Uchiha Itaki. Itaki. Yelan thought of the child who was 2 or 3 years older than him. He was taciturn and looked very worried. He was called a genius and was the son of the clan leader. However, he did not get along well with the people in the clan. Only Shisui I usually look for him when I have nothing to do. So if you want to know Shisui's whereabouts, do you need to find Itaki? Yelan asked patiently, suppressing the discomfort in his heart. I'm afraid there are some difficulties. Mito Kadoyan said at this time, Itaki is now an S-class rebel ninja in Konoha. What did he do? Yelan knew that the S-class rebel must have done something that seriously damaged the village. This dull-looking man seemed to have a lot on his mind. I'd better continue talking about your brother's disappearance. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Mito Kadora with dissatisfaction. After your brother disappeared, people from the police department also approached Uchiha Itaki. At that time, there was a big fight between the 2 parties. The fight ended with Uchiha Itaki apologizing, but so far he has never said that Uchiha Shisui's disappearance was related to him. Hearing this, Yelan probably understood that Shisui was probably gone, and the murderer was most likely Uchiha Itaki. If so, then Itaki probably had those eyes. Then, Yelan's voice became dull. He knew that this alone was not enough to judge Uchiha Itaki as an S-class traitor. Something else must happen later. Uchiha Itaki may have resentment towards the Uchiha clan. He teamed up with a mysterious man to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan overnight. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with his last breath. Are you kidding me? The rage in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he had lost his respect for Hokage. The cold and biting black chakra burst out from Uchiha Yelan's body. The bangs on his forehead were constantly blown by the airflow, and the 3 megatama in his pupils slowly it seems that it can be transformed into other shapes at any time. Chapter 3 Special Jainin. Yelan, please don't get excited. I feel deeply saddened by what happened to the Uchiha clan. But we still have to solve the problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised by the temperament shown by Yelan. The explosion just now was beyond Ju. Although most Jainin don't know their specific strength, they are definitely not weak. Perhaps after listening to Hokage's words, Yelan's mood gradually calmed down. He closed his eyes and thought about the behaviors and actions of these people since he entered the village. What happened to the Uchiha clan is definitely not that simple. Although he is only 15 years old, Yelan has been. He also received 9 years of compulsory education from Blue Star. You can't just believe what others say. Slowly opening his eyes, the megatama in his pupils had disappeared and turned into normal black. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others also breathed a sigh of relief. I'm going to visit the Uchiha clan's cemetery. When Yelan came to this world, her heart was full of curiosity and expectation. He has never heard of such a ninja world, where people can use the mysterious power called chakra to perform a variety of dazzling ninjutsu. However, fate dealt him a heavy blow. His mother passed away shortly after giving birth to him. This caused the young Yelan to fall into a period of sadness, but fortunately he had an older brother who loved him, a grandfather who taught him ninjutsu, and a group of friendly and enthusiastic tribesmen to accompany him as he grew up. The existence of these people gave Yelan endless warmth and support, and also allowed him to gradually get over the pain of losing his mother. Yelan also gradually identified with this group of tribesmen and felt proud of being an Uchiha. When Shisui was here, Yelan said to him more than once, "Some things cannot be changed simply by relying on personal will." He knows that the world is complex and ever-changing, and people's thoughts and behaviors are often affected by various factors. Is not entirely a personal decision. While Shisui always naively believed that he could do everything, Yelan shook his head helplessly, saying that this was almost impossible to achieve. However, Shisui firmly believed in his ability to make both parties understand each other. Yelan was very confused by this and felt that he was simply a fool. My stupid brother. This is the cemetery of the Uchiha clan. Hokage personally followed Yelan to a cemetery. It is not far from the previous Uchiha clan land. You can also see the dilapidated houses of the Uchiha clan. There were no names engraved on the scattered tombstones, and Yelan looked at Hokage with some confusion. Ahem, basically all the Uchiha clan members were killed in the battle, and those who buried them were all Anbu people. They didn't know the names of the Uchiha clan people, so they didn't write down their names. Mito Kadoyan immediately interjected from the side when he saw it. Not wanting to hear such lame excuses anymore, Yelan was sure in his heart that things about the Uchiha clan were definitely not that simple, but he just noticed a detail. Basically all of them were killed, which means there are survivors. Yelan asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again glared at Mito Kaden, coughed twice and said, "There is indeed a survivor named Uchiha Sasuke. He just graduated this year and just became a genin." Uchiha Sasuke. Yelan laughed so angry that he was very familiar with this person. Isn't this guy the younger brother of Itachi? The elder brother massacred a clan, and the younger brother became the victim. And with the power of Uchiha Itachi at that time, even if he united with others, how could he solve so many genin in the police department overnight? What happened to the Uchiha clan, and what role did you play in it, Shisui? There was too little information, and it seemed that he had to look at the village of Konoha again. Sasuke was also rescued by Anbu's people. He happened to be practicing shuriken outside at that time. He came home late to avoid being poisoned. Sarutobi Hiruzen held his hands on the Hokage hat. "Hey, Master Hokage, I want to ask you for a favor." Yelan stood up and said, "I want to apply to become a genin and accept the task of hunting down Uchiha Itachi." "No." Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could speak, Danzo Shimura, who had been standing by, refused directly. "Hokage-sama, now Sasuke and I are the only ones left in the entire Uchiha clan. I graduated from a ninja school at the age of 9 and became a chunin at the age of 10. I then performed S-class missions. I think there is no problem with my strength. And there are people outside. There is an S-level Uchiha Itachi, and Konoha doesn't even have an Uchiha genin. Although those daimyo nobles didn't say anything, they will definitely have some opinions in their hearts." Yelan knew that saying such things would definitely make the Hokage group unhappy. Or afraid, but now that I don't have any information, I have to climb up. At least genin can access some confidential information to restore the truth about the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. What nonsense are you talking about? The daimyo will care about you, the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo was a little angry. As expected, there are no good people in the Uchiha clan. Yelan looked at Shimura Danzo and narrowed his eyes slightly. From the beginning, he didn't have a good feeling about this elder Danzo. This person was definitely a subject of serious suspicion. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Danzo's complaints and said after a moment of silence, as for Jainin, you don't have enough missions. Please lead Jenin to do more missions later. I will give you the appointment of special Jainin later. Hiruzen. Danzo Shimura's face became angry when he heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to agree to this boy's request. Originally, he had planned to use Yelan as a knife inside his root. This matter has been decided. Hiruzen Sarutobi set the tone, and Mito Kadoyan and Koharu had no objections when they saw the matter like this. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo, I am the Hokage. When Danzo heard the word Hokage, his hand holding the cane trembled, and he gritted his teeth and left the scene directly. Afterwards, Mitoman and Koharu left not long after. It seemed that the matter was resolved for the time being, and only Yelan and Hokage were left in the end. The joint Chunin exam will be held soon. I am going to let you serve as the examiner for the second exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen Yu said about his future arrangements for Yelan. Joint Chunin exam. Yelan remembered the appearance of his previous Chunin exam. This time there will be candidates from Sunagakure village, including 4th generation Kazekage, as well as some nobles. Konoha's security must be done well by then. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. This time the Chunin exam had to be taken, not only to show off his muscles, but also to strengthen his alliance with Sunagakure. He didn't want to have another ninja war on his deathbed. His old bones would definitely not be able to bear it. Follow Master Hokage's arrangements. Yelan did not refuse. He understood that if he wanted to get something, he had to pay first. I have arranged a place for you to stay. Anbu will take you there later. There is nothing going on here, so I will leave. I am no longer as good as you young people. Master Hokage, I would like to ask, who is Sasuke's teacher now? Yelan asked a question that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect. Hitaki Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen said without thinking too much, looking back at Yelan. Understood, thank you, Master Hokage. Walk slowly. Hearing Yelan's thanks, Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed. Chapter 4 Chunin Examination. The next day, Yelan, who was resting at his residence, received his letter of appointment as special Jainin. Hello, Yelan-kun, my name is Yamashiro Aoba. Here is the appointment letter and some ninja equipment. Please check them. What came to Yelan's residence was a special Jainin wearing sunglasses. In addition to the appointment letter, he also brought a ninja vest, clothes, and a new Konoha forehead protector. Yelan looked at Yamashiro Ai, who was a little nervous, nodded and took all the items. Ignoring the ninja equipment, he opened the appointment letter and made sure it had Hokage's signature. He put the appointment letter away and found that Yamashiro Aoba had not left yet and asked, "What else do I need to do now?" "Ah, by the way, you should pack up now. There will be a meeting about the Chunin exam later. You don't know the location. Lord Hokage asked me to take you there." Yamashiro Aoba calmed down and said. "Then wait for me for a moment." Yelan turned around and entered the room, put on a dark slim coat, tied the arm guards he usually used on his hands, and then put on his customary combat boots. Konoha's forehead protector hung casually around his waist, less than 2 feet long. Finished in minutes. Seeing the reappearance of Uchiha Yelan, Yamashiro Aoba looked at the ninja vest he just brought and said, "Is this all right?" Although Konoha does not clearly stipulate that ninja vests must be worn except when war breaks out, many special Jainin and Jainin will wear their own comfortable clothes, but people like Yelan don't even look at it, and Konoha's forehead protector is hung casually on his waist. Really never. Forget it, just take him to the meeting place and my task will be completed, Yamashiro Aoba thought. When they were about to arrive at the place, Yamashiro Aoba clearly felt that the eyes around him were obviously looking in his direction. To be precise, it should be Uchiha Yelan. That clan emblem is... How could there be? Yamashiro AI felt something was wrong, and looked back at Yellen. He walked expressionlessly, as if he didn't hear the comments around him, and directly past Yamashiro AI, and then said, "What, are you there yet?" At this time, Yamashiro Aoba saw the Uchiha clan emblem on the back of Yellen's coat. Although it was not big, it was only a small area behind his neck, but it clearly showed his identity. Yamashiro AI adjusted his glasses, and immediately speeded up and walked in front of Yellen again. Come on, we're here. You understand why I summoned you," said Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting directly above. "Sure enough, the time has come." A female ninja with red pupils said, "So when is it exactly?" 1 week later. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the cigarette rod and took a deep breath before saying, "That's really anxious." A silver-haired ninja sighed. "For this joint examination, nobles from other countries will come, so the safety of Konoha depends on everyone present." Hiruzen continued. Kakashi was distracted during Hiruzen's tirade, and suddenly found that his friend Metkai stabbed him from behind. "What's the matter, Kai?" Kakashi whispered. "Look, Kakashi, the kid in the corner, doesn't the clan emblem on the clothes he wears belong to the Uchiha clan?" Kai also suppressed his voice knowing that the occasion was wrong. However, several familiar Jainin around heard Kai's words and couldn't help but look at Yelan in the corner. He has black hair and black eyes, and the Uchiha clan emblem is printed on his dark coat, which is unmistakable. At this moment Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Then the examiner in the second exam will be Mitarashi Anko, and the examiner will be Uchiha Yelan." Uchiha Yelan. When this name appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, everyone present looked at Yelan with curiosity, confusion, questions, hatred, and gloating, all kinds of looks that made people feel uncomfortable. "Quiet! Do you have any questions?" Hiruzen showed his majesty as a Hokage, and instantly some of the whispering ninjas also shut up. "Well, I want to ask what's going on with this Uchiha ninja." One ninja still raised a question. "Uchiha Jainin, he carried out a long-term mission before and just returned to the village recently, so there is nothing to make a fuss about." Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed out the ninja's thoughts. In fact, he also told the people present that Yelan had wiped out the clan in Uchiha. He had left the village on a mission before. But this did not satisfy everyone's curiosity. Jainin, although Hokage did not say whether it was a special Jainin or a formal Jainin, he was also a core figure in the village. This guy looked so young, and now there were more doubts in his heart. Yelan turned a blind eye to other people's gazes and comments. He stood there quietly, like a sculpture. At this time, a hand patted Yelan's shoulder, and a kunoichi in her early 20s said, "It seems that your boy is my new colleague. I didn't expect that you are a handsome guy from the Uchiha clan." Yelan resisted the urge to knock off the hand, looked at the woman in front of him who was wearing an earth-colored coat and a pineapple ponytail and said, "Mitarashi Anko Jainin, please give me some advice in the next period of time." "No problem. No problem. I was worried that you would be hard to talk to. I'll treat you to 3-color meatballs later." Mitarashi Anko patted Yelan on the shoulder several times. "I didn't expect this Uchiha to be so easy to talk to. Okay, so do you have any recommended genin for this exam?" Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly missed the topic and asked the Jainin who led the team. Although Kakashi and others were surprised, they quickly reacted and announced the names of their subordinates. "Genin. Okay, I understand." When Hiruzen was about to dissolve the meeting, someone suddenly interrupted him. "Sir Hokage, although I am a bit nosy, those students are all students I have taught. Although I admit that they do have some talents, it is still too early. They should perform more tasks and train themselves." The person who spoke was none other than Irika. "When I became a Chunin, I was 6 years younger than Naruto is now." Kakashi knew who Irika was most worried about. "Naruto is different from you. Hey, Captain. Ignoring the quarrel between Irika and Kakashi, Yellen took the initiative to talk to Hongdu. No honorifics were used, and Anko didn't care. What's up? Is there anything you need to say about the second exam? Don't worry so much about work. There is only 1 week left. Let's just arrange it in the examination room later. The main thing is to monitor whether there are any cheating students during the examination. Hongdu said. Well, if there's nothing else to do today. I have some personal matters that need to be dealt with. Okay. Before Hongdu could finish speaking, Yellen took steps towards Kakashi's direction. What Irika said is not unreasonable. Hiruzen looked upset at the two people who had been arguing. Then let's prepare a preparatory exam for them. Preliminary exam. Before Irika could react, Yellen walked directly in front of him. Then, Hokage-sama, leave Uchiha Sasuke's preliminary exam to me. Chapter 5 Meeting Sasuke for the first time. I didn't expect Hokage-sama to agree to this. Kakashi said looking at the boy behind him. Hokage naturally has his considerations. Yellen looked at Kakashi walking in front of him. He had heard a lot about Kakashi's deeds when he was in the village, especially since he was not from the Uchiha clan and had something like Sharingan. He has a great influence within the clan. Shisui has mentioned his name before, but Kakashi is the only one who can use Sharingan to such an extent. I know what you are worried about. Master Hokage has told me what happened 5 years ago. I won't bother a child. Yellen noticed Kakashi's inner worry and pointed it out directly. You're obviously not that big. Putting aside the complaints in his heart, Kakashi felt a little relieved when he heard Yellen say this. You and I will go see him directly later, or will you arrange it yourself? Just watch him for a while. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. Yellen had some thoughts in his mind and a smile appeared on his face. Don't go too far. They are my subordinates after all. Seeing Yellen's smile, Kakashi's heart rose again after he had just let go. He is your subordinate and a ninja of Konoha, but don't forget that his last name is Uchiha. What do you want to do? Kakashi suddenly became alert. Don't worry, Kakashi. Seeing Kakashi's appearance, Yellen was silent for a while and said, my attitude towards him depends on his attitude towards Itaki. Just as the sun was shining high, the 3 genin from Team 7 had been in a daze on a bridge in Konoha village. Why did that guy call others out and keep them waiting for him? Pink-haired Sakura was the first to complain unbearably. That's right. Naruto on the side also echoed, while Sasuke standing on the side looked at the two people who complained about Kakashi and just felt that these two guys were so energetic early in the morning. Hey! Good morning, everyone! Just when Naruto and Sakura were complaining, the belated Kakashi finally arrived. Today I lost my way on the road of life. You lied. Naruto and Sakura no longer believed this nonsense. Well, actually, I'm also handling things for you. Without any embarrassment of being exposed, Kakashi walked directly in front of the 3 of them. Actually, I recommended the 3 of you to take the Ginseng and Chunin exams. He took out 3 application forms and said, here are the application forms. Chunin exam. Sakura has not yet reacted. Let me talk to you first. This exam is not mandatory. It's up to you whether you take it or not. Kakashi continued. That's great, Mr. Kakashi likes you the most. Unlike Sakura, Naruto hugged Kakashi excitedly. Okay, if you agree, just sign the application, and you'll be at school in 5 days. Kakashi let go of Naruto and said. In the Chunin exam, it seemed that he would encounter many strong opponents. While Sasuke was still thinking, Kakashi said, Sasuke, someone is looking for you. Snap! Before Sasuke could react, a hand patted his shoulder from behind. Just as Sasuke was about to turn around, a murderous aura that made him tremble came from his back. Uchiha Sasuke, what is Uchiha Itachi to you? Standing behind Suzuki was Yelan. At this moment, he released the chakra in his body without much reservation. A dark, cold feeling instantly occupied the entire bridge. Still in the shock of this murderous aura, Suzuki heard the name that made him want to be cut into pieces. He instantly lost his mind, his pupils began to become smaller, and his color began to turn red. Kakashi-sensei, what, is going on? Naruto's feet began to tremble, and Sakura couldn't bear it and collapsed on the ground. This was even more terrifying than the time they met Zabuza. This kind of speed cannot be clearly captured without the use of Sharingan, and the amount of chakra is too exaggerated, more than 10 times that of the average Jonin. What has Yelan experienced in these years? He is only 15 years old and is already far behind his peers. Too many. Speak, what does Uchiha Itachi mean to you? Yelan looked at Suzuki in front of him. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. At the age of 12, he couldn't even be considered a Chunin. At this age, it didn't matter whether it was Shisui, Itachi or himself. They are both existences far beyond their peers, and both have Sharingan with 3 Megatama. Although Suzuki has the reason for being released into the wild by the Hokage, his strength is too high. I forbid you mention this name. Suzuki endured the discomfort caused by the murderous aura and did not think about why Kakashi didn't take action. He took out a kunai from his ninja bag and saw the Sharingan in his pupils. Keep spinning, pick up the kunai and stab it behind you. Yelan easily grabbed Sasuke's arm that waved the kunai, and then put away the murderous aura in his body. I almost understand what you are thinking, but just because of a name can make you lose your mind. Suzuki, you will never defeat Itachi like this. Yelan put down Sasuke's arm and said. Suzuki still wanted to speak, but Sharingan was stunned when he saw the 3 Megatama in Yelan's pupils. Who are you? You attacked us as soon as you came up. I want to teach you a lesson. As soon as Naruto saw that he could move freely, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush towards Yelan. Naruto, don't move. Kakashi stopped Naruto with one hand. Under the puzzled looks of Naruto and Sakura, he slowly said, that person is Sasuke's clan brother. Yelan. Suzuki couldn't believe it. Uchiha had other survivors besides him, and he was somewhat familiar with this person. Yelan is 3 years older than Suzuki, but Yelan had already graduated early when Suzuki entered school. In addition to going out to perform missions, he often practiced with Shisui at the Uchiha clan's training ground, and Itachi often went to see Shisui. When Itachi took Suzuki to the training ground with the two of them, Yelan even laughed at Suzuki because he still needed his brother to carry him on his back because he was so big, so Suzuki remembered it in his heart. When Yelan went out to perform the mission, he came to Uchiha Fugaku's house with Shisui to say goodbye. After the night of the genocide, Suzuki remembered that Yelan was still out on the mission and was lucky, but he was informed by Hokage that the mission failed and everyone died. It seems that you still remember me. Yelan did not show any happy expression, and then said to Kakashi, Kakashi, I will take Suzuki to the tribe. After saying that, he motioned for Suzuki to follow him. Kakashi didn't pay attention, and Naruto started to complain, what? Even Sasuke's brother can't be so rude. Teacher Kakashi, I have never heard that Suzuki has such an older brother. What is going on? Sakura asked in confusion. He's a clan brother, not a real brother. Yelan has been out on missions for many years, and he just came back recently. This time he just happened to meet Suzuki with me. Kakashi said casually. But I feel like Suzuki is also surprised. Sakura still wanted to know more. She felt that Suzuki was surprised not just by Yelan's arrival, but also by other reasons, and by the Uchiha Itachi whom Yelan spoke of. Who is he and why is Suzuki so angry? Okay, that's it for today. As for the Chunin exam, you can think about it yourself. As a teacher, I can't give you much advice. I will definitely take the Chunin exam. I will definitely become a Chunin. Right. Sakura. Naruto's obsession with becoming a Chunin was ignited from this moment on. Sakura looked at the excited Naruto and shook her head helplessly. By the way, Mr. Kakashi, what about Sasuke? He should agree to take the Chunin exam. Naruto was still a little worried about Sasuke's departure. He still hoped that all members of Class 7 could take the Chunin exam. Sasuke, don't worry, Yellen will definitely let him participate. Kakashi explained, by the way, Yellen is still your examiner for the second session. This is revealed to you in advance. That guy with facial paralysis is the examiner? How old is he? Naruto said unconvinced. Yellen didn't look much older than him. Uchiha Yellen should be 15 years old now, but he has become a Jonin. Logically speaking, you Genin should call him sensei. And you also felt his strength just now. I can tell you that Yellen is better than what you have encountered before. Kill to be strong. Kakashi ordered before leaving. 15 years old. Jonin. Stronger than Zabuza. The Zabuza he met during the previous mission opened up some of Naruto's horizons, but he didn't expect that there would be someone who was about the same age as him but far stronger than him. Thinking that he had just I can't even move my feet in front of others. Now that I have a better understanding of the gap between myself and Jonin, it seems that I need to work harder. Sakura, on the other hand, was thoughtful in Kakashi's words. She is 15 years old and has been away on missions for a long time. What happened to the Uchiha clan? Chapter 6 Conversation. Sasuke followed Yellen's footsteps and came to the Uchiha clan's former homeland. Now he still couldn't believe the fact that Yellen was still alive in the world. He was thinking about what to ask but didn't know where to ask. Sasuke. After arriving at the tribe, Yellen turned around and the Sharingan in his pupils slowly turned. Tell me, what did you see the day Ataka killed the clansman? That day. After hearing Ataka's name, Sasuke clenched his fist tightly, as if he was remembering something painful, and did not dare to look directly into Yellen's eyes. Uchiha Ataka graduated from the ninja school at the age of 7, became a Chunin at the age of 10, entered Anbu at the age of 11, and extended his weapons to the tribe at the age of 13. Sasuke, do you think you can complete your revenge with your current status? Yelangsuan Hsu revealed what he knew about Ataka. I can. Sasuke looked directly at Yellen and said this time. You're just a half-hearted Sharingan? You can't even make a 1 Magatama or a 2 Magatama symmetrical, so don't laugh it off. You guy. Sasuke gritted his teeth and began to move his hands, which was a prelude to forming the seal. You think I won't hurt you, so you keep provoking me. Whoosh. Even though Sasuke stared at his Sharingan, he didn't see Yellen's movements clearly. Yellen directly grabbed Sasuke's hand that was about to form a seal. The first thing I want to tell you about becoming a good ninja is that you can be angry, but you must stay calm. Your mentality will only be exploited by the enemy. After saying that, Yellen put down Sasuke's hand and moved on. Sasuke looked at Yellen's back, his anger calmed down slightly, and he followed Yellen's footsteps. When Sasuke followed Yellen to the tomb of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke's eyes widened. He did not expect that all the Uchiha clan members were buried in this place. Except for your parents' cemetery, you probably haven't been here before. Yellen squatted in front of a tombstone and whispered. Most of the people buried here are ordinary people from the Uchiha clan. Do you know how many there are? Sasuke looked at Yellen blankly, not knowing how to answer this question. 1,257 people, I counted them one by one last night. Among them are the Japonica aunt, the hand-burning uncle, and the medicine-flavored grandpa. They are all gone. The one who buried them was Anbu from the village. Even the tombstone was engraved with I can't even name it. Sasuke, I actually want to confirm one thing now, that is, did you see Uchiha Ataka attack anyone in the family with your own eyes? When he heard this number, Sasuke was still shocked. Sasuke's feelings for Itachi had always been complicated. He might even have expected Itachi to have something to hide, but when the number 1257 people appeared in front of him, he suddenly felt that his hatred for Itachi was not even half as strong as Yelan's. I came home late that day. When I returned to the clan area, I saw the corpses of clan members and some traces of fighting everywhere. I just wanted to go home. Sasuke knew that he could not escape the past. Holding his forehead and thinking, he described what he saw at that time. Yelan did not disturb Sasuke when he talked about so many irrelevant things and listened patiently. When I returned home, I only saw my parents lying in a pool of blood. And Itachi had the ninja sword in his hand, and it was covered in blood. Sasuke seemed to recall something terrible. Start squatting down. You haven't seen Itachi do it himself. Yelan frowned. No, although I didn't see it with my own eyes. When I was still asking about Itachi, he made a move on me and used his Sharingan to cast a genjutsu on me. In that genjutsu, I saw Itachi kill with my own eyes. My parents. Sasuke continued, when I woke up from genjutsu, I just wanted to run away. I didn't have the courage to fight him. Itachi didn't kill you. Yelan's pupils were shining with red light. No. He seemed to have said that I would not go to him until I have eyes like his. After saying that, Sasuke seemed to be unable to support his body anymore and fell to the ground with a plop. Things seemed to be getting more complicated. What was Itachi's purpose in leaving Sasuke? What was the reason that caused Itachi to do such a heartless act? And even if Itachi united with others, how could the two of them be like this? Killing all the people of the clan in a short period of time, even Itachi couldn't do it so quickly even if he had Manjiki, and how could Konoha not react at all to such a big movement? What role did Konoha's Hokage faction play in this absurd and incredible night? According to Sasuke's words, Yelan could only analyze so much information and put away the Sharingan. In order to get words out of Sasuke, he could only use genjutsu. At present, it seems that Sasuke only knew the surface of what happened that night. Some information. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was an unfamiliar ceiling and an unfamiliar bed. He sat up suddenly and looked around, filled with doubts. Are you awake? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the corner of the room. Sasuke turned around and saw Yelan leaning quietly in front of the bedroom door, looking at him calmly. Sasuke was stunned, not knowing what to say for a moment. Seeing this, Yelan saw that there was nothing wrong with him and then said, "Don't be stunned. There is food on the table. After eating, go to the training ground. I will wait for you there." After that, he turned and left the room, leaving Sasuke alone. People were in a daze. It took Sasuke a while to come to his senses. He got up and walked out of the room to the living room. At a glance, I saw hot meals on the table, exuding an alluring aroma. However, he did not move his chopsticks immediately, but stood silently in front of the table, his eyes gradually dimming. Yelan saw Sasuke coming to the training ground and said directly, "Sasuke, what do you think is the most important thing for a ninja?" "A powerful technique," Sasuke answered after hearing Yelan's question. Yelan shook his head and said, "On this basis, you cannot become a Chunin. The most important thing about a ninja is intelligence. No matter how powerful the technique is, there are ways to break it. When you master all the intelligence of a ninja, then killing him will be easier than you think." Sasuke suddenly raised his head and looked at Yelan when he heard this. "Yes, I'm talking about Itachi." Yelan mentioned the name again inadvertently, wanting to see Sasuke's reaction. This time Sasuke didn't yell, but his slightly trembling hands revealed that he was not at peace inside. Yelan sighed after seeing it and continued, "Not only that, every ninja must learn to hide their own information. Even if you know a certain kind of powerful ninjutsu, but if others know about it, you will be on guard, so some of the trump cards you think can be solved in the eyes of others. Actually, your teacher Kakashi is pretty good at this, but you haven't learned it at all. Yellen said, raising his left arm, biting his right thumb and leaving a bloodstain on his left arm. Seal, unlock. A burst of smoke passed, and a samurai sword appeared in Yellen's right hand. He raised the sword and pointed it at Sasuke and said, "It's useless to say more. Let's see what information you can analyze from me when you fight me." Sasuke looked at Yellen in front of him with some uncertainty. "Don't worry, I will suppress my strength to the level of an ordinary chunin." Perhaps seeing Sasuke's concerns, Yellen gave him reassurance. After hearing Yellen's words, Sasuke also became serious, took out his kunai, and prepared to attack. "By the way, let me tell you in advance, if you cannot satisfy me, I will not allow you to take the chunin exam, otherwise you will embarrass the Uchiha clan." Chapter 7 Uchiha. Without saying anything else, Yellen didn't wait for Genin to take action like other instructor Janin, but rushed directly towards Sasuke. Looking at Yellen coming with a sword, Sasuke's Sharingan clearly captured his movements. "You can see it." Sasuke waved his kunai to block and successfully blocked the knife. Before he could rejoice, Yellen kicked him directly. Snap! Fortunately, his speed was not too fast. Sasuke reacted in time and blocked the attack with one hand. The kunai was still too short for a ninja sword attack. Sasuke wanted to take the opportunity to close the distance between the two parties, but Yellen also understood it and immediately pulled back if the attack missed. Sasuke still wanted to pursue, but was met with Yellen's slashing attack. At first, Sasuke could still block one or two, but after a while he had to give up those attacks that were not fatal to him. Fortunately, Yellen used the back of the knife, leaving only a bruise and pain, otherwise Sasuke would have been injured all over. Seeing that it had no effect, Sasuke took the initiative to distance himself and kept making seals with his fingers. Yellen did not step forward, but looked at Sasuke calmly. Fire style, the art of great fireball. Seeing the oncoming Uchiha's signature ninjutsu, Yellen shook his head. He was not a target. He started to take action when Sasuke completed the last seal. He did not use ninjutsu, but used chakra to inject his feet and ran quickly, bypassing the great fireball from the side. There was no sign of Sasuke as he avoided the great fireball. Only then did Yellen feel a little interested. After a quick look around and found no trace, Yellen raised his head. "I saw Sasuke in mid-air throwing several shurikens and quickly throwing them at Yellen." Yellen turned a blind eye and his ninja sword directly deflected these shurikens. Sasuke couldn't adjust his position in mid-air, so he jumped up and waved his ninja sword at Sasuke. But Sasuke didn't panic at all. He only smiled slightly and his right hand seemed to be pulling something, causing Sasuke to move in mid-air. Seeing Sasuke's movements, Yellen was indeed surprised. Although not much, it was still a little bit. Before it was over, Sasuke waved his left hand again, and the shuriken that was deflected by Yellen actually flew up from the ground. Yellen hadn't used the Sharingan until now, and then he saw that Sasuke's left and right hands were tied with thin steel wires, one end connected to the big tree not far away, and the other end connected to the shuriken. Yellen, who was also unable to move in mid-air, was directly tied up by the steel wire at the end of the shuriken. Fire style, the art of fire dragon. Sasuke landed first and released ninjutsu directly on the wire wrapped around the shuriken. He saw a fire dragon rushing towards Yellen along the wire. The hot temperature rose instantly, and Yellen's face was illuminated by the flames, as if he would be swallowed by the fire dragon in the next second. Uchiha Flow, Sword Leaping Flame. A ball of flame burst out from the ninja sword in Yellen's hand, and he easily cut off the steel wire wrapped around his body. Sword Jump Flame is a sword technique of the Uchiha clan. It can not only attach the fire attribute chakra to the ninja sword, but also has the characteristics of wind attribute chakra, which can easily cut the steel wire. This is Sasuke rarely learned the swordsmanship of the Uchiha clan. He was not old enough to learn swordsmanship when the clan was still there, and the Uchiha Fugaku clan was also famous for ninjutsu, so he rarely learned swordsmanship. When Yelan landed, he didn't give Sasuke time to think. He held the ninja sword in his hand and rushed towards Sasuke like a ghost. Upon seeing this, Sasuke quickly used the substitute technique to try to avoid Yelan's attack. But Yelan had already expected it and continued to rush in the direction behind Sasuke's substitute without stopping. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire. Sasuke squeezed the only chakra in his body, hoping to stop Yelan. Sasuke had just finished forming the seal and was about to release it when Yelan's ninja sword was already pressed against his throat. Your taijutsu is so bad. The strength and speed I just used were only at the level of an average chunin, and even ninjutsu only used one. In this battle, in addition to getting the information that I am a chunin who can use the fire style ninjutsu except, you don't know anything. If you use ninjutsu blindly, you won't have any chakra in your body. Even if you are lucky enough to defeat an enemy on the battlefield, you will be overwhelmed by the remaining enemies. Yelan criticized mercilessly. Sasuke put down his hands and looked down at the ground without saying a word. He understood that what Yelan said was true. Although he felt very unhappy, he could not find a reason to refute. Take a rest and continue. Looking at Sasuke who said nothing, Yelan understood that he had listened. How much he could improve would depend on his talent. For the next afternoon, Sasuke was practicing with Yelan. Not only is it a head-on confrontation, it can also evolve into a scenario where Sasuke sneaks up on him, or Yelan sneaks up on Sasuke, or it can be an ambush. Every time, Sasuke was defeated. Even when practicing Yelan's sneak attack on Sasuke, Yelan caught Sasuke's eyes with a simple trap and subdued him with one move. Moreover, Sasuke discovered that Yelan never wasted his energy every time he made a move, and rarely used ninjutsu. He used as much strength as he needed, but every time he was just right, leaving Sasuke in a panic. Sasuke later became familiar with Yelan's fighting style. His sharp sword skills and ghostly figure not only allowed fire style to attach to the ninja sword, but also wind release, and the blue chakra sword energy that he cut out could be used with just one strike. Split up Sasuke who is hiding behind a tree. When Sasuke asked him loudly that this was Chunin's strength, the answer he got was that this move was ninjutsu that Yelan had mastered before he became a Chunin. If you include Sharingan, Yelan was actually much stronger when he became a Chunin than when he was sparring with Sasuke. Not long after, the sun was about to set. Yelan looked at Sasuke, who was squatting on the ground and panting, and said, I have a mission during the day tomorrow. You can find a place to practice your own physical skills. Your physical skills are too bad. They all belong to genin. At that time, most people didn't have much chakra and couldn't perform a few ninjutsu. Excellent physical skills are the foundation of a ninja. I'll see you again tomorrow evening. Yelan looked at Sasuke expressionlessly, and when he didn't respond for a long time, he growled, Did you hear that? Sasuke, who was still resting, was stunned for a moment by the yelling, and then nodded slowly. Remember, Itaka has fallen into Uchiha, and you and I are going to get it back. Yelan finally left with these words. After hearing this, Sasuke was surprisingly not angry because of Itaka's name. Although his name has always been Uchiha Sasuke, he didn't seem to understand Uchiha. What does the three words Uchiha mean to Itaka, to Yelan, and to himself? Means nothing. Sasuke, why are you here? Sasuke, who had just finished picking up medicine from Konoha Pharmacy, met a familiar figure. It was Harano Sakura, his teammate who had made it clear that he liked him. Why are you covered with wounds? Sakura looked at the embarrassed Sasuke and felt heartbroken. Then she thought of something, is it your clan brother? Sasuke saw that Sakura was a little irritable and was about to scold her, but then he thought of Yelan telling him that to be a good ninja, he should stay calm at all times, so he swallowed the scolding and just said, "This is none of your business." "How could it be? We are teammates, and I have decided to take the Chunin exam. Let's go together then." Sakura hadn't felt Sasuke's change yet, so she grabbed Sasuke's injured arm with both hands. "That's too much. I'm going to tell Mr. Kakashi." Looking at Sasuke's bruised arm, Sakura was filled with anger and was about to leave to find Kakashi. "No. Sakura, it's all training." Although Sasuke was surprised at why Sakura made up her mind so quickly, he still stopped her from complaining. "Are you sure?" "Well, Yellen, his training is more strict." Sasuke really didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't say that he was too weak and was beaten by Yellen with Chunin's strength. "Is that so?" Sakura was a little surprised. Sasuke seemed to have changed today. "Is the test not over yet?" This Sasuke is also pretending? Just when Sakura was nervous, Sasuke made a farewell gesture and said, "We'll see you at school in 5 days. That's it for today." Oh. Sakura waved her hand in confusion. She didn't seem to be hit by genjutsu. Chapter 8: The Evil Ghost of the Uchiha Clan. "Okay, it's finally done." After placing the last surveillance camera, Anko stretched out comfortably, looked at Yellen beside him and nodded with satisfaction and said, "As expected of Uchiha, he completed the task at such a speed. Efficiency." In this way, the second examination room has been set up. Yellen said calmly, "Next, we just need to wait for the arrival of the candidates." "That's right, we still have several days of rest before that." "Yellen-jun, do you want to go drinking with me?" Hongdu said carelessly. "Captain, I'm not an adult yet." Even though they had only been together for a short period of time, Yellen roughly understood the character of the female ninja in front of him. At best, she was bold and informal, and at worst, she was brainless. "Haha, don't be so boring," Hongdu joked with a smile. Let's go, I'll treat you to a juice at the main office." "Sorry, Captain, I have some personal matters here." Yellen thought of training Sasuke and it was not time to rest yet. "That's such a pity." Anko thought of something and continued, "When Master Hokage announced that the Chunin exam would be held, Kakashi said that some of his students also wanted to sign up, and one of them seems to be a member of your race, right?" Yellen nodded. "Let me think about it. What is it called? Uchiha Sasuke?" After thinking for a while, Anko finally remembered. After all, the only survivor of the Uchiha clan still caused a big sensation in the village. "You're not going to go back and open a small stove for him, are you?" Hongdu had already realized what private matter Yellen was talking about. "It's just simple training. In fact, that kid is still far behind Chunin. I didn't expect you to care so much about your clan brother." Hongdu came again and slapped Yellen on the shoulder, as if this person had no sense of boundaries. "That's how it is. If nothing happens, Captain, I will go back first. Let's have dinner after the Chunin exam is over." Yellen looked at Anko helplessly. If he wanted to integrate into Konoha and obtain more information, he would have to do everything. Although Anko is just a special Jonin, he must be trusted by the third Hokage after being arranged to be the examiner. And this is his first mission back to the village. He can't let others raise any issues. If he has more missions to perform in the future, he may be able to do as he pleases. Now he can only develop honestly for a period of time. Then it's settled. After Chunin's exam is over, I'll treat you to a treat. I've never met a teammate who can suit my liking like this. Anko patted her chest, with 2 round balls hidden in the black mesh. The object trembled and jolted twice. Yellen turned around in a hurry and said goodbye and left. Seeing Yellen leaving in a panic, Anko smiled and murmured, "Uchiha is not as difficult to get along with as I thought. I feel it is much easier to get along with than Yamashiro Aoba and the others." A few days later, at a training ground in Konoha. "Fire style, Great fireball! Sasuke, who was making a sneak attack, jumped down from the tree where he was hiding, and fired a great fireball directly at Yelan. Is it this trick again? Although the distance was very close, he could barely avoid it. Just when Yelan skipped the fireball to look for Sasuke's traces, he realized that there was unnecessary movement behind the great fireball. In a blink of an eye, it was revealed that it was Sasuke who was hiding behind the great fireball. He covered his mouth and nose with his arms, braved the flames and walked through it, staring at Yelan with a pair of Sharingan. Seeing the Sharingan slowly turning in Sasuke's eyes, Yelan felt something bad. Genjutsu, this is not the art. This is the only technique Yelan has taught Sasuke these days. The difficulty is level C. Sasuke, who possesses Sharingan, learns it quickly. This technique can make the target think that what he is seeing is actually something else, making the opponent loss of judgment. It doesn't consume much chakra, so it's a very easy to use ninjutsu. If this technique usually doesn't affect Yelan at all, but without using Sharingan and his strength is limited to Chunin's level, this technique will still affect him for a second or two. When he had just finished untying the Genjutsu Madara, Sasuke's kunai was already hovering around his neck. This was Sasuke's first success in the past few days of training. Before he could get happy, Yelan's voice came from the woods not far away. Yes, it seems that you have made some progress in the past few days. Another Yelan walked out of the woods, and Sasuke couldn't help but curled his lips when he saw it. Just a shadow clone. Otherwise, you think you can really defeat me after just a few days of training. Besides, if you want to control your strength in Chunin, it's most convenient to use shadow clone. With that, Yelan untied the clone in front of Sasuke. Of course, Sasuke knew that just these few days of training were not enough, and couldn't help but said, then again, if I can succeed the first time, I can succeed the second time. Seeing Sasuke's excited look, Yelan scratched his face with his index finger and said, "Did you forget something? This afternoon you are submitting the application form for the Chunin exam." After hearing this, Sasuke remembered that 5 days had passed. He didn't expect it to go so fast. You can go back and sort it out first, and sign up with your teammates in the afternoon. Yelan ordered. Is this the end? I don't even feel like I've trained much. Sasuke felt like he was told it was over as soon as he entered the state. Don't think too much. In fact, you have made a lot of progress in the past few days. The Megatama in both eyes has finally become the same. Yelan looked at Sasuke's pupils and said, and you also know how to use your own advantages to defeat your opponents. You can when it comes to judging the timing of attacks and defenses. I no longer like to fight with my brain as before, and my physical skills have also improved a bit. Besides, you are Kakashi's student. Even though we are from the same clan, I can't overstep you. Yelan continued, looking at Sasuke's somewhat confused eyes. After listening to Yelan's words, Sasuke realized that he had actually improved a lot compared to 5 days ago. He had not learned the powerful ninjutsu, and the amount of chakra had not increased much, but he was confident that he could easily defeat Wushin now. Him before. I know, thank you for taking care of me these days. Thinking of it, Sasuke still thanked the man in front of him at the end. If Kakashi and his former classmates saw this, their jaws would drop. Maybe it was Yelan's teachings that made Sasuke feel the warmth of his tribe again, maybe it was because of the same goal. Maybe it was because Sasuke knew that if the only person in the world who would not hurt him and could understand him was the man in front of him, Uchiha Yelan. Yelan unexpectedly looked at Sasuke who was thanking him. Sasuke's face suddenly turned red after being stared at by him. He said goodbye and left quickly. Sasuke, let me tell you one last thing. Hearing Yelan's words, Sasuke stopped. Just like ninjas collecting intelligence, some intelligence is true and some is false. Every word and every piece of news we hear, you must know how to think about it in your mind whether it is true or false. No matter what you tell us how close the relationship between you and the person is, you have to understand that you can only be sure if you prove it yourself. As a ninja, you should not have the ability to think independently when encountering something. Do it again. Yelan's words were short and easy to understand, but it was not easy to do. Suzuki nodded thoughtfully and left. Not long after Suzuki left, Yelan looked at the dark forest and sighed helplessly. Come out, everyone is gone. Do you still want me to invite you? Oops. I accidentally got lost just now. How did I end up here? A man suddenly appeared with a head of white hair and walked over with a smile on his face. Yelan was too lazy to expose him, and the person who came was none other than Sasuke's teacher, Hitaki Kakashi. Why do I feel that you care more about Suzuki than me? Your last name is not Uchiha either? Is it the first day you came? Yelan complained. This is also my first time leading a team. I always have to care about my subordinates. Keep pretending, Shisui told him that Kakashi's name was cold-blooded before Yelan left the village. Yelan sneered, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wait. Kakashi put away his smile and looked at Yelan seriously. Actually, what I care about now is the last thing you just said to Suzuki. What, does Senior Kakashi have anything to teach me? Yelan looked at Kakashi playfully. Yelan, I know you have just returned to the village and what happened to the Uchiha clan has hit you hard, but I don't think you can be blinded by hatred. Revenge will have no good results. Senior, just preach to those genin. What qualifications do you think you have to teach me? Yelan's voice gradually turned cold. Yelan had actually been suppressing his feelings all this time. He understood the mystery of the night of genocide. There are too many, and it is not something that can be solved in a flash. Do you think your words are right for the 1,257 people lying in the Uchiha cemetery? Can you imagine a mother preparing a table of meals at the gate of opening with joy only to be greeted by a butcher knife? Can you imagine the old age? To the pleading of an old man who can't walk lying on the bed? A child hiding under the bed, being pulled out and then killed in front of his parents. The Sharingan in Yelan's pupils was as scarlet as blood, and his calm words telling things that make people's hair stand on end. Kakashi could only be silent about these things. He might have thought about it, but he would never face it. How can I live without avenging such a great hatred? Yelan ignored Kakashi. I am the evil ghost of the Uchiha clan crawling out of hell. I will offer the heads of all participants that day on the tombstone of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 9 The Chunin exam begins. Kakashi returned home, called the gate of opening and said I was going home as usual. He took off his shoes and walked into the living room. After the sun went down, the shadow of the wall covered most of the living room. Kakashi was about to step forward and turn on the light when he saw that there seemed to be a shadow in the living room. Suddenly, the outside that was bright just now became dark. Kakashi, before I could realize why the sky suddenly turned dark, a huge thunder sounded across the sky. The light of lightning allowed him to see clearly what the shadow in the living room was. It was a middle-aged man who looked like him, lying on his side on the floor of the living room, with a ninja sword stuck in his abdomen. Kakashi is very familiar with the ninja sword, and this scene has always been a childhood memory that he dared not recall. Father! Kakashi woke up suddenly and sat up from the bed. Panting, he no longer had the calmness of a copy ninja in the past. I actually had a nightmare? It seems that Yelan's words that day still affected me. Kakashi looked out the window and found that it was already starting to dawn. The Chunin exam is today, I hope nothing unexpected will happen. Hey, Mr. Yelan, your clan brother seems to have started his first exam. Why don't you go check it out? Hongdo said leisurely while looking at Yelan sitting in front of the monitor. Captain, you are the examiner of the second examination room after all. Is it really okay to let your subordinates leave their duties without permission? Yelan also felt helpless at the captain who had a protruding place in front of him but didn't have much brain capacity. Well, I'm not afraid that you'll be bored. The exam should be over soon. By the way, aren't you worried about your clan brother failing the exam? Hongdu said with a smile. He seems to be the top student of their class. If he doesn't pass the first exam, he will have a different surname of Uchiha in Sharingan. He will pass even if he doesn't know how to copy. Yelan, who has taken the Chunin exam, not worried at all. Why did I forget about you, Uchiha in Sharingan? Just copy it. Anko then realized that the first test was the easiest for Uchiha. Speaking of which, why don't you go with me to greet the students who passed the first exam? I haven't met this year's freshmen yet, so they must be very interesting. Hongdu said enthusiastically. I won't go. Yelan felt that something bad would happen with Hongdu's brain circuitry. Let's go together and see your lovely juniors. This is also a necessary lesson in life. Maybe you will also be the instructor Jainin in the future. Let's get familiar with it first. After saying that, Hongdu hugged Yelan's neck and said, act like you must be with me. Yelan felt her neck touch something soft and blushed instantly, and said quickly, let go, I promise you. Then the first test of Chunin selection is over. Congratulations on passing the first test. Marino Yaki said to the genin who chose to stay. The examiner of the first exam gave the candidates a choice. If they were unwilling to do so, they would leave and give up the exam and take the next Chunin exam. Those who stayed to do the last question would continue the exam. However, if the 10th question was not answered correctly, they would directly eliminated and unable to participate in future Chunin exams. This choice made many genin panic, but the last person who stayed, Ibiki, directly announced that he had passed the exam. Great, great, I passed the exam. Yet. Naruto's hands and feet danced excitedly, but he stayed without doing a single question. He didn't expect that he could pass the first exam like this. Click. Just when Ibiki announced the end of the exam, a round object smashed the classroom glass. The items flew into the classroom and saw two kunao and a big cloth hanging in front of the desk, directly covering Ibiki. Really, it's only you. Ubixi looked at the piece of cloth in front of him awkwardly. Bang! A burst of smoke passed, and a group of Konoha ninjas stood in front of the cloth. The kunoichi in the middle was Anko, and the examiner of the second exam was written on the cloth, Mitarashi Anko, please join. Now is not the time for you to be happy. Seeing Hongdo's appearance, Yelan couldn't help but cover his face. He was too brainless to agree to her after all. Fortunately, he roped in other colleagues and hoped that Suzuki didn't see him. Hurry up and act quickly, the next exam will start soon. Suzuki, who was in a daze, looked at the ninja covering his face in the corner and felt something familiar. It seems that Yelan is also the examiner in the second examination room. That person cannot be him. Seeing the unresponsive genin, Anko raised her arms and shouted, follow me. The classroom fell silent instantly, and a group of genin stared at Anko in shock. Yelan really wanted to find a floor to crawl into now. Finally, Ubixi came out from behind the curtain and said, look at the atmosphere, idiot. Even Hongdu, who had always been forthright, couldn't help but blush. She had been thinking about this opening statement for many days. Ibixi, you are too soft, there are so many candidates. But who is Hongdu? He has always been quick to adjust. There are many excellent candidates this year. Humph, I'll eliminate half of them for you next. Hongdu sneered, who let this group of genin make her so embarrassed. Only then did the group of genin realize that the kunoichi in front of them was truly the examiner of the final exam. The genin finally followed Jainin's instructions and arrived at the location of the second examination room, the Forest of Death. At this time, Naruto, who was always curious, asked, why is it called the Forest of Death? Why do you say that? You will know soon. Hongdu said with a smile. Hearing Anko's perfunctory answer, Naruto started to get weird and imitated Anko's words, but was shocked when the kunai thrown by Anko cut his face. At this moment, Yelan, who was hiding in the dark, condensed his eyes and appeared behind Hongdo in an instant. Hongdo also reacted and took out another kunai and looked behind him. Yelan was about to grab the examinee's neck when he saw the examinee stop, stick out his tongue half a meter long, hold the kunai and say, "Give the kunai back to her." Hongdu smiled and took it and said, "Thank you so much." "You're welcome." Although he said this, the genin looked at Yelan meaningfully. A very uncomfortable feeling. Yelan slowly let down his guard. After all, this is Konoha, and even shadows from other countries need to be careful when they come here. Looking at Sasuke, who was not far away, he nodded to him and then disappeared in front of everyone. That guy is so fast, even if Sharingan is turned on. He can't catch it at all. It seems that my practice is still not enough. Sasuke, who is that? Sakura had also met Yelan, but she didn't expect that he was the examiner in the second examination room as Kakashi said. She didn't seem to see him at the end of the first examination room. "Nana, Sakura, did you see that the examiner just now was so handsome? I couldn't even see that action clearly. He doesn't seem to be much older than us and is already an examiner, so he must have become a chunin. I didn't expect that he could still be here today. See the handsome guy?" Ino said infatuatedly after Yelan left. "Ah, yes. But I'm Jainin." Sakura couldn't help but tell her when she saw that her nemesis was sick again. Jainin. How did you know?" Ino put her finger to her mouth and thought, "Just now I saw that he seemed to be nodding in your direction. Do you know him?" As she spoke, Ino grabbed her rival Sakura's shoulders and shook her. "Tell me quickly, what kind of person is that?" "Ah. I'm not sure. Sasuke is familiar with him," Sakura said after she couldn't stand being shaken. When Ino heard that Sasuke was familiar with her, she started to get entangled again. She was a little embarrassed to ask Sasuke for information about a boy. After all, Sasuke was also her boyfriend. Then Hongdu began to introduce the rules of the second exam. Simply put, each team takes a scroll, and the scrolls are divided into two types, heaven and earth. If you want to pass the second exam, you need to possess both heaven and earth scrolls and reach the 120-hour mark. The tall tower in the middle of the examination room, so that the examination is completed. After introducing the rules, each team entered the examination room from a different entrance, and the second examination officially began. Chapter 10 Peeping at the Uchiha Clan. When the guy in front of him, who didn't know whether he was a man or a woman, released strong murderous intent, Sasuke immediately understood that this person was not something he could deal with. Sakura had collapsed on the ground, unknown liquid leaking from between her legs, and Naruto didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Sasuke gritted his teeth and held the kunai tightly, the Sharingan of the two Megatama turning wildly in his pupils. "Oh? Can you still move? Sasuke-kun, you really surprised me." The male-female voice sounded again, "Then what are you going to do?" Sasuke hugged Sakura and ran away as fast as he could. "Run away directly." The man stuck out his tongue and licked his face. "Hey, listen to me, Sakura, that person is an existence that we absolutely cannot deal with. There is no chance of winning, at least Jainin's existence." Sasuke panted and said to Sakura in front of him, "You run away now, let's go to the gate to find the examiners and tell them what's going on here." "No, it's best to find Yelan and let him solve it." Sakura looked at Sasuke blankly. The little girl still hasn't reacted yet. "Did you hear that, Sakura? Where are you going?" "Sasuke-kun." A voice that made Sasuke's hair stand on end sounded from his ears again. It was the person just now. "Hongdu, something happened." While Anko was drinking red bean soup leisurely, a chunin ran over. When Yelan was still confused, Hongdo rushed back not long after, looked at Yelan with a serious look and said, "There are dangerous elements in the examination room, very powerful. I have informed Mr. Hokage and transferred Anbu. Now if you want to chase him, come with me." Anko understood that most of the examiners in the second examination room were Chunin. Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, was no different from Genin. The only one he could rely on was Yelan. "I'll look for that entrance directly. I'm faster than you, and Sharingan is useful for finding people. I'll send you a signal if I find it." Yelan packed up his ninja bag and agreed directly. "Okay, just..." Orochimaru looked at the Berserk Naruto in front of him and cast the 5 elements seal directly on his stomach. Naruto's Berserk chakra disappeared directly, and the whole person fell asleep directly. Hateful. Sasuke saw that Naruto, who had just arrived, was easily eliminated, and he felt strong hatred for his own weakness. Fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Sitting still and waiting for death is not Sasuke's choice. Since he can't escape, he should fight to the death. Then let's play with you. Sasuke Orochimaru thought after seeing the resistance. Orochimaru easily dodged Phoenix Sage fire, got close to Sasuke and directly attacked Sasuke's head with his fist. So fast, but barely visible. Sasuke kept blocking Orochimaru's attacks, and Orochimaru's attacks were getting faster and faster, just like a cat teasing a mouse, and Sasuke gradually couldn't keep up with his rhythm. Sasuke, when you encounter someone who is much stronger than you and find that your eyes can't keep up with their movements, don't rely too much on Sharingan. Think more about where the enemy will attack you. Although the human body has many weaknesses, when the enemy attacks with a force that exceeds your dynamic vision, there will inevitably be slight movement of the airflow, just defend to that place. At this time, Yelan trained Sasuke and said the same thing, but not much. This was still too difficult for a genin like him. The main goal at that time was to defeat Yelan, who was a powerful chunin. Recalling Yelan's words, Sasuke gave up using Sharingan to observe, slowly closed his eyes, carefully sensed the flow of air, and gradually blocked Orochimaru's attack. It's interesting, being an Uchiha doesn't just rely on Sharingan? Sasuke, you really satisfy me. Orochimaru discovered that Sasuke's actions did not disrupt his offensive rhythm. He wanted to see what other surprises Sasuke could bring him. I felt the direction of the enemy's attack. Legs, arms, chest, back of head, next time straight ahead. At this moment, Sasuke opened his eyes and looked directly at Orochimaru, launching the genjutsu he had just learned. What? This brat can still use genjutsu. Orochimaru did not expect that Kakashi would teach a genin to use such a high-level genjutsu. Looking at the Sharingan in front of him reminded him of a shameful memory. Orochimaru paused obviously, and in less than half a second, Sasuke seized the opportunity without using ninjutsu, clenched the kunai in his hand and stabbed Orochimaru directly in the chest. Just when the kunai touched Orochimaru's skin and penetrated less than 2 mm, Orochimaru suddenly reacted and kicked Sasuke away. Puff! This kick was much heavier than Orochimaru's previous attack, kicking Sasuke so hard that he vomited blood and lay on the ground without getting up for a long time. The Uchiha clan is known for playing tricks that don't make sense. Orochimaru walked up to Sasuke and said, he was really angry just now. At this time, the sound of a fuse sounded, and a detonating talisman was attached to Orochimaru's back. This kid, it was when he stabbed me with a kunai just now. Orochimaru remembered that there was something wrong with the way Sasuke stabbed him just now. It's not up to you to judge the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke stood up with force. The art of shuriken. Sasuke threw out the shuriken, which was wrapped with steel wire, 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers to wrap Orochimaru around the branches of a big tree. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. A fire dragon hit Orochimaru directly along the wire, and Orochimaru let out an inhuman scream. Sasuke could see that the skin of Orochimaru, who was hit by the fire dragon, began to melt and be scorched, and he began to let go of his suspense. In this way, he finally won. Sasuke, great, we won. Sakura cheered immediately upon seeing this. Sasuke was about to smile at Sakura when he noticed that the body that had been burned by the dragon flame technique began to speak. The voice was no longer the male-female voice just now but a hoarse and old male voice. As expected of a descendant of the Uchiha clan, he looks so much like your brother, Sasuke. There was another person inside the burnt corpse, and the burnt skin was peeled off to reveal his original appearance. Who are you? Why do you know my name and Ataki? Sasuke had always had a question in his mind, and finally got the chance to ask. My name is Orochimaru, and I also know that you want to kill Ataki. But you can't do it with your current strength. Will Sasuke follow me? I will give you the power to kill Ataki. Orochimaru's voice. There seems to be some kind of magic that tempts people's deepest desires. What a joke! How could I follow someone like you? Sasuke was not fooled by the words anyway. I knew you would say that, so today I will give you a gift first, so that you can try the feeling of having power. As he said Orochimaru's finger seal, he saw his neck lengthen instantly, and he opened his bloody mouth and was about to bite Sasuke. Go! Uchiha flow, I flow, wind injury. 3 huge slashes that broke through the air cut through a large area of trees and slashed towards Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru gave up. Sasuke spit out a sword from his mouth, barely resisted it, and shortened his neck back to his body. Orochimaru stared at the damaged area of the tree with an ugly expression, and saw a figure appear. I didn't expect the examiner in the examination room to react so quickly. It seems that I have been away from Konoha for so long, and some good ninjas have appeared. Orochimaru said with a calm smile. In his opinion, the only other examiner in the examination room was him. Apart from Anko, the disciple, there are just some special genin and there are no powerful characters. What qualifications do you, a dirty bug hiding in the corner, have to say such a thing? It seems that some people have forgotten my name since I left the village for so long. Orochimaru has never been so disrespected by others, and he has already thought about how to teach this ninja a lesson. When Yellen came to Sasuke, Orochimaru's eyes widened. He couldn't believe why the ninja who came had a Sharingan from the Uchiha clan or a 3 Magatama. Sasuke, take your teammates and leave here first. The person in front of you is not a candidate. This is not something you can solve. Yellen then took out a signal bomb and launched it directly into the sky. Sasuke finally felt relieved after seeing Yellen. He understood that the matter was finally resolved, but he still told Yellen, this guy's name is Orochimaru. He knows about Ataki and my existence, and he attacked us directly for some reason. Orochimaru, Yellen thought of this person. In fact, he didn't know this person very well. When Orochimaru rebelled from the village, Yellen was only 3 or 4 years old. He only knew from the clan records that this person was one of the Sunin, 9 Tails. He defected not long after that night. He was also an S-class rebel ninja in Konoha and was very powerful. Who are you? There are no survivors of the Uchiha clan except Ataki and Sasuke. Orochimaru really couldn't believe that there were other Uchiha still alive, and they didn't seem to be very old. Sasuke was very familiar with him, and he was only 10 years old. He looks like 5 or 6 years old. Yellen now suddenly felt that something big would happen in this Chunin exam. He looked at Orochimaru and just said, I am just an evil ghost from the Uchiha clan who climbed up from hell. Chapter 11 Other Tianyu Zhang. Orochimaru was not satisfied with Yellen's answer. When he saw Sasuke pulling up Sakura and about to leave, he immediately attacked Sasuke. Latent Shadow has many snake hands. Orochimaru stretched out his right hand, and several pythons came out of his cuffs and attacked Sasuke at extremely fast speeds. Uchiha Flow, Halo Dance. Yelan stood in front of Suzuki, his ninja sword ignited with flames, and several flaming shock waves directly intercepted Orochimaru's attack. The python was chopped into several pieces and turned into ashes and fell to the ground. "Don't waste time here, go quickly." Yelan looked back at Suzuki and urged. Suzuki understood that he could not help at all now, so he and Sakura picked up the sleeping Naruto and fled as quickly as possible. Sneak snake cage. Orochimaru's attack just now was just a feint. After using the latent multi-snake hand, he continued to form seals. He slapped one hand on the ground and saw something sneaking on the surface. As soon as Yelan turned around, several big snakes broke through the ground directly under his feet, came out and wrapped tightly around his body. Bang! The body that had just wrapped around Yelan turned directly into a piece of wood, which was a substitute technique. To Orochimaru's surprise, a 3-Magatama Uchiha ninja was not dealt with so quickly. Uchiha style, violent wind sword. Yelan appeared behind Orochimaru. The ninja sword not only had huge flames but also dangerous wind roars. He aimed a powerful slash at Orochimaru's neck. Clang! Orochimaru reacted quickly and directly blocked Yelan's ninja sword with Kusanagi sword. However, the flame attached to Yelan's ninja sword was not extinguished so easily, and the reduced power of the flames passed by Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru felt the hot flames, and his face couldn't help but look sad. He knew that this kind of swordsmanship of the Uchiha clan was a very difficult ninjutsu. Yelan's expression did not change even after the attack missed. He did not continue to attack but instead opened the distance between him and Orochimaru. No matter how careful you are against an opponent like Orochimaru, you cannot be too careful. Now Suzuki should have left some distance away, and he only needs to hold Orochimaru and wait for Enko and Anbu to arrive. Seeing Yelan taking the initiative to distance himself, Orochimaru was not in a hurry but thought for a while and said, "Very beautiful Uchiha swordsmanship. The last user was a master who was famous in Uchiha. Let me think about it, his name is Uchiha Shisui." Orochimaru observed the boy in front of him, hoping to see if his expression had changed so he could get some useful information. To his disappointment, Yelan's expression did not change at all. It seems that Kabuto needs to be asked for information about him. Seeing that he couldn't produce any information, Orochimaru chose to take the initiative this time. He pulled up his sleeves and used his bitten fingers to draw a mark on the arm where he had already drawn the technique. Psychic technique, Big Snake. A burst of smoke passed, and several large snakes appeared at his feet. Under Orochimaru's command, they all pounced on Yelan in front. Yelan quickly formed seals with her fingers, ending with a noon seal. Fire style, extinguishing the fire. Flames all over the sky spurted out from Yelan's mouth, forming a firestorm directly in front of him. The big snake that moved forward was burned to death without much roar, and the remaining snakes fled to all directions. The fear of death made them refuse to obey orders. The forest of death, where trees were originally densely populated, turned directly into a sea of fire, and the temperature of the air instantly became hotter. Before it was over, Yelan increased the release of chakra, and the flame in his mouth quickly changed from red to white. This was a sign of the sharp rise in flame temperature. When dry trees encountered flames, they no longer simply burned but emitted bursts of violent energy. Explode. The purpose of Yelan's doing this was also to warn the candidates not to go to this place and attract Anbu's arrival. Water style, water barrier. Orochimaru's face turned ugly when he saw such a terrifying fire style. He didn't expect that the young Uchiha was so strong. He hurriedly used a water-style ninjutsu to temporarily block it, then softened his bones and burrowed into the soil. Bang! The sound caused by the flames being extinguished could be seen by most of the examination room. Suzuki, who was leaving, looked behind him not far away in surprise. Unexpectedly, Yelan's battle with Orochimaru was more intense than the last battle he participated in with Zabuza. At this time, Suzuki discovered that there was a group of people running desperately not far from them, and they were about to meet him and Sakura. Suzuki couldn't help but feel a little anxious. His situation was very bad now. Naruto was unconscious again. Sakura, forget it, the situation was not good anyway, so he had to shout before anyone else. Who is where? He hoped that others would not dare to fight them rashly after observing the explosion. The group of people paused but walked in his direction. Just when Suzuki and Sakura were nervous, a familiar voice rang. Suzuki. Then he saw that it was his former classmates, Shikamaru, Ino, and Chiji. Seeing that they were familiar classmates, Suzuki and Sakura lowered their guard. Why are you in such a mess? Shikamaru couldn't help but said when he saw Sasuke's group of people. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought of the terrifying explosions and huge waves of flames behind him. You don't know anything about what happens next, do you? There was a dangerous Jainin sneaking into the examination room, and we almost lost our lives when we encountered him. Suzuki explained, but did not stop. Let's stay away from that place quickly. Shikamaru knew that this was not the place to talk, and followed Sasuke's footsteps closely. A guy as energetic as Naruto was knocked unconscious. I can imagine the danger you encountered. How did you escape? The examiner from the examination room arrived in time and now we are fighting against that dangerous guy. Sakura said with lingering fear. Is the examiner that Anko? Ino from the side interrupted. It's not the male examiner you met, Ino, his name is Uchiha Yellen. Surprisingly, Sakura didn't quarrel with Ino. Uchiha. Shikamaru and others' expressions changed. Sakura didn't know much about the Uchiha clan, but they had heard it from the adults at home. That person is Sasuke's clan brother. I heard from Mr. Kakashi that he just returned to the village recently. Sakura continued to explain when she saw that Sasuke's expression did not change. Shikamaru and others all looked at Suzuki. They had never heard of such a thing. Feeling a little uncomfortable being stared at by everyone, Suzuki said, the things over there are not something we genin can get involved in. We'd better find a place to rest now. The flames swept across the earth, and a large area of the death forest directly turned into an open space. When the flames on the surface gradually became smaller, Orochimaru broke out of the ground, and saw traces of white smoke coming from his body. It seemed that it was not easy underground. It's been a long time since he was so embarrassed. Once again, he had almost morbid thoughts about the Uchiha clan. Array of 10,000 snakes. At this moment Orochimaru finally used his ultimate move, and he became serious. He opened his mouth and neighed, and then countless huge pythons poured out of his mouth. These pythons twisted their bodies in the air and stabbed at Yellen like thousands of sharp swords. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were in front of Yellen in the blink of an eye. When Yellen saw this scene, his face was expressionless and he quickly made seals with his fingers. Water style, the art of waterfalls. The sky was full of flames before, but this time it was a huge wave. Yellen's ninjutsu and Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes array collided with each other, causing huge water splashes. The temperature in the air dropped again, and the group of mouth-sucking people. The python with the sharp sword was also washed away without a trace, and the huge wave continued to rush towards Orochimaru without stopping. Spirituality, triple Rashomon. 3 huge Rashomon rose from the ground. The waterfall only broke through the first layer before the Rashomon was blocked. Orochimaru stood on the Rashomon and looked at Yellen sternly. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. At this time, a latent Shadow Snake Hand attack came towards Orochimaru. It was Anko who had just arrived. Orochimaru dodged the attack as if he had expected it. Anko didn't give up and stabbed Orochimaru directly with the kunai. Orochimaru made a mark with both hands and roared. Drink! Anko, who was still moving forward, directly covered her neck and fell to the ground. It was the curse seal Orochimaru had placed on her before. The person who was cursed by the seal could not resist Orochimaru at all. Anko, you are a Jainin after all. Wouldn't it be ridiculous to use the ninjutsu I taught you to deal with me? Uchiharu, Woryu, Shoryu no flame. The ninja sword in Yelan's hand turned into a fire dragon, and the fire dragon roared towards Orochimaru, causing waves of heat wherever it passed. Orochimaru saw this and quickly dodged. However, Yelan's offensive did not stop. The fire dragon circled in the air and turned in one direction to continue attacking Orochimaru. Facing Yelan's fierce offensive, Orochimaru kept dodging, while secretly sighing in his heart that the boy in front of him was so powerful. Finally, Orochimaru had an idea, picked up the body of the big snake and threw it directly at the fire dragon controlled by Yelan. The two collided with a huge explosion, and the smoke in the sky directly blocked the sight of both parties. Yelan took the opportunity to come to Hongdu and asked, "Captain, how are you doing?" "It's okay, he's not dead yet." "Damn it." Hongdu thumped the ground in annoyance, but she didn't expect that her arrival not only failed to help, but also hindered her. The smoke cleared and Orochimaru disappeared without a trace. When Yelan was feeling confused, he suddenly felt chakra fluctuations under his feet. He immediately thought of Hongdu's danger, turned around and hugged Hongdu without hesitation, and wanted to evacuate quickly. However, at this moment, the ground under Hongdu's feet suddenly cracked, and a big white snake came out of it. What is frightening is that the head of this big snake is somewhat similar to Orochimaru. The big snake quickly wrapped around Yelan and Hongdu. "Anko, you are indeed my apprentice. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have succeeded so easily." This big snake actually spoke human words, and it was obviously Orochimaru himself. Then, Orochimaru, who turned into a white snake, looked at Yelan and said, "Compared to Ataki, you are far behind. The gift I originally planned to give to Sasuke, I will give it to you this time." As he said that, Orochimaru opened his mouth. "Mouth, bite Yelan fiercely." At this critical moment, the three Megatama Sharingan in Yelan's eyes rotated rapidly, and the three Megatama transformed into the shape of four sword blades, arranged in a cross shape around the pupil. These eyes. Orochimaru saw the change in Yelan's eyes, and a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged in his heart. His body was wrapped around Yelan and Anko, and flames shot up from his body instantly. The hot temperature of the flames forced Orochimaru to loosen his bonds. For the first time since returning to the village, Yelan used his Manjiki ability, Left Eye, Butsutengaku. Chapter 12, Lightning Fast. Isn't he afraid that the flames will burn him? Orochimaru's face was a little dry due to the heat of the flames. Yelan, who was surrounded by flames, had no expression on his face, and Hongdu, who was already unconscious, did not show any signs of discomfort. Manjiki Butengaku can control all the chakra in the body at will, change the chakra into any form, and release ninjutsu without the need for seals. It is more powerful. It can also cover the whole body with fire or other attributes of chakra without harming itself. When Yelan was on a mission in the Kingdom of Water, a storm at sea overturned their ship. After Yelan witnessed his teammates dying one after another, his survival instinct made him awaken this pair of Manjiki. The flames on his body slowly extinguished. Yelan stood in front of Orochimaru intact. Putting down the unconscious Anko, Yelan said lightly, "Let me be a little more serious next." As soon as he finished speaking, Yelan's figure disappeared in front of Orochimaru. So fast, instant body technique? Flying Thunder God? With Orochimaru's eyesight, he couldn't catch Yelan's figure, which made him suspect that Yelan used Flying Thunder God. Bang! There was a sonic boom in the air. This was truly an effect produced at extreme speed. Yelan was able to achieve such a fast speed because he used the wind attribute chakra in Lieutenant General Btnu's body to completely attach to his body surface, allowing his body to the air is completely free of wind resistance, and the effect achieved by letting all the wind drive him to run. In a sense, his speed at this moment is faster than the Flying Thunder God. After all, the flying thunder god has to throw Kunao, and the speed has exceeded Kunao. After all, Orochimaru is a ninja who has experienced many battles. Even if he cannot observe his opponent with the naked eye, he can still detect the approximate location of the opponent's chakra with his keen perception. He held the Kusanagi sword in his mouth, turned around in a strange posture, and quickly attacked Yelan behind him. However, although the Kusanagi sword successfully cut Yelan in half, Orochimaru felt no joy at all. Because he discovered that the sword blade did not have the real feeling of touching the flesh, and the corpse that was cut in half did not shed a drop of blood. Just like burning paper, it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. To the left, above. Every time Orochimaru swung his sword, he hit the false Yelan. Each time he failed to hit the entity, he gradually realized that something was wrong. Could it be said that he has fallen into genjutsu? At this moment, in an instant, figures of Yelan emerged from all directions, as if countless Yelan were attacking Orochimaru at the same time. Orochimaru showed a sly smile. He firmly believed that only the Yelan above was the real body. So, he no longer paid attention to the other figures of Yelan, and concentrated his strength to thrust the Kusanagi sword towards Yelan above. Uchiha flow, I flow, fast and lightning. Yelan thought silently in his heart, and the figure stabbed by Orochimaru disappeared just like before. Orochimaru looked at the other figures of Yelan in disbelief. Under his surprised eyes, the other Yelan's ninja swords all swung at Orochimaru, and the ninja swords the chakra condensed with the wind attribute cut open his skin easily, and Orochimaru, who looked like a white snake, was chopped into pieces in an instant. In the end, Orochimaru looked at Yelan with disbelief. With his knowledge, he could not understand the principle of this technique at all. You are useless in front of these eyes, Yelan said slowly. Yelan's pupils slowly turned into their original black color. He put away his ninja sword and turned towards Anko, who was still lying on the ground. Just when he was about to wake Anko up, he suddenly looked at Orochimaru's corpse behind him. The broken pieces of the corpse, the blocks quickly gathered together and transformed directly into Orochimaru's form. Can't he be killed like this? Yelan didn't expect Orochimaru to be so difficult to deal with. All he can say is that he is worthy of being a Sunin. Just when Yelan was about to launch an attack, Orochimaru activated his psychic technique with an ugly expression, and several more big snakes appeared between the two of them. It's not that Orochimaru doesn't want to channel all the snakes, he can barely channel now, but if he can channel all the snakes again, he might not even have the chakra to escape. After using the psychic technique, Orochimaru turned around and ran away. He knew that he couldn't continue to waste it anymore. He had other things to do. After Yelan easily dealt with these big snakes, he stopped looking at the direction in which Orochimaru was escaping. Although he could continue to chase him, he was a special Jainin in Konoha. He should leave this kind of thing to others. Orochimaru should no longer cause trouble in the Death Forest. Looking at the ninja sword that was already full of gaps, he sighed. He didn't expect Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword to be so sharp. It seemed that he had to find a way to get a new ninja sword. Captain, wake up! Looking at the sleeping Hongdo, Yelan bent down and patted her face gently. After a while, Hongdo slowly opened his eyes, and his consciousness gradually recovered, but he still seemed a little confused. However, when she woke up completely, she suddenly jumped up as if she had been awakened. Where is Orochimaru? Where is he? Anko looked serious, her eyes full of vigilance and nervousness. She looked around, as if looking for something. Looking at Hongdo's serious expression, Yelan said casually, Orochimaru has escaped, I can't keep him. Yelan lied. He could defeat Orochimaru and the village would probably pay attention to him. He only hoped that it would reduce other people's attention to him. After all, he didn't know what role the village played in the night of genocide. Run away. Hongdo looked at Yelan in surprise. She couldn't believe that Orochimaru would lose. As a former disciple of Orochimaru, Hongdo could clearly know Orochimaru's great achievements in the past. Yelan was not born when Orochimaru became famous. Today he actually lost to this 15 or 16-year-old boy. At the end of the fight, neither of us could subdue the other. I guess we felt that if we stayed here for too long, we would wait for our people to come, so we evacuated. Yelan quickly explained because he was afraid of this situation. That's awesome. Apart from Hokage, I can't think of anyone in the village who can stop Orochimaru one-on-one. Although Yelan explained this, Hongdo still didn't hold back his surprised expression. Where are the other two Sunnins? Yelan asked casually. Not knowing the situation of the Sunnins. Since Orochimaru was one of Konoha's former Sunnins, the other two Sunnins would definitely be able to deal with Orochimaru. Oh, those two adults haven't returned to the village for a long time. Anko sighed, forget it, I'll go to Hokage to report. Orochimaru must have a purpose in coming to the village. You can come with me. The other two Sunnin have left for a long time. This information is unknown to Yelan. So how much strength does Konoha have now? Orochimaru, Chunin joint examination, if there is any trouble on the Tsunagaku side at this time, then for Konoha had a devastating blow. Yelan doesn't believe in the so-called allies at all. According to the records in Konoha books, Tsunagaku and Konoha have been sworn enemies since the Second Ninja War. The hands of both ninjas are stained with the blood of the other ninja. The hatred between the two sides is not a paper covenant can bind it. What about the examination room? Are we still going to let those genin take the exam? Yelan stopped thinking and asked. With Orochimaru gone, what Anbu are there? I'll ask the remaining Chunin to keep an eye on it and there shouldn't be much of a problem. After all, ninjas from other countries are participating in this joint exam. Even if the exam is stopped, Master Hokage's consent must be obtained. But your battle was too big. Your fire style almost burned the forest of death into a plain of death. After Orochimaru's pressure was gone, Anko returned to her original personality. You know, how can I hold back against a ninja of this level? Yelanyan said insincerely, it seems that it will take a long time to repair. It's not a big problem. There will be special people to repair it later, and it will be back to its original state in less than a month. Hongdo comforted with a smile. Can this forest be restored in less than a month? Yelan suppressed her curiosity and didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 13 Undercurrent. Does the curse mark still hurt, Anko? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, looking at the marks on Anko's neck. Thanks to you, it's much better now. I didn't expect you to meet Orochimaru. I heard that he is already dead, right, said Izumo Kamizuki, who was with Hokage at the side. But luckily you guys are okay. I don't know what purpose Orochimaru had when he appeared in the examination room. Gangzisha will not be absent wherever Kamizuki Izumo is present. Thanks to Yelan this time, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to stop Orochimaru. Hongdo said, looking at Yelan aside. Hey! Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yelan in confusion. Orochimaru was his disciple. He knew best what his strength was like. He didn't expect that the 15-year-old Yelan could fight against him. Orochimaru just doesn't dare to stay for a long time, otherwise I won't be the loser until the end. Yelan explained on the side. Hearing Yelan's admission, Shinayu Izumo and Gangzisha both looked at Yelan. They knew Sunnin's name, but they didn't expect Yelan to be able to fight with him. It seemed that he had not suffered any losses. I don't know what Orochimaru's purpose is in returning to Konoha. Anko murmured. It's Sasuke. Yelan said directly, although I don't know the specific reason, when I arrived, Sasuke was fighting Orochimaru. At that time, he seemed to be doing something to Sasuke. Now I see the curse on the captain. Yin, I think that's why he found Sasuke. When the others heard what Yelan said, their faces became serious, and then Yelan continued, when I first arrived, Orochimaru was sticking out his head and biting Sasuke's neck. Now it seems that it is the location of the captain's curse seal. Is that really so? Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually agreed after hearing Yelan's statement. He knew very well that his disciple had an obsessive research on certain blood-stain boundaries. This time, he was probably targeting Suzuki, and then asked. Yelan, did Orochimaru successfully plant the curse seal at that time? No, I interrupted his technique. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Yelan, after the second exam, you go to Suzuki to guard him. I'm afraid Orochimaru will take action again. I will tell Kakashi about this. Yes. Will the exam continue? Anko asked directly after hearing that Hokage's tone did not mean to end the exam. Well, let's continue, let Yelan stay with Suzuki, and add Kakashi. Even if the two of them can't beat Orochimaru, they won't lose. Let's see if he makes any further moves. Hiruzen said, taking a deep breath from his cigarette. In the end, Hiruzen gave some instructions to Anko and then dismissed everyone. He took his pipe and came to the window. Looking at the night outside the window, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although Orochimaru was his disciple, Hiruzen had never really understood him. 5 days later, the second exam finally ended. Because there are too many people left at the end of the second game, some people have to be eliminated before starting the third test. All those who pass the second test need to have a one-on-one duel in the tower in the center of the Death Forest, and the winner can enter the third exam. Before the third preparatory exam, all the examiners in the exam room and the instructor Jainin came here. Yelan stood next to Anko, while Hokage gave a speech in the middle, telling the genin who took the exam the meaning of the Chunin exam. After Hokage finished his speech, the examiner of this exam, who was also the referee of the genin duel, Tsukiko Heiate, appeared on the scene and announced the start of the exam while coughing. Looking at him like this, I'm really afraid that he will fall down at any time. Yelan complained. Well, he has been in poor health since he was a child, but his strength is actually quite good. Kakashi said from the side, holding a novel in his hand, with 18 banned words clearly written on it. I didn't expect you to have such a hobby, Kakashi. Want to kill time when you're bored? Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, Suzuki, and Sakura all came to Kakashi. Hey! Congratulations on passing the second exam. Hehehe, Naruto giggled at the side. Thank you, Senior Yelan. Sakura bowed and thanked him immediately after seeing Yelan. If it weren't for Yelan, she wouldn't have known how to face Orochimaru. Suzuki also nodded. It's nothing. I'm the examiner for the second session. I should do everything I should. Yelan waved his hand casually. Ah? Sakura, why did you say thank you to him? Naruto still didn't understand what was going on. Idiot, the Orochimaru we met back then was a dangerous ninja, not a genin at all. In the end, it was Yelan-senpai who saved us. Sakura said, punching Naruto in the head. Seeing them fighting, Yelan felt that Orochimaru should not have left any shadow on them. What happened to Orochimaru? Suzuki asked from the side. Seeing that he couldn't take me down, he finally evacuated. There were other genin here, Yelan just said. Is there no winner? Suzuki whispered. You are the Uchiha Yelan who beat Orochimaru away. I didn't expect young people today to be so exaggerated. At this time, a loud voice came over. It was Kakashi's lifelong rival, Metkai. Hitting me away is too flattering. Yelan didn't want to attract other people's attention. You bravely saved the lovely genin from the evil ninja. I, Kai, already recognize you. Kai said as tears flowed out uncontrollably, as if Yelan had done something extraordinary. Looking at Yelan, who was a little embarrassed, Kakashi said, this is just how others are, don't take it too seriously. While he was talking, the big screen showed the first duel, Suzuki vs Red Copper Armor. Suzuki, it's you! Naruto shouted. It's so annoying, I heard that. Sasuke still couldn't stand Naruto. Being the first to appear was a good time to rest early. He was exhausted from 5 days of wilderness survival. Humph, Uchiha Sasuke asked me to deal with you. After the two parties came to the hall, Red Copper Armor said provocatively. Humph, you are not ashamed of your words. After the Moonlight Hayate announced the start, the two sides began to take action. Sasuke did not approach the opponent rashly but kept testing with shurikens in hand. The copper-armored hands held the kunai tightly, constantly resisting Sasuke's attacks, and at the same time quickly approaching Sasuke's direction. As the distance got closer, he did not choose to stab Sasuke with his kunai, but instead freed one hand and tried to catch Sasuke. However, Sasuke's reaction was extremely quick. He quickly dodged sideways and easily avoided the catch. Mr. Kakashi, will Sasuke win? Sakura asked directly without seeing any clue. Well, as long as Sasuke isn't careless, it should be fine. Kakashi looked at the two people in the audience and said. The opponent's intention is too obvious. His free hand should be ninjutsu. Sasuke will win if he understands it. Yellen explained at the side. Is that so? Naruto turned to Kakashi and asked. It should be like this. Kakashi said casually. Yo xi. Naruto took a deep breath and said loudly, Sasuke, be careful of the enemy's free hand. That hand should be the enemy's special move. You guy. Kakashi, who didn't care about other people's eyes, felt embarrassed and covered Naruto's mouth without even reading the book. You are in Ganshen Mo, Kaka sucks rouse. Naruto was covered and speechless. Don't interrupt when others are taking the exam. Do you want Sasuke to be disqualified from the exam? Kakashi whispered. Everyone else looked at Naruto. Kakashi quickly raised his hand and said, don't mind if the kid talks nonsense. Your companion seems a bit crazy. Yellen had never seen such a weird boy before, and complained to Haruno Sakura next to him. Naruto, he's like this sometimes. Sakura said awkwardly, rubbing her head. The two people who were fighting in the examination room paused when they heard Naruto's words on the stage. Sasuke also glanced at Naruto awkwardly. In fact, he didn't need to say that he also felt that there was something wrong with the opponent's attack method. When Red Copper Armor heard that someone had exposed his background, he suddenly became anxious, so he decided not to conserve his strength and attack with all his strength, trying to succeed immediately before Sasuke could react. The Copper Armor's attacks became more and more fierce. Although Sasuke tried his best to resist, he was still caught in the flaw and grabbed his shoulder. Just when Red Copper Armor thought he was about to succeed, he happened to meet Sasuke's eyes, a pair of two Magatama Sharingan staring at him. Red Copper Armor suddenly felt that his consciousness was blurred and his body was shaking uncontrollably. Genjutsu, the wrong technique here. Red Copper Armor suddenly lost consciousness, and then Sasuke finished his opponent with a lion combo. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Moonlight Hayate then announced that Sasuke had advanced. Chapter 14 Genin's Stage. As expected of Sasuke, he won so easily. Ino said happily when she saw that Sasuke won without any effort. Hey, he is worthy of the Uchiha clan. Standing next to Kai, Niji folded his hands on his chest and closed his eyes. You taught Sasuke the genjutsu just now, right? Kakashi looked away and asked Yelan. It's just some simple genjutsu. It would be abnormal if the Uchiha clan couldn't even use genjutsu. Yelan said casually. Well, the actual use of chakra is just right and there is no waste at all. Sasuke already looks a bit like a Chunin. Originally, Naruto was a little happy to see that Sasuke had won, but when he heard Kakashi praising him, Sasuke felt a little unbalanced and said, I will win as cleanly as Sasuke in the future. Yeah, try your best, Naruto. Kakashi comforted Naruto like a child. Sasuke, congratulations. Seeing Sasuke come back, Sakura stepped forward to congratulate him. Hey? Yelan frowned. He keenly felt something strange, but he didn't care about the joy of everyone. He looked beyond the crowd and looked directly at the stands opposite. There, a Jainin wearing a sound nin forehead protector was sitting there quietly, staring at Suzuki intently. Yelan felt a strange feeling in his heart. His intuition told him that this person seemed to have some kind of intention towards Suzuki. His body quietly tensed up, ready to deal with possible dangers at any time. At this moment, the sound ninja seemed to notice Yelan's gaze and turned his head to look at Yelan. The two people's eyes met, and Yelan saw the cold light flashing in the other's eyes and the weird smile that slightly turned up at the corners of his mouth. This guy? Yelan murmured to himself. He knew that this person was definitely not a kind person and would probably bring them trouble. However, when he wanted to remind Kakashi, he found that the other party had turned away and disappeared into the crowd. What, did you notice anything wrong? After hearing Kakashi's words, the three Suzukis also looked at Yelan. It's nothing, I think I saw an acquaintance. Yelan said casually, not wanting too many people to know. The sound ninja just now should be the Orochimaru he fought against before. He couldn't remember the aura wrong. Kakashi heard that Yelan didn't want to explain too much and didn't continue to ask. He looked at the big screen on the court again. The second exam is about to begin. Let's see which genin can pass. The next game was between Aberame Shino and Genin, one of the three sound ninjas. With the Aberame family's secret technique of controlling insects, Shino successfully won the game. What is that? It's disgusting. Naruto said after seeing Shino's fighting style. The secret technique of the Aberame clan is to use chakra to control insects to fight. Not only that, the most outstanding thing about the Aberame clan is reconnaissance and tracking. It will be very easy to obtain information if there is an Aberame clan teammate on the battlefield. Yelan told Suzuki and others explained that generally those who take the Chunin exam are the elites of each village, and they will show a village's unique fighting style. Regardless of whether they pass the exam or not, their vision will be greatly improved. Shino is seen returning to the team, and his teammates are a girl with Byakugan and a genin with a puppy. It seems that their team is very unique. It has gathered ninjas from several families with the strongest investigative power in the village. Yelan whispered, Hokage's division of classes makes some sense, but Sasuke's two teammates have not yet been what can be seen as a fairly smart but ordinary girl and a carefree Naruto. I don't know what shines in them. The next battle was between Tsunagakure's Kankuro and his red copper armored companion Kenmichan. Just when Kenmichan thought he was going to succeed, he discovered that he had only been controlling the opponent's puppet for a long time, which made Naruto yell. Kakashi, you should give your students extra lessons. How did this guy graduate from the ninja school? Yelan looked at Naruto's clueless look and said, this child's personality feels a bit like Anko, not even less reliable than Anko. Spectrum. Kakashi laughed when he heard this. He also understood that Naruto's basic skills were poor. It seemed that he would have to give Naruto a good lesson later. But an opponent like this is really not easy to deal with. If you want to deal with the opponent, you must first deal with the opponent's puppet. Sakura said worriedly when she saw that the players on the stage all had their own fighting methods. It's actually easier to deal with the puppet master than the true body, but generally the puppet master will not expose the true body. Just like the boy from Hidden Sand Village, he hid himself in the props from the beginning so that others could not detect it. However, after all, the puppet master has to control the puppet, and through careful observation, he can find the opponent's true body through the chakra line. Yelan said this mainly for Suzuki. It is actually difficult for ordinary people to observe the chakra line, but it is different for them with Sharingan. After all, the puppet master is probably most afraid of meeting a ninja like you. Kakashi interjected, and everyone else looked at him to see how he would explain. Sharingan and your sword skills are probably the last opponent the puppet master wants to encounter. Yelan didn't refute. A ninja like him could easily cut off any chakra thread with Sharingan. A puppet master without a puppet was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of him. Before anything else could be said, it was Sakura's turn to play. Her opponent was Ino, her former classmate and now her rival. Looking at the two girls fighting on the field, Yelan frowned and said, "Kakashi, you are such an ordinary student." Well, Sakura's advantage is her learning ability, but she is indeed lacking in practical combat. Then you have to find a way to teach something. You are a bit unqualified as a teacher. This. Let's talk about it after the Chunin exam is over. After all, I haven't taken them for a long time. I'll understand it first and then find a way. Logically speaking, Yelan is his student's parent. Although it's not Sasuke, Kakashi's is the same. When teaching students, he didn't want Yelan to think that his teaching ability was not good because of Xiao Ying. After Ino complained that Sakura only cared about taking care of her hair and did not study ninjutsu seriously, Sakura resolutely cut off her long hair with a kunai to show her determination to become a ninja. For a girl who loves beauty, cutting off her beloved long hair is undoubtedly an extremely difficult thing, but Sakura made such a decision without hesitation. This move surprised and admired Ino, and at the same time inspired her inner fighting spirit. Ino originally thought she had the upper hand in this competition, but Sakura's firm attitude made her realize that she cannot underestimate her opponent. So, Ino cut off her long hair without showing any signs of weakness under the surprised eyes of others to show that she was equally determined and courageous. In this way, the two girls reached a tie in this overwhelming situation. Perhaps because of their mutual sympathy, the two bitter enemies finally reconciled. Damn Sakura, she lost to that guy Ino. Naruto scratched his hair in distress. A ninja of this level can only go so far. At this time, most of the Jonin present thought that Genin's battle was no different from children's playhouse to them. Ninjas without family background did not have any trump cards at all. It only depended on whether the leader Jonin paid attention to his teachings. The next scene was still two female ninjas, one was a Konoha genin with a bun, and the other was a Tsunagaku kunoichi carrying a fan. The name of this Konoha genin is Tien Tien. Her clothes remind Yelan of the traditional clothes of his country in his previous life, and he can't help but cheer up and observe. Come on every day. Show them your strength. Metkai and Xiao Li, who looked like him, shouted loudly. It's so noisy. Naruto covered his ears. A child with his personality would still think others were noisy. Tien Tien showed off her unparalleled arsenal, throwing kunai, shurikens, maces, sickles, maces and other weapons at her opponents as if they were free. This girl's fighting style, Yelan saw it. No matter how strong Tien Tien was, her family must be very rich. Tianation's fighting style looks very gorgeous, but her opponent picks up her exaggerated fan and opens it one by one. This genin named Temari is very good at using wind escape, and with the blessing of that weapon, she can easily defeat Tien Tien. Attack! After Tien Tien threw all the ninja tools, Temari used wind release to directly deal with her. Looking at the unconscious Tien Tien, she threw them into the pile of ninja tools that Tien Tien threw. At this time, Tianation's companion Xiao Li couldn't help but jump down. The stands hugged Tien Tien. Pointing at Temari and accusing the other party of going too far, it was his teacher who stopped Xiao Li. What? You're still doing this even though you've already won? Naruto whispered from the side. Yelan was too lazy to complain about Naruto. A ninja who grew up in peacetime could never imagine that a life of life and death was the normal state of ninjas. On the battlefield, you can't tell the opponent not to kill me when you lose. Please show mercy to the other party. After a duel between Shikamaru and a female sound ninja, it was Naruto's turn to play. Seeing Shikamaru cracking the opponent's genjutsu through his own IQ and handsomeness, and using his family's shadow imitation technique to win the victory, Naruto clasped his hands and prepared to go on the court. He thought of a move, let's watch him perform it next. And his opponent is the genin with the dog, Inyazuka Kaiba. Come on Naruto. Sakura cheered Naruto without losing the match. Hey, don't lose, Crane Tail. Sasuke also cheered in his own way. Seeing the names of both parties on the big screen, Yelan had some doubts. Only then did he know Naruto's surname Uzumaki. What made him even more confused was that this kid obviously had yellow hair. Was it just a coincidence? Chapter 15 Caged Bird. Naruto, I didn't expect that my opponent would be you. Yashen felt lucky. He felt that he had drawn the best lottery, as if Chun's spot was already within reach. I'll show you my new moves, Kaiba. Naruto responded unceremoniously. How could anyone come up and tell the opponent his trump card? Kakashi was also helpless towards Naruto. As the game started, Kaiba's pet dog Akamaru turned into his appearance. The two used Yato, and Naruto was unable to fight back. The strong attacks made Naruto fall down again and again, and he had no chance to use ninjutsu. Naruto's injuries became more and more serious, but like Xiaoqiang from Immune to Death, he could stand up every time. Kakashi, is this kid from the Uzumaki clan? Yelan asked directly after seeing Naruto's endurance. Hearing Yelan's words, Sasuke and Sakura both looked surprised. In their understanding, Naruto was an orphan without any relatives, so why did he appear as a member of the Uzumaki clan? Well, to a certain extent, Naruto is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi thought for a moment and admitted directly. What kind of existence the Uzumaki clan is? It's not mentioned in the school textbooks. Sakura asked anxiously. It turned out that she was the only one in the team with the most ordinary background. Even Naruto, who was an orphan, had a background. It's normal that you haven't heard that the Uzumaki clan perished decades ago. When it was most prosperous, there was still the Uzumaki village. In the end, it was wiped out by other ninja villages during the war. The remaining minority people were all scattered in the ninja village. Across the world, there are very few people from the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world now. Yelan explained, the Uzumaki clan is born with strong physical recovery ability, perception ability, and huge chakra, and their grandmaster seals ninjutsu, was a very powerful family. Don't count on sealing techniques. Naruto doesn't know anything about ninjutsu. All he has left is rough skin and thick flesh. Kakashi said, looking at Naruto who was being beaten all the time. That's right, judging from this guy's character, he is not the material to learn sealing techniques. Uchiha, Uzumaki, and a girl with a good mind, Yelan also got to know a little about the class led by Kakashi. Just when everyone thought that Naruto would be killed by Ya in the end, Naruto used a transformation technique to transform into Ya, causing him to stop attacking. Kaiba smiled disdainfully when he saw this, saying that his sense of smell was 10,000 times better than that of ordinary people, and he easily saw through Naruto's transformation. As a result, Kaiba was punched and turned into Akamaru. When Kaiba thought he had guessed wrong, he turned back attacking another one turned into Akamaru too. Akamaru was knocked down at the beginning because Naruto was hit. At this time, he finally seized the opportunity to use the inspiration he just got from Sasuke's Lion Bomb. Using Shadow Clone, several clones kicked the teeth into the air, and Naruto the human body used a finishing blow on top, named Naruto's Combo. This kid seems to have a bit of fighting IQ, but every time he figures out how to fight after being beaten. Fortunately, he is from the Uzumaki clan, otherwise Genin would have been eliminated long ago. There is also the so-called Naruto Combo, which has always been copied by Uchiha from others. But now someone is copying Uchiha, and even the names are similar. Yelan found that this yellow-haired boy was somewhat interesting. Well done Naruto! Sakura shouted when her companions won. Naruto also gave a thumbs up to his companion. The big screen on the field rotated rapidly. There were not many ninjas left, and soon their names appeared. Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Niji. When the two parties walked to the venue, Hinata said hello first and directly called Niji his brother. Are they siblings? Naruto, who had just returned and greeted Hinata, couldn't help but ask. Well, the relationship between Hinata and Niji is a bit like Sasuke and Yellen. They are both from the same clan. The difference is that they are the clan house and the branch house respectively. Kakashi explained. Oh, this is the structure of the Hyuga clan. Yellen said contemptuously. Uchiha was born not to deal with the people of the Hyuga clan, not to certain people in the Hyuga family, but to their methods of managing the family. Let's talk about the Zone family and the branch house. Seeing Yellen's disdain, Sasuke and others had questions. At this time, Xiao Li said, families with a long history like Hyuga and Uchiha have unique secret techniques. It seems that the clan has formulated many rules for the inheritance of secret techniques, and most of the rules themselves are in favor of the clan. This creates a lot of conflicts between the branch house and the clan. Niji is the branch house and Hinata is the clan. So this is a duel of cause and effect. Sakura said thoughtfully. When Hinata and Niji stood on the stage, the two sides did not start the duel directly. Niji kept using words to attack Hinata. Why are you not suitable to take this exam? You are a person with low self-esteem. You said it was just because of your teammates. I only took the exam according to the requirements. Life is destined to be your destiny. You are the eldest lady of the Zone family, and I am just a member of the branch house. Hinata just retorted in a low voice, which further fueled Niji's arrogance, and what he said became more and more excessive. Byakugan. As he spoke, Niji formed a seal in his hand, and the blood vessels around his eyes bulged, revealing a pair of white eyes. Sasuke and others saw the Byakugan for the first time, and they didn't know what the Byakugan did. Like Uchiha's Sharingan, Byakugan can observe the opponent's taijutsu, and ninjutsu is better than Sharingan in observation. When combined with the Hyuga clan's taijutsu, it can cause greater damage. Kakashi explained. For the Sharingan that has not grown into a 3-Magatama, the Byakugan is relatively strong, but once the Sharingan evolves into a 3-Magatama, most Hyuga ninjas cannot deal with it. At first, the Uchiha clan suppressed the Hyuga clan. Yellen thought so. Niji was still mocking Hinata, as if he had seen through her heart and recounted her cowardly psychological activities. Hinata was as unable to refute as a wounded puppy. Don't criticize other people's hearts at will, idiot. Naruto was still holding the medicine Hinata had just given him in his hand. Naruto couldn't stand it and yelled. Get rid of that self-righteous guy, Hinata. This kid, Yellen looked at Naruto who was yelling beside him, was different from ordinary people in some aspects. Hinata seemed to have listened, and she made the same gesture as Niji, and her eyes opened directly. Regardless of the verbal exchange, in the end it was her subordinates who saw Zhenjiang. However, the strength gap between the two sides was still too big. Hinata could still attack at the beginning, but later she was beaten by Ninkai. The arm that was lifted up by Nisi was full of traces of injuries from gentle fist. Even so, Hinata could not without giving up. This seemingly cowardly girl let others know herself again. In the end, Ningji successfully hit Hinata's heart with one move. Hinata could no longer stand up, and Moonlight Hayate announced the end of the game. Then Naruto on the stage yelled for Hinata to stand up again. Hinata, who stood up, pointed out the confusion in Ningji's heart. He became angry and directly attacked Hinata, who was seriously injured. This time all the Jonin mobilized to stop him. Niji. Is this special treatment from the Zone family? Niji said angrily. Kai on the side was trying to persuade her, while Hinata's instructor, Jonin Yi Kurane, observed Hinata's injuries. This kid, if Hinata really wants to defeat him, a single seal will solve the problem. Yellen said in a low voice without stepping forward. Why do you say that? Naruto didn't believe that one seal could defeat such Niji. If according to what you said, Hinata is a member of the clan, then I tell you that the clan has absolute power to kill people in the branch house. Once the people in the branch house reach a certain age, they must put a curse mark on their bodies. People in the branch house, when you die, this curse seal will automatically trigger the destruction of the Byakugan on the corpse. This is a way to protect the Byakugan from leaking out. As a member of the Uchiha clan, the mortal enemy of the Byakugan clan, Yelan knows Hyaga's rules very well. The Hyaga clan actually has such rules. How did Sakura and others know this kind of information in the village? Not only that, in order to successfully control the branch house, people in the clan will master the triggering method of the curse seal. They only need to form a seal to trigger the branch house's curse seal. Once the branch house is triggered, people in the branch house will be worse than dead, but not there is a risk of death if you lift it quickly. This is too much. Sakura covered her mouth, unable to believe that such a thing existed in the village. There is nothing we can do about it. Unlike Sharingan, Byakugan is very adaptable. The underground bounty outside the village has a lot of money for Byakugan. Yelan explained. Putting a curse seal on a clan is something Uchiha doesn't even bother to do. Suzuki hates what the Hyaga clan does. Speaking of which, I remember what the curse seal is called. It seems to be called a caged bird. It's a little bird locked in a cage. It's really appropriate. Chapter 16. The third qualifier ends. Next, there are only 4 contestants left who have not yet taken the stage, followed by Rock Lee vs Gara Sunagata. Yo Xi, Lee, let them see your strength. Kai raised his thumb to Xiao Li, showing his big shining teeth. As expected, I still can't accept this style. Yelan looked at the master and apprentice with tears streaming down their faces and complained inwardly. After Xiao Li came on the stage, he directly launched a fierce physical attack on Gara. As a result, Gara's sand was completely blocked and did not hurt him at all. Then Xiao Li listened to Gai's words and unloaded his own burden. When others did not, just when they thought it was true, the weight was thrown to the ground and the dust was so exaggerated that everyone shut their mouths. Xiao Li's speed increased to the point that other genin could not observe it at all. Gara's sand could not react at all, and he would be hit by Xiao Li every time. But this kind of attack is far from enough. In addition to the defense of sand around Gara's body, Gara also has sand armor attached to his body. Xiao Li's attack cannot break Gara's defense at all. Xiao Li has no choice but to use Lotus Hana attacks Gara, and when the release is complete it is discovered that his attack was just a clone of Gara. This kid is outstanding in physical skills, but his weaknesses are also huge. Yelan commented while looking at the 2 fighting men. Why do you say that? Sakura, who had some friendship with Xiao Li, asked. Because I only know physical skills. Once this kind of opponent loses strength when fighting, his combat effectiveness will plummet. It seems that he has no strength after he just performed the move, you see. After listening to Yelan's words, Sakura looked at Xiao Li who was in the field. Xiao Li didn't even have the strength to escape and was only attacked unilaterally by Gara's sand. How could this happen? I still had the advantage just now. Xiao Ying said as she looked at Xiao Li who was beaten up. No, Li will not give up easily. He has his own determination. Seeing Xiao Li being beaten, Kai didn't worry at all. Next is when youth will burst out. 8 Gates Dungia's third gate, Gate of Life, opens. I saw an astonishing chakra erupting from Xiao Li's body, his face turned red, his hair stood up, and an astonishing aura erupted from his body. Kai, you taught this child such a dangerous technique. Kakashi had already lifted his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan, and was observing Xiao Li's every move. 8 Gates Dungia, this is the first time Yelan has heard of this kind of ninjutsu, which can actually burst out with such power. However, it seems that this technique has great side effects and is not suitable for him, and he already has other Tianyu Zhang. Although it also has side effects, but 8 Gates Dungia means little to him. Awesome, I didn't expect Xiao Li to be so strong, and Gara are both very strong opponents. I don't know who I will encounter them next. Suzuki has already opened Sharingan, observing every move of both sides. Neither of them is easy to deal with, and they may be his opponents next. It's not over yet. The fourth gate, Gate of Pain, opens. The chakra on Xiao Li's body skyrocketed again, and then he kicked Gaara's chin at an extremely fast speed, and Gaara was kicked directly into the air. So fast. Even with Sharingan activated, Sasuke couldn't clearly see Xiao Li's movements. If Xiao Li attacked him, he wouldn't be able to react. Then Gaara was kicked around in the air by Xiao Li, and the armor formed by the sand on his body kept falling off, making him unable to fight back. Isn't this enough? The fifth gate, Gate of Limit, is open. Xiao Li loosened the bandage on his hand, wrapped it around Gaara's waist and threw him violently from the air to the ground. The smoke splashed up so that everyone could not open their eyes. It's over, Xiao Li lost. Yelan closed Sharingan, he had already seen the result. How could it be? Naruto and the others couldn't believe that Xiao Li could lose like this. The smoke dissipated, and Gaara was seen lying on a piece of sand, while Xiao Li had already retreated from the Eight Gates dungeon state. Gaara directly used the sand to twist one of Xiao Li's arms and one leg. Seeing that Xiao Li was still struggling, Gaara continued to control the sand to attack Xiao Li. At this time, Kai went directly to the game and scattered Gaara's sand. He understood that Xiao Li had lost and Xiao Li's life would be in danger if he didn't come back. Then Moonlight Hayate announced Gaara's victory, but Li stood up and assumed a fighting posture despite losing consciousness. This scene made Kai hug Li tightly, and tears kept falling down. This time Yelan didn't feel any discomfort. Although Xiao Li was a genin, he could do many things that genin couldn't do. Kakashi, there is something wrong with that child. While Naruto and others were paying attention to Xiao Li's injury, Yelan walked to Kakashi and whispered. It's unmistakable, that child is Tsunagakure's Jinchuriki. Yelan believed in his own eyes, even though it was very little, there was a trace of chakra that did not belong to him leaked out when Gaara was fighting. Are you sure? Kakashi knew that this was no small matter. Other ninja villages actually sent Jinchuriki to take the Chunin exam. What exactly did Tsunagakure want? I'm sure you need to understand that I'm from the Uchiha clan. After the preliminaries, I will report to Master Hokage. This kind of thing is not a trivial matter. Kakashi said seriously. Once something like Jinchuriki breaks out, Jainin won't be able to deal with it. He's afraid that Tsunagakure has other purposes. Kakashi was silent. There were not many people in the village who could deal with the tailed beasts. If the Jinchuriki really broke out, they would probably have to count on Yelan. After all, he was from the Uchiha clan. Naruto and others were shocked when they learned that Xiao Li might not be cured and would give up his identity as a ninja. It was the first time that a good friend was leaving his ninja career due to injury in front of them, and a group of people became silent. Naruto began to yell. He could not accept such a thing. Sasuke was okay but did not speak. Sakura covered her mouth and cried. Calm down, Naruto. Kakashi stepped forward and covered Naruto's mouth. But Mr. Kakashi, Xiao Li clearly said that hard work can defeat geniuses, but he hasn't proven it yet. Naruto's emotions began to collapse. This is unacceptable, kid. You should be glad that you live in a peaceful era. Yelan said from the side, and everyone else looked at him. Death is normal for ninjas. I have personally seen my teammates and people are dying in front of me, but I can't do anything about it. If you don't want to do it, just bring the wishes of that boy with thick eyebrows and work hard together. Senior Yelan didn't look much older than us, but he had experienced something like this. Sakura was shocked by Yelan's words. Looking at Naruto's unwilling gaze, Yelan continued, I'll tell you that all the Jainin present have experienced the death of their companions. They don't tell you because they don't want to untie their own scars. We can only carry the will of others with us. Live. Stop talking about Yelan, it's too early for them. Kakashi stopped him. He didn't want his students to have any psychological problems. After hearing this, Yellen shook his head helplessly. Kakashi said that they were no longer students but his subordinates, but in his heart he still regarded them as children. He himself went to the battlefield when he was younger than them. Peace has lasted for a long time. Will change a person. As the last game ended with Otonintos defeating Chiji, Hokage appeared in front of people again and announced that the third test would officially begin a month later. It would also be a one-on-one showdown, but in addition to the ninjas present, there would be nobles from various countries came to watch. I hope that everyone can improve their strength within this month and show it to everyone in the best condition. Chapter 17 Training Arrangements. A few days after the second exam, the Hokage reconvened the Genin from the village to the Hokage building. Yesterday Anbu discovered the body of Moonlight Hayate. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the middle, said seriously. Could it be Orochimaru? Anko on the side felt that Genin, who was able to stay quietly in the village, was the biggest suspect. Orochimaru. No, I asked Hayate to follow Kabuto the pharmacist. He was a target of suspicion, but I didn't expect that I actually harmed him. Hiruzen blamed himself a little, but he quickly put away his sad expression and said seriously, according to Anbu's report, Kusanai uses a powerful wind escape. The opponent is at least a Genin level master. It is most likely done by Kabuto Yakushi or his associates. It is not certain that it is Orochimaru. We must be prepared for other enemies. The final stage of the Chunin exams will be in 1 month. Nobles from other countries and Kazekage will arrive soon. Konoha's alert is at its highest and I will instruct Anbu to participate in this security process. Everyone should not relax their vigilance. Then Hiruzen made a series of arrangements, and Genin who received the order left one after another. Finally, Hiruzen left Yellen behind and said, Yellen did a good job blocking Orochimaru's plan last time in the Forest of Death. This is what I think about. The reward will be given to you later. After saying that, he picked up a scroll and handed it to Yellen. Yellen was a little surprised after taking it and opening it. He didn't expect that Hiruzen would give him this ninjutsu as a reward. Master Hokage, this technique is from second Hokage. Hiruzen waved his hand. You are a descendant of Kagami, Shisui's younger brother. I'm really sorry about Shisui. He is a good boy. He has been working hard for the harmonious coexistence between Uchiha and the village. Now you are the only one left in the Uchiha clan. And Sasuke, I hope you can inherit his will. Yellen was silent. There were too many questions about Shisui's disappearance. The reason why he stayed in the village now was to find out the real reason why the Uchiha clan was exterminated. From his behavior of casually wearing Konoha forehead protector and never wearing a ninja vest, it can be seen that he actually has no nostalgia for the village. Looking at Yellen who was silent, Hiruzen sighed, I understand that you are a little concerned about the Uchiha clan, but now is the time when the village needs strength the most. I must unite everyone in the village. Yellen, just treat it as an old man's request. Looking at Hiruzen, whose face had grown old Madara, Yellen nodded, Master Hokage, what do I need to do for this Chunin exam? Hearing Yellen's answer, Hiruzen showed a smile. Kakashi has already told me that there is a student taking the exam in Tsunagakuer, Jinchuriki. I trust your judgment. On the day of the competition, I need you to judge that student at the venue. Jinchuriki will supervise and take action immediately if there is any violence. The village cannot accept the destruction of Jinchuriki. Hiruzen then gave a few more instructions, and Yellen took his leave and left. Hiruzen, is it really okay to give the teacher's technique to that child? Koharu said after Yellen left and went to bed. Whether it's Kagami or Shisui, we owe too much. We can't let the two remaining Uchiha feel cold anymore. Sasuke hasn't grown up yet. We need Yellen's power. Perhaps because of his age, Hiruzen's mood has changed a lot, the heart becomes soft. If Jiraiya and Tsunade were here, how could we be so passive? I don't know where those two guys are now. Mito Kadoyan said angrily. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent when he heard the names of his other 2 disciples. None of his disciples could inherit his mantle and all left the village. From a certain aspect, he was a real failure as a teacher. Yo! Yelan! As soon as Yelan left the Hokage building, he found Kakashi waiting for him at the door. I have something to discuss with you. Kakashi's eyes were wandering, and he didn't dare to look directly at Yelan. He seemed to have made up his mind before continuing, you know there is still 1 month left before the final exam. I plan to tell Sasuke special training is going on, but Naruto, who also passed the budget, has no one to teach him, can you? No. Before Kakashi could finish speaking, Yelan rejected him. It's not that I don't help, Naruto's personality is inherently incompatible with mine, and my fighting style is seriously inconsistent with Naruto's. Do you expect him to learn my fire style or sword skills? Can you imagine Naruto fighting in the same way as me? Is that true? Kakashi was also worried about Naruto. And that child's foundation is so poor that he can't even master chakra well. If it's teaching, I would rather teach Harano Sakura, another girl in your class. Seeing that Kakashi was a little discouraged, Yelan also said comfortingly, maybe it was because of Sasuke, the relationship between the two has improved a lot. Are you willing to teach Sakura? That's settled. Kakashi said directly by borrowing the donkey from Poxia. Sakura doesn't need to participate in the competition, what should I teach her? Besides, Sasuke doesn't need me? You have to know that Orochimaru's target is Sasuke. Can you stop Orochimaru by yourself? Yelan didn't expect Kakashi to go directly. Such a decision. Sasuke, don't worry. I will find a hidden training place, and there will be some Anbu to help. It shouldn't be a big problem. Sakura just didn't pass the exam, so I want her to study further, but I don't have much time to teach. Don't worry, Sakura has a good foundation and a strong learning ability, but her fighting thinking is a bit stiff and she lacks some means to determine victory, so just follow the instructions. Kakashi said quickly. Tomorrow I will ask Sakura to go to the training ground to find you. You must come. Before Yelan could react, Kakashi turned into a ball of smoke. It turned out that what was left here waiting was just one of his shadow clone. This guy seems to have had this plan for a long time. Yelan thought helplessly, it seemed that he could only take one step at a time. Early the next morning, Kakashi took Sakura to Konoha's training ground. Xiaoying, you have to study hard with Yelan. This is what I finally made him agree to. With your learning ability, your strength will soon improve. And although Yelan is not much older than you, his strength is they are the strongest group of people in the village, so don't worry about this. Kakashi told Sakura. Teacher Kakashi, is Senior Yelan so powerful? Sakura only saw Yelan take action twice in the Forest of Death. So she didn't have a clear understanding of Yelan's strength. That's quite remarkable. Yelan already went on an S-level mission when he was 2 years younger than you. The Orochimaru you met in the Death Forest was an S-level rebellious ninja in Konoha. Even I can't guarantee that. Can completely block him. Kakashi said, in fact, this time is not only special training for Sasuke, but also starting to train himself. Yelan's strength and the situation of the village have put a lot of pressure on him. Senior Yelan is so powerful. Speaking of which, why is there no one in the training ground? He won't come. Kakashi thought a little awkwardly as he looked at the empty training ground. You are really good at making decisions for others without permission, Kakashi. Just when Kakashi didn't know how to continue talking to Sakura, Yelan finally appeared in front of them. Ha ha ha, you're here. Sakura, call the teacher. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly and said with a smile. Yelan, teacher. Xiaoying said looking at Yelan who was 2 or 3 years older than herself. No need. I'm too young to be a teacher. Yelan waved his hand, making Kakashi and Sakura think that he did not agree to teach. Just call me brother like Sasuke. Although I have never heard that kid call me that. But Sakura, my training is very strict. Even Sasuke couldn't stand it at first. Have you made up your mind? Hearing Yelan say this, Xiaoying was a little overwhelmed. In fact, she was not under pressure to participate in the competition now, and training was not an urgent matter for her. But when she thought that she had been protected by Sasuke and Naruto in the Forest of Death, she had been unable to do anything. Both of them had passed the pre-selection and she didn't know what to do. Thinking of this, the confusion in Xiaoying's eyes gradually became determined, and she looked into Yelan's eyes and said, "Brother Yelan, I have made up my mind." Chapter 18 Training Sakura. Sakura, do you understand what direction you most need to practice now? Yelan asked directly after Kakashi left. Sakura shook her head. Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, and Taijutsu. In fact, what you need most now is to exercise your body. Girls are born with less physical strength than boys, and Taijutsu is also very important to genin. What you need most now is improve your physical strength. Yelan pointed out Xiaoying's current shortcomings. Starting from today, you will run 10 kilometers and swim 3 kilometers every day. After you finish, I will teach you other things. 20 kilometers of running, 5 kilometers of swimming. This is a bit too much training for a girl. After doing this every day, she still has the energy to learn other knowledge. This is just the beginning and will gradually increase. Not only that, you can't use chakra, you have to rely on your own physical strength to complete it. Yelan will not supervise Sakura, it all depends on Sakura's own consciousness. I understand. I understand. Sakura didn't expect such rigorous training. Go ahead and come to me when you're done. I'll wait for you at this training ground. After Yelan said that, he no longer cared about Xiaoying. At his current age, when his strength is growing rapidly, he can't stop. One's own practice. Sakura took a deep breath and encouraged herself secretly. She knew that this training was to improve herself and become a better ninja. She stepped forward and began a long run. Every step was filled with determination and determination. Yelan came to the lakeside of the training ground and opened the scroll handed to him by Hiruzen Sarutobi. There were 5 ninjutsu in it, all of which were B-level or above in learning difficulty. What came into view were Water Style, Tiankai, and Hard Cut. Water Blade, Water Dragon Bite Explosion, followed by second Hokage's original chakra perception technique, Dark Walking Technique. Water Style is not mentioned for the time being. After successfully practicing the chakra perception technology developed by the second generation project, you can even perceive chakra thousands of miles away. However, no one can practice to the level of the second generation project. Yelan does not expect much, it can cover hundreds of thousands of miles. He was satisfied within the scope. The Dark Act is an A-level genjutsu, which can be said to be a second generation genjutsu that is specially designed to deal with Sharingan. It is a very useful technique to close the opponent's line of sight and completely plunge the opponent into darkness. Let's start with chakra perception. After reading the scroll, Yelan closed his eyes and began to release his chakra for perception according to the method on the scroll. Sakura didn't finish training until the evening. When she came to the training ground out of breath, Yelan had already started to prepare to leave. Have you finished training? I thought it would take a few days for you to finish. Yelan said, sit down first. Sakura sat on the ground casually following Yelan's words. She was curious about what ninjutsu Yelan would teach her. Yelan slowly raised his right hand, and at the same time reminded Sakura to carefully observe his hand movements, and emphasized that chakra must be concentrated in the palm of his hand, but it should be noted that too much chakra cannot be concentrated. Can only be concentrated bit by bit. Sakura watched Yelan's every move with concentration, then imitated his gesture and raised her right hand. This process was not difficult for her as she had already mastered certain ninjutsu techniques and chakra control abilities. Then put your hand on your other arm, slowly release your chakra, and let the chakra stimulate your muscles. Will doing this improve my physical strength? Sakura asked curiously. It's just to relax your muscles better. Your muscles must be tense after exercise. If you don't want to be unable to get up tomorrow, do as I say and use chakra to stimulate all the places you exercise. Yelanmian said expressionlessly. Xiaoying blushed after hearing this. She understood that Yelan taught her this because she felt that he could not help her relax her muscles with his own hands. Seeing that Xiaoying had already learned, Yelan stood up and said, "Let's get here today. If you want to learn more, complete the physical training earlier every day." Yes. Sakura dusted herself off and left. The next day, Xiaoying arrived at the training ground half an hour early. When she arrived at the training ground, she found that Yelan was closing her eyes tightly, squatting on the ground, pointing a finger on the ground and not knowing what she was doing. Sakura didn't dare to interrupt and just watched from the sidelines. "Here we come," Yelan said directly before opening his eyes. Sakura was surprised but nodded. Yelan took out a card from his ninja bag and threw it directly at Sakura and said, "This is chakra paper. It is a paper used to detect the properties of chakra. Inject a little bit of your chakra into it." After hearing this, Sakura directly followed the instructions and slowly poured her chakra into it. Half of the chakra paper became wet and half of it crumbled. Water style and earth style. Yelan touched his chin and said, "What I'm good at are fire style, water style, and wind escape. I also know some earth style, but I'm not as good at water style. Which one do you want to learn?" Kind. If Xiaoying was asked to choose, she didn't know. She looked at Yelan with some confusion. Water style is famous for its wide attack range, but most of them require a very large chakra. Earth style is famous for defense. Yelan saw that Sakura still had some doubts and continued, "Learning that kind of ninjutsu actually depends on your fighting skills. Method, Sakura, what do you think is your ideal fighting method?" Seeing that Sakura was still a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say, Yelan said directly, "Once everyone's fighting style is decided, it is difficult to change. You'd better express your inner thoughts." Sakura's face turned a little red and she said coyly, "I hope that when Naruto and Sasuke quarrel, they can pull away from each other and punch both of them in the head. Is that so?" Yelan thought for a moment and pointed at the tree not far from them. "If that is Naruto Sasuke, what do you think about me doing this?" Yelan ran quickly to the tree, making several marks on his fingers in the process. When he reached the tree, he raised his fist and smashed it towards the tree. In Sakura's surprised eyes, the tree was directly blasted into two halves. "I want to learn this." Sakura was excited inwardly. When Yelan turned around and saw Sakura's sparkling eyes, he knew that she had decided on her own fighting style. This technique is called Earth Style, a hardening technique. Strengthening your body through Earth Style can not only enhance the power of your physical skills, but also strengthen your defense, allowing your body to reduce physical damage. It is a very practical ninjutsu. Yelan said. Sakura nodded. She wanted to learn this. She had already imagined Naruto and Sasuke being beaten up by her. Learning this technique requires fine control of chakra. You need to cover the surface of your body with your chakra. If you don't have enough chakra, it won't last long if you use it directly. It's best to just cover yourself when attacking. Use your fists to cover the attacked area when defending, which can save a lot of chakra. Yelan explained. Then Yelan explained to Sakura how to practice and control his chakra to cover his body. Sakura was worthy of being a top student. After Yelan explained it once, she understood the principle and was able to start practicing alone. If Naruto didn't know how long it would take to be disabled. Time. The days passed like this, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoying was finally able to complete the physical training before 2 o'clock every afternoon. Then, under Xiaoying's surprised eyes, Yellen prepared weight-bearing leggings for her. Fortunately, it was not Xiaoli. It was just 2 5-kilogram leggings, but it made Sakura very tired, and her speed suddenly slowed down a lot. In order to seize the time to practice ninjutsu, Sakura got up early every morning and started running, instead of sleeping in. Today, when she was about to finish her running training, she met an acquaintance, her best friend Ino. "Sakura, what are you doing?" Ino asked in surprise, seeing Sakura sweating profusely. "I'm doing physical training." Sakura didn't expect to meet Ino during training and was a little embarrassed. "Training? You don't have to participate in the competition to train so hard." Ino was a little surprised. "It's because I was eliminated that I have to train, otherwise the gap will only get bigger and bigger." Sakura has regained her composure and said openly. I didn't expect you to have such an idea. Did Mr. Kakashi set a training target for you?" "It seems that Mr. Kakashi is training Suzuki, and he arranged for Brother Yellen to train me," Sakura explained. "That examiner in the second examination room? Why don't you call him brother?" This was even more surprising than Ino seeing Sakura training. "He asked me to call him that. He said that he is not much older than me. Calling him a teacher makes him look too old. Calling him a senior makes him look younger. Just call him brother like Suzuki." "I see, but you also said that Brother Yellen is not much older than you. Can you teach me?" Ino said smoothly. "Why do you call her that? Brother Yellen is still very powerful. I have obviously felt stronger in the past half-month." Sakura looked at Ino strangely. "Oh, aren't we good friends? You can call me whatever you want. You said you have become a lot stronger, but what did you teach you?" "Humph," Sakura said when she saw a large stone not far away, "then I'll let you see it." Saying this, Sakura bent down and ran towards the rocks at a fast pace. So fast, much faster than when we competed in the Chunin exam. If nothing else, Ino was impressed by Sakura's current speed. "Watch the move!" Sakura shouted, waving her pink fist. And with the sound of howling wind, she hit a boulder in front of her that was twice her size. Just hearing a loud bang, the boulder instantly turned into countless fragments, flying everywhere. Ino was stunned and secretly exclaimed, "No way! In just half a month, Sakura has become so powerful. If Sakura was this strong half a month ago, she would definitely lose." Ino couldn't help but take a breath of cool air. Sakura turned around proudly, with a confident smile on her lips, and looked at Ino. "How about it? I'm great, right?" Ino came back to her senses and praised sincerely, "That's great, Sakura. But you have simply turned into a violent woman." Upon hearing this, Xiaoying's face darkened, with an evil look on her face, and she raised her pink fist, ready to take action. Seeing this, Ino was so frightened that she waved her hands. "No. It's nothing. Just kidding, Sakura is a violent woman now, she can't be offended." Ino quickly changed the subject to avoid being beaten. Chapter 19 The End. A month was about to pass, and Sakura was practicing at the training ground as usual. She could now cover any part of her body with the hardening technique within 1 second. Just as she was resting with her eyes closed, Naruto came to train. The field found her. "Sakura, are you practicing?" Naruto scratched his head and walked towards Sakura with some embarrassment. "Naruto, aren't you going to do special training?" Sakura hadn't seen Suzuki and Naruto for a long time and knew that both of them were in special training. It felt a little strange for Naruto to find her at this moment. "Ah, I have been undergoing special training, and the teacher who gave me special training is very good. I just came to see you because I have something to say." "What's going on?" Sakura asked. This is Naruto kept twirling his two fingers in front of his chest without saying anything. Seeing Naruto's squirmy and slimy appearance, Sakura couldn't help but feel a little irritated. She knew that she still had important training tasks to complete, so she impatiently urged, "What are you going to say? Hurry up and say it." However, Naruto was still hesitant. He said, just. The words had reached his lips, but he still couldn't express them smoothly. Sakura couldn't stand Naruto's dilly-dallying, so she turned around and prepared to continue practicing ninjutsu. At this moment, Naruto hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Sakura!" He wanted to catch up in a panic, but he didn't pay attention to the road conditions under his feet. As a result, by accident, Naruto was tripped and fell to the ground, and his body involuntarily threw himself in the direction of Sakura. Hey! In fact, if Naruto wanted to, he could quickly stabilize his figure with his strength. But at this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind: maybe this way he could achieve his goal of hugging Sakura. So, he simply leaned towards Sakura's body. Sakura instantly noticed Naruto's intention, her face changed, and she yelled angrily, "What do you want to do?" Then, she raised her fist without hesitation and hit Naruto hard in the face. Although she did not use hardening, her speed and strength were significantly improved after a month of strenuous physical training. Naruto felt his eyes flash, and his whole body flew straight out like a kite with its string broken. After spinning several times in the air, he landed awkwardly on the ground. Naruto, who fell to the ground, was dizzy. A group of small stars shining with golden light seemed to appear in front of his eyes, circling continuously. He didn't understand why Sakura became so powerful and knocked him away with one punch. The girl Naruto likes is so violent, she really has the demeanor of Tsunade. Jiraiya, who was hiding aside and peeping, couldn't help but think. It seems that this month's practice has been very effective. Sakura was very satisfied with the power of this punch, turned around and walked in the direction of Yelan's practice. When she saw Yelan and wanted to say hello, she found that the lake in front of Yelan seemed to be boiling. Water style, water dragon bites and explodes. The lake water formed a huge whirlpool, and then the upward flowing water continued to condense and finally turned into a huge water dragon. The water dragon seemed to roar in the air and then rushed towards the center of the whirlpool. With a loud noise, water splashed everywhere, and the water in the lake, the fish were frightened and fled in all directions. Yelan withdrew his gesture and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He was quite satisfied with this technique. Sakura had never seen such an exaggerated water style before. It took her a while to come to her senses, and then she ran to Yelan excitedly, "Brother Yelan, the water style you just performed was so powerful. It's not bad, my mastery of this technique is not perfect yet and I need further practice." Yelan said casually. "There is no need for physical training tomorrow. Come directly to the training ground. I have something to tell you." Xiaoying nodded. She was a little curious about what Yelan wanted to say to him. The next day, Sakura came directly to the training ground just like Yelan said. "Sakura, you and I will have actual combat training today. I will use a Chunin's shadow clone to sparring with you. You don't have to hold back. I'll see what step you can take." Yelan said directly after seeing Sakura's arrival. Said. Yes. Sakura was a little excited when she heard that today was the start of actual combat training. She was already ready. Although it was just a shadow clone, Sakura was not careless after seeing Yelan's water style yesterday. Take off the weights on your legs and don't wear them unless you are doing physical training in the future. Wearing this thing for a long time will affect your physical development. You are still at the age of growing taller. Yelan still ordered before training. After Sakura removed the weight, the actual combat training officially began. Sakura wanted to get close to Yelan when she came up. Her strength was her fists. She believed that if she hit a punch, Yelan's shadow clone would be defeated. Shadow Clone's Yelan didn't give her this chance. She kept using speed to keep the distance between her and Sakura, and kept harassing Sakura's progress with shurikens in one hand. Sakura dodged left and right. Although her strength and speed had increased a lot after a month of training, she still couldn't keep up with Shadow Clone's speed and could only be beaten passively. Sakura knew she couldn't continue like this, so she turned around and quickly hid behind a huge rock. She remembered that Yelan had said that this was a practical training, but he did not clearly say that he could not hide. In this case, if Shadow Clone wants to launch an attack, it must actively approach her, and that is the perfect time for her to fight back. Yelan looked at Xiao Ying's actions, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. He immediately ordered the Shadow Clone to walk directly in the direction of Sakura's hiding place. Shadow Clone slowly approached Sakura's hiding place, but when he arrived behind the boulder, he was surprised to find that Sakura had already disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Shadow Clone heard some subtle noises above, and he began to dodge to one side alertly. At the same time, a burst of smoke filled the air, and an arm suddenly stretched out from the smoke and tightly grabbed one of the Shadow Clone. It turned out that after hiding, Sakura cleverly used the transformation technique to disguise herself as a pile of rubble next to the rock. The Sakura who appears above is just a clone of her. "I caught you, Brother Yelan!" Sakura shouted excitedly. Immediately afterwards, she gathered her strength and swung out a punch, hitting the captured Shadow Clone firmly, instantly turning it into a ball of smoke and dissipating in the air. Yelan saw everything, couldn't help but applaud, walked up to Xiao Ying and said, "Well done." Sakura smiled sheepishly after hearing the compliment. "But Sakura, have you noticed your shortcomings?" Yelan asked later. "The speed is still not fast enough." Sakura felt that if the speed was faster, she would be able to resolve the battle faster. "That's true, but you have to know that there are many ninjas who are faster than you when performing tasks. No matter how hard you train, you can't reach the ultimate speed. There will always be ninjas who are faster than you. Your current flaw is that you don't have any long-range attack methods, and sometimes you don't need to take the initiative to approach the opponent." Yelan said, "What do you think if you were a ninja and met one?" Seeing Sakura thinking, Yelan clicked it directly, "Medical ninja or some ordinary female genin, I would never have thought that your strength is fists." Xiao Ying was enlightened after hearing Yelan's words. "Does that mean the other party will take the initiative to approach me? In this case, the enemy is not a particularly powerful person. You still need to confuse the enemy." Yelan took out a scroll and handed it to Sakura. "There are 3 ninjutsu here, which are Earth Style, Rock Pillar Spear, Earth Style, Rock Fist, and 1 Genjutsu, Fox Heart Technique." Yelan said and started to demonstrate to Sakura the seals in his hands. First, a clearing in the distance suddenly condensed into a ground thorn and penetrated a tree directly. Then he saw one of Yelan's fists covering the rock, and the entire fist grew twice in size. The rock pillar gun is a long-range attack technique. In some cases, it can hit the opponent unexpectedly, and the rock fist can make the power of your fists even more powerful. Yelan said, dispelling the rock fist, "As for genjutsu, I won't hide it. Most of the effects of genjutsu are to put the enemy into an illusion so that you can attack better. I just want to tell you that when fighting the enemy, you can use the rock pillar gun and genjutsu to attack first. The enemy will feel that you are a ninjutsu-focused ninja and want to attack you closely, so your fists will be effective. So that's it." Sakura took the scroll and looked thoughtful, as if she had found a new way of fighting. "The competition will start in a few days, and my training for you will end here. The rest is up to you. I have finally completed what Kakashi entrusted to me." Yelan said. "Is this the end?" Sakura suddenly felt a little reluctant. She could feel that this month was the month where her strength had improved the fastest since she was a child. She didn't expect it to be over so soon. "It's over. I'm not suitable to be your teacher. Everything I can teach you has been handed over to you. Our fighting styles are different. In the future, you will meet a more suitable teacher than me. You need to go ahead. You can go on your own. Yelin touched Xiao Ying's head, and Xiao Ying didn't refuse, but her face turned a little red. One more thing. Seeing Sakura's appearance, Yelan couldn't help but think of Suzuki. You do like Suzuki? Ah? Sakura, who was blushing at first, was even more embarrassed. Moreover, Yelan was Sasuke's clan brother. So being asked this suddenly felt like meeting her parents. How much do you know about the Uchiha clan? Yelan asked directly, having confirmed Sakura's thoughts. What about the Uchiha clan? Looking at Sakura, who had some doubts, Yelan understood that most civilians in the village and genin who had no background did not know much about what happened to the Uchiha clan. 5 years ago, not long after I left the village, a tragic and inhumane thing happened to the Uchiha clan. Yelan said slowly, it was only when I returned to the village that I found out that one night 5 years ago, Uchiha Itachi teamed up with the unknown masters massacred the Uchiha clan. This is the first time Sakura knows this. This man named Uchiha Itachi was Sasuke's biological brother. He personally killed his biological parents and everyone in the Uchiha clan. After that day, only Suzuki and I were left in the entire Uchiha clan. Killing his biological parents? How could such a thing happen? No wonder Suzuki looked so cold. Sakura remembered what happened 5 years ago when Suzuki suddenly missed class for a few days. Suzuki and I have only one purpose, to find Uchiha Itachi and kill him, not only for ourselves but also for the Uchiha clan who were killed by him. Yelan told the tragic story of the Uchiha clan. I'm telling you what I want to tell you is that I won't discipline you if you like Suzuki, but now Suzuki probably has no intention of falling in love at all. I just hope that your love will be buried deep in your heart first, and I won't express my feelings until everything has settled. Chi, after all you are still young. After hearing this, Sakura nodded silently and stopped talking. It seemed that what happened to the Uchiha clan shocked her quite a bit. Don't think too much. From now on, you and Suzuki can get along just like before. I'm just telling you what Suzuki has experienced so that you can understand him better. Yelan then took out another gift box and said, finally, I give you something as a gift for the successful completion of your training with me. No, how can you be so embarrassed? Training me will bring you trouble. Sakura said with some shirk, with a panic on her face. Take it, I happened to think it was suitable for you and bought it. Yelan handed it to Xiao Ying directly. Sakura did not shirk again but opened the box with some curiosity, only to see a pair of dark gloves inside. Although you are already proficient in using the hardening technique, you must also protect your fists. This will be your most important weapon in the future. In addition to protecting your fists, these gloves can also allow you to run chakra better. I am here. I saw it when I was looking for a ninja sword, and I thought it would suit you well, so I bought it. Sakura tried to put on the gloves and try running chakra. As Yelan said, she fell in love with this pair of gloves right away. Thank you so much. Sakura understood that this gift was indeed suitable for her. Then, I'll leave first after the training. Yelan waved his hand, then turned and left. Sakura looked at his retreating back quietly, feeling a deep sense of gratitude in her heart. She knew that Yelan had been accompanying her this month, guiding her practice and helping her overcome difficulties. Without Yelan's patient teaching and encouragement, she would not have made such great progress. At this moment, she wanted to express her deepest gratitude to Yelan, but she felt that no words could fully express this emotion. So, Sakura bowed deeply and saluted Yelan's back to express her most sincere gratitude. Chapter 20 The game begins. Gorgeous fireworks continued to bloom at the venue, and the nobles of the big city had arrived. The ninjas in the village and some onlookers also came to the venue to watch the game. Brother Yelan. Xiao Ying saw Yelan in the venue and ran to him quickly. You are here too, the game will start soon. Yelan saw Ino with Sakura, and the two made an appointment to come to watch the game together. Since we have met, let's go together. Then we can analyze it for us. Ino said on the side. Watching the game with a handsome guy will make you feel much better. It's okay. Although Hokage asked him to keep an eye on Gaara to prevent him from going crazy, it didn't clearly stipulate that he must stay in a specific place in the venue. Moreover, if he is with Sakura and the others, he can protect their safety if anything happens. Therefore, Yelan thought about it and agreed. Speaking of which, who are you more optimistic about in the first showdown between Naruto and Neji? Sakura said worriedly after finding a seat and sitting down. Although she usually has a bad attitude towards Naruto, she still cares about Naruto very much during the competition. Human. Neji must be able to win. Naruto is no match for Nisi no matter what. Ino expressed her opinion before Yelan could speak. If we look at it from a month ago, Neji definitely has a better chance of winning, but I don't know how much both sides have improved in the past month. It still depends on their performance. Yelan knew that Naruto was from the Uzumaki clan. Future generations, if some talents of the Uzumaki clan are awakened, it is not certain whether Byakugan can win. As time passed, the auditorium was gradually filled with people who came to watch the game, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. At the same time, the genins participating in the competition gathered in the center of the field. The referee of this competition was Shiranui Genma. He stood on the sidelines and looked at each contestant seriously. As the game approaches, the tension on the court becomes increasingly intense. Finally, Kazekage's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Kazekage wore a regular shadow robe and hat, but his face was covered so that others could not see his appearance. This may be the custom of Tsunagakure village. However, he still nodded slightly to indicate. Immediately afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and announced, "This competition officially begins." The voice resounded throughout the entire stadium, instantly igniting everyone's enthusiasm. All other genin on the field left the stage, leaving only Naruto, Neji and the referee. After Shiranui Genma started, the two sides immediately took action. Naruto directly used the shadow clone technique. He cleverly distributed the chakra evenly to each shadow clone so that the Byakugan could not see through his body. However, the gap in physical skills between the two sides was too great. Each shadow clone could not catch Neji's two moves and was defeated. In desperation, Naruto used shurikens to attack. Shurikens from all directions shot at Neji at the same time, as if he was there is no way to avoid it. Neji raised his arm and spun quickly. His whole body was wrapped in a hemispherical chakra. All the shurikens thrown by Naruto were bounced away. What kind of attack is this? Ino asked in surprise. She hadn't seen Neji use this kind of ninjutsu a month ago. It's Kaishin. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Yelan clearly knows the trump card of the Hyuga clan, but this trick can only be used by members of the clan. As a member of the branch house, Ninkai is so hostile to the clan. With the structure of the Hyuga clan, it is impossible to it may be that he was taught by himself, but he only learned it by himself. Unexpectedly, a good person came out of the Hyuga branch house. Kaishin can defend against physical attacks 360 degrees without blind spots. In a certain respect, it can be regarded as an absolute defense. Yelan explained to Sakura and the two. Then no matter how Naruto attacks, he will be blocked by Kaden. How can Naruto win like this? Sakura was a little worried. No matter how strong ninjutsu is, it still depends on how to use it, not to mention Kaden, a technique that requires a lot of chakra. Neji can't use it many times. It depends on how Naruto handles it. Yelan said comfortingly. In the blink of an eye, Naruto's clones were eliminated by Neji, leaving only his true body in front of Neji. Neji saw the right moment and used 8 trigrams 64 palms to knock Naruto to the ground. It's over, Naruto loses. Ino said with a facepalm as she didn't think much of Naruto. Naruto once again stood up with difficulty. After being hit by gentle fist, the chakra in his body could not be condensed at all. Seeing Naruto's embarrassment, Neji began to taunt, saying that people were destined to have a fate other than death. He kept talking about the viciousness of the clan towards his father, even showing the caged bird on his forehead to prove what he said. Unlike Hinata, Naruto always verbally retaliates against Neji, saying that if he becomes a Hokage, he will definitely abolish the rules of the Hyuga family. After hearing this, Neji looked at Naruto with a ridiculous face and said that he is a lazy person who doesn't know anything. I don't understand, I have been living in my own fantasy world. Just when everyone thought Naruto was about to lose, a red chakra erupted from Naruto's body, instantly healing all the scars on his body. This chakra. Yellen looked at Naruto in surprise. It was 9 tails, this guy is the legacy of the 4th generation. Uzumaki clan, 9 tails, so this kid is the Jinchuriki of the village. Yellen knew that there was 9 tails in the village, but he didn't know who Jinchuriki was. Maybe most Jainin knew about it, because he didn't know about it because he was absent from the village for a long time, and he couldn't take the initiative to ask about Jinchuriki. As a result, he now knew that 9 tails Jinchuriki was Uzumaki Naruto. After the 9 tails chakra erupted from Naruto's body, his speed and strength instantly increased to a higher level, and Neji also opened his Byakugan to increase his strength. The two kept taking action at the venue. The sound of kunai colliding and the dust being splashed on the venue indicated the intensity of the battle. However, as time passed, the two men's physical strength gradually ran out. Finally, they used their last move. Neji used Kaiten this time, and the 9 tails chakra on Naruto's fist collided with it and made a violent sound, and then both of them fell to the ground. Shiranui Genma looked at the two fallen men and secretly sighed at the intensity of this competition. After a while, Ninkai stood up first. He walked to where Naruto lay down, with a proud smile on his face. I'm sorry. You are the tail end of the crane, this is reality, the one who wins. At this moment, there was a sudden sound from the soil under his feet. Before Neji could react, he saw Naruto break out of the ground and hit him with an uppercut. Neji was caught off guard by this sudden attack. His body flew backwards involuntarily and fell heavily to the ground. This time he could not get up again. It turned out that what was lying on the ground just now was just Naruto's clone. Naruto walked up to him and said, "In the past, the graduation exam was about the clone technique. I failed the exam 3 times, but now I have mastered it proficiently. So don't talk about the fact that fate cannot be changed. Yes, because you are different from me, not a crane tail." These words made Neji lose his desire to resist and accept defeat willingly. Then Shiranui Genma announced that Naruto had advanced. Naruto actually won. Ino said in surprise. She didn't expect that Naruto, who was at the bottom of the class, had grown to this point. Naruto has always worked hard. Sakura heard Naruto's words and sighed in her heart. Can 9 tails chakra be used? I don't know how Kakashi found a teacher for Naruto. It seems that a month's time was not wasted. While Yelan was thinking about it, Ino said anxiously, "By the way, why hasn't Sasuke come yet? The first game is over. If he doesn't come again, he will be deemed to have given up. Don't worry, Kakashi should be aware of it. In my opinion, he will arrive when Sasuke's game is about to start." Looking at Sakura's confused look, Yelan continued to explain, "You don't know Kakashi's habit of being late. This time, he will definitely not show up until the critical moment." After listening to Yelan's words, Sakura thought of what Kakashi had done before and felt that it might be like this. Chapter 21 Reincarnation of the Dirty Land. After Naruto's game ended, it was originally Sasuke vs Gaara, because Sasuke started the other people's duel before he arrived. Unexpectedly, in the duel between Kankuro and Shino, Kankuro immediately surrendered, leaving only Shikamaru and Temari. Why did the puppet master of Sunagakure village give up after finally getting to this point? Sakura didn't understand that after finally getting to this point, Kankuro just gave up. Shikamaru may not give up when he sees this. At this time, a fat ninja said while eating potato chips. It turned out to be Ino's team member Akim Ichichi. Chichi, have you recovered from your illness? Ino had visited the hospital before. Chichi had a stomachache after eating something and lay in the hospital for several days. It's no problem. Chichi munched on potato chips, finished one pack and opened another. Why do you say that, Shikamaru? He has also undergone special training, so he may not be able to defeat that Temari. Sakura asked curiously. You really don't understand Shikamaru at all. That guy has never been very motivated. After hearing what Chichi said, both Sakura and Ino looked at Shikamaru in the field and found that he had no idea what he was saying. I'm afraid that guy keeps saying things like it's just troublesome. Yelan's hearing is very good. Shikamaru really kept complaining as Chichi said. On the contrary, Temari was full of energy. After the referee announced the start, he started to attack. He used his 3-star fan to continuously release wind escape to attack Shikamaru. At the same time, also pay attention to Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique. She already understood this technique during the preliminaries. As long as she is not caught by Shikamaru's shadow, she will win. However, Shikamaru's IQ amazed everyone present. He cleverly forced Temari near the hole left by Naruto in the previous game, and used the shadow imitation technique to catch Temari through the hole. Just when everyone thought Shikamaru was going to win, he won. He raised his hand and announced his abstention, saying that he no longer had chakra in his body, and he could only abstain after trying many methods but could not solve his opponent's problem. This kid has a good chance of becoming a Chunin. Yelan said after watching the game. Didn't Shikamaru lose? Ino still complained a little when she saw Shikamaru abstaining. Master Hokage said that no matter whether he wins or loses, it will not affect their jury's judgment of the contestants. Shikamaru's current judgment is something other genin does not have. His combat IQ also gives him a lot of points, which is better than before. Naruto and Ningji are both stronger, although their physical strength is different, it is enough to become a Chunin. Yelan analyzed. No way, a guy like Shikamaru could become a Chunin. Ino still couldn't believe it. Everyone is here. At this time, Kai walked to everyone with Xiao Li on crutches. Teacher Kai. Xiao Li. You are here too. The first round of competition is about to end. Sakura said in surprise when she saw the two of them. Has Sasuke played? We came here to watch his game. Kai showed his shining front teeth. After all, Sasuke is a student of Kakashi, his lifelong rival. No, I don't know why Sasuke hasn't arrived yet, but Naruto defeated Niji. I really didn't expect that Naruto would win. Sakura told them about Naruto's victory. Did Naruto actually defeat Niji? I didn't expect Naruto to grow to this point. Xiao Li was shocked. As Niji's teammate, he deeply understood how strong Niji was. He couldn't imagine how Naruto could defeat Niji. Just when the venue was noisy because Sasuke hadn't arrived yet, a whirlwind passed by the venue. Sasuke and Kakashi, who had made the audience wait for a long time, finally arrived at the venue. Sasuke-kun! Ino shouted when she saw Sasuke standing up from his seat. Sure enough, Brother Yelan said that Mr. Kakashi will come at the most critical moment. Sakura was relieved inside. Although Yelan had explained, she was still worried about whether Sasuke could arrive in time. Kakashi seems to have arrived in a hurry. Sasuke's hair has grown a lot after not seeing him for a month. Yelan looked at Sasuke's slightly longer hair and couldn't help but frowned. This hairstyle somewhat lowered Sasuke's appearance. Hey, everyone, I'm sorry for being late. Kakashi came to Yelan and others and said with a smile. Kakashi-sensei makes people wait every time. You really need to change this habit. Sakura complained a little. Sorry, Sorry. Actually, there is a reason why we are late. We have already rushed here as fast as possible. What's the reason? Sakura thought that she was lost on the road of life again. You will know after watching the game. Sasuke will definitely surprise you, Kakashi said mysteriously. At this time, the last game of the first round began. From the beginning, Sasuke attacked Gaara with rapid taijutsu. Sasuke's speed made it impossible for Gaara's-san to defend himself. What was even more surprising was his physical strength. The technique is exactly the same as the one Xiao Li used against Gaara. It only took 1 month for Sasuke to practice taijutsu like this. This kid Kakashi is indeed a genius just like you. Kai was also surprised. He understood how much hardship and training Xiao Li had to endure to reach this speed. Years, and Sasuke only used it for a month. This gap is really unacceptable. No, I admit that Sasuke has some talent, but a month of physical training alone won't reach this level. Yelan has trained Sasuke and knows what his talent is like. Kakashi, please use the Thunder Attribute Chakra to stimulate the physical body. Let's leave it to Sasuke. Thanks to Yelan, he easily saw my training method. Yes, Sasuke is the same type of ninja as me in some aspects. I taught him to use lightning style to stimulate his muscles, which greatly improved his muscles. His taijutsu. Kakashi didn't expect Yelan to analyze Sasuke's training methods at a glance. So, you taught him that technique as well. Yelan saw that in addition to the fire style of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke had a good talent for the lightning style. Yes, I taught him that technique. Kakashi and Yelan played a riddle. Ino looked left and right, wondering what they were talking about, and asked curiously, what kind of technique is it? Chidori. Yelan pointed out directly, I'm right, Kakashi, that's what you became famous for after becoming Jonin, ninjutsu, but after you teach Sasuke, it will take some time for him to be proficient in using it. Kakashi, you actually taught Chidori to Sasuke. How could you do such a dangerous thing? Kai was the person who knew Kakashi best. He knew the dangers of Chidori very well. He didn't expect Kakashi's special training to be so dangerous. You can't criticize me in this regard, right Xiao Li? Kakashi bent down and said to Xiao Li, Kakashi taught Xiao Li the 8 gates dunjia, so no one should criticize anyone else. Yelan did not comment. The advantages and disadvantages of Chidori's technique are obviously not as good as Kakashi's perfected Reikari. Chidori sprints and attacks the opponent at a super high speed, but cannot change direction in the middle. It is not easy to deal with some ninjas with good reflexes. Although the power of hitting the target is good, the attack method is too rigid. Teacher Kakashi. Stop Sasuke's game quickly. That guy Gaara is a dangerous person who kills without blinking an eye. At this time, Naruto and Shikamaru, who had passed the first round, rushed over. Naruto, relax. With us Jonin here, Sasuke will be fine. Kakashi comforted Naruto. While everyone was talking, Gaara had already wrapped himself in a sand ball, thus completely blocking Sasuke's attack. When Sasuke saw the motionless Gaara, he took the initiative to distance himself from the sprint and formed a seal with his fingers. A flash of lightning appeared in his hand. Chirp chirp. As if 1,000 birds were chirping, Sasuke sprinted quickly, leaving traces of damage by Chidori on the ground, and finally stabbed Chidori directly into the maracas. The maracas that had been leaving Sasuke helpless was successfully broken by him. Sasuke smiled as he felt the feeling of Chidori piercing into the flesh. Before he could be happy for a long time, a miserable scream came from the maracas, and then Sasuke felt a huge force grabbing his hand that was using Chidori. Sasuke screamed, and he yanked his hand away in panic. Come out! Kakashi! Yelan stood up. He had already opened the Sharingan. What he just sensed was the tailed beast's chakra. Kakashi looked serious and knew that Yelan's mission was to pay attention to Tsunagakure's Jinkraki, and he also felt the evil chakra. Tailed beasts are something that generally Jainin cannot solve, so he had to interrupt the exam at this time. Just when Kakashi wanted to stop the exam, an unusually large number of feathers seemed to fall from the sky. The audience who saw the feathers all fell asleep. When Kakashi suddenly reacted, Genjutsu, Jainin and Anbu who were present all untied Genjutsu. The sound ninja who transformed into a spectator appeared in the auditorium, and a violent explosion suddenly erupted from the stands of Hokage and Kazekage. When Yelan looked again, Hokage and Kazekage were already among the purple barriers in all directions. Have the sound ninja and Tsunagakure teamed up? It seems that the other side is well prepared this time. Kakashi picked up the kunao, and Yelan and Kai gathered around the unconscious genins. Kakashi, Sasuke seems to be chasing Gaara. Genma blocked the Tsunagakure Jainin. Sasuke doesn't know the danger of Jinchuriki. He can't solve it. Orochimaru hasn't appeared yet. I'm afraid he will target Sasuke by then. Yelan said beside Kakashi. What are you going to do? Kakashi looked at the busy Oto ninja at the venue. All Anbu had just gone to support Hokage, and there were only 3 of them left here. Cover me, I'll take Sakura and Naruto to break out to find Sasuke and subdue Tsunagakure's Jinchuriki. If the Jinchuriki completely breaks out in the village, many people will die. Yelan expressed his opinion. Kakashi and Kai nodded. They knew the dangers of Jinchuriki. Kakashi asked Sakura, who had unlocked Genjutsu, to wake up Naruto. They would deal with some sound ninja first. Orochimaru. Just when Yelan and others eliminated the sound ninja, they discovered that it was Orochimaru who was pretending to be Kazekage who was trapped in barriers with Sarutobi Hiruzen. When the master and disciple met, they started with B-level ninjutsu. After being bombarded by several intense ninjutsu by the Hokage, Orochimaru quickly formed seals and finally shouted, "Psychic, the art of reincarnation in dirty soil." Yelan had been observing the fight between Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi. After Orochimaru used the dirt to reincarnate, he saw 2 coffins coming out, and what came out of the 2 coffins turned out to be the Daidame and second Hokage, and they also fought with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jean said hello, as if he had a hint of his own consciousness. There is actually a technique that can resurrect the dead. Yelan's eyes were clear. He had never heard of this kind of ninjutsu. Chapter 22 Breaking the Army. Shikamaru, you didn't hit the genjutsu. Sakura's voice pulled Yelan out of his thoughts. Shikamaru's ability was able to see through the genjutsu just now, but he pretended to be hit by the genjutsu because he found it troublesome. I pretended to be unconscious because I was afraid of running into trouble like this. After being woken up by Sakura, he said helplessly, knowing that he couldn't pretend anymore. What happened to Sakura? Naruto was still rubbing his eyes in confusion. Yelan. Kai punched a sound ninja against the wall. Cracks appeared on the wall like spider webs. Kai yelled and punched a big hole in the cracked wall. Yelan seized the opportunity and came to the big cave, called Sakura, and said, "Let's go, Sakura." Naruto. After saying that, she jumped directly from the hole. Sakura grabbed Naruto and Shikamaru and jumped down together with Yelan. "Why are you holding me together? Did you call my name?" Shikamaru felt that it didn't matter whether he went or not with Yelan. "Looking at your lack of energy, I'll find you something to do." The speed of falling blew Sakura's hair upwards, and the whistling wind prevented Shikamaru from hearing Sakura's words clearly. Psychic technique, Thunder Falcon. Yelan was descending and made a seal with his fingers. He saw a huge flying falcon appearing at his feet. The whole body of this falcon was light blue, and the feathers on its wings were as white as snowflakes. There is a strand of black hair in the middle of the head, and the sharp eyes seem to have human emotions. The first time it was channeled, it looked at the surrounding environment in Konoha and said, "Yelan, this is the village you have always wanted to return to? Doesn't it look good? There are few natural abilities here. Poor, when will you be able to practice what I teach you?" Now is not the time to say these words. I am channeling you and asking you for help. This Thunder Falcon was the one whom Yelan met when he drifted to the island after being hit by a storm. At first, Yelan was regarded by this falcon as the intruder was given a good lesson. Fortunately, he was not killed. However, Thunder Falcon, who could speak human language, learned about Yelan's experience and let him stay on the island. Yelan wanted the Thunder Falcon to take him back to the land, but it refused Yelan because he could not leave the place where he had grown up for generations. After Yelan's strength increased and he successfully defeated the Thunder Falcon, it agreed to be Yelan's messenger. Spirit Beast. Naruto and the others all landed on the back of the big falcon and looked at the huge psychic beast in surprise. Only then did they know that Yelan had such a huge psychic beast. Its name is Pojun, but its temper is not very good. You should take it easy for a while. Yelan said, closing his eyes and making a seal with his fingers. He wanted to use the chakra perception technique to find Sasuke's existence. He is more experienced in practicing this technique than he can't be the second Hokage he was before, but now Yelan can already sense the entire Konoha village. There are already many Tsunagaku ninjas and some huge psychic snakes in the village, but the Hokage's arrangement has successfully blocked the enemy's invasion. Don't worry too much, they have found Sasuke's location. Yelan opened his eyes, pointed in a direction and said, there is a member of my tribe in the direction of Pojun, and his chakra is somewhat similar to mine. Wrap it on me. Pojun waved his wings, reaching the ultimate speed in an instant. Xiaoying and others suddenly lay on its back, and the strong airflow made them unable to even raise their heads. Like a bolt of lightning across the sky, Pojun quickly headed towards Sasuke's direction, leaving the pursuing Sound Ninja stunned. Looking at such a ferocious psychic beast, they even doubted whether this invasion would be successful. Sasuke stared at Gaara and others in front of him. Gaara's chakra just made him very concerned. He did not expect that he would be frightened by Gaara. He wanted to defeat Gaara and avenge his shame. That's it, you guys. Sasuke finally caught up with Gaara and the others. Kankuro, take Gaara and run, I'll stop him. Temari, the older sister, picked up the 3-star fan and said proactively. Temari, you. Stop being so nagging, let's go. At this time, a sound of breaking through the air roared from above the heads of several people. A huge shadow blocked the sunlight, and only a few figures jumped down from the shadow. None of you can escape, just be honest and capture. The shadow passed and the dazzling sunlight reappeared. Only then did Temari see clearly who was coming, it was Uchiha Yelan. Even if you are an examiner, you are only about the same age as us. I don't believe how strong you are. Kankuro said this after never seeing Yelan's strength. Is that so? Yelan flashed and rushed towards Temari and others like a ghost. His speed is extremely fast, making people unable to react. Don't underestimate people. Temari waved the 3-star fan to release the wind escape. After waving the fan, no trace of Yelan was found at all. Where? Yelan suddenly disappeared from Temari's sight. Temari! Behind! Kankuro called out. Temari turned her head in panic and saw a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha? This was Temari's last thought when she was awake, and she fell asleep when she looked at Sharingan. The first one. Yelan murmured, continuing to rush towards Kankuro without stopping. No, use the crow. Kankuro was about to control the crow to resist, but before he could take action, he was punched in the abdomen by Yelan. His stomach instantly surged and he knelt on the ground weakly. It's amazing, he's not much older than us and he has this kind of strength. If I were to fight against him, I wouldn't be able to defeat him no matter what tactics I use. Shikamaru watched from the sidelines as Yelan easily solved the 2 Temaris, but he couldn't help but compare with Temari even after he exhausted all his chakra. Tisk, Yelan is my opponent. Seeing that Yelan was going to attack Gaara, Sasuke couldn't help but yelled. Hey? Are you sure you can deal with this guy? Yelan turned around to reveal Gaara's current appearance. He saw that half of his body had completely transformed into a tailed beast, and one of his eyes had become the pupil of a tailed beast. Saliva continued to flow from the corners of his mouth, and he roared like a beast. What is that? Sakura had never seen such a monster before and covered her mouth. That is the monster hiding in Gaara's body, just like me. Naruto couldn't help but think of the 9 tails inside him. Sakura, Shikamaru, tie up these 2 Tsunagakure genin. They are bargaining chips for negotiations with Tsunagakure after the war. Yelan pressed his fingers on his wrist guards, using the psychic technique, lightning sword transformation, and a ninja sword appeared in his hand. Kill you! Gaara, who transformed into a half-tailed beast, rushed towards Yelan. In Sasuke's opinion, Yelan easily dodged it at a very fast speed. Gaara's right hand had transformed into a huge claw, and he could be killed with one attack. Several large trees were directly damaged. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire. A thick fire dragon blurted out from Yelan's mouth. The burning fire dragon seemed to be able to destroy everything. It hit Gaara, who had not yet reacted. Gaara, who was standing in the flames, let out a miserable scream and his body accelerated. Having stopped the process of transforming into a tailed beast, Gaara, who was surrounded by the tailed beast chakra, withstood the attack. The flames dissipated without any injuries on his body. Being hit by such a terrifying fire style and still being unscathed, what kind of monster is this? Sasuke couldn't help but wonder as he looked at Gaara, who was fighting Yelan. Yelan continued to use the ninja sword to attack Gaara, but Gaara blocked it directly with his claws. When Yelan was about to stand up and distance himself, he found that the ninja sword had been absorbed by Gaara's tailed beast turned right hand, and it had already been absorbed. Cannot be pulled out. That's it? That's all you can do? Gaara's voice couldn't be heard as it was before. Yelan smiled. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Yelan directly came to Gaara's inner world through Sharingan, and saw a little boy sitting on the ground crying, as if Gaara had been a child, and then a huge earth-colored tanuki appeared next to Gaara. I'm going out. Let Uncle Shikaku out. I'm going to go on a killing spree. This is one tail. Yelan stepped forward and observed Shikaku. Who are you, kid? How did you get in? Shikaku shouted in a high-pitched voice. If you don't want to die, just be honest. The 3 Megatama in Yelan's eyes slowly rotated and turned into a cross shape, and a dark chakra no less than that of a tailed beast burst out from his body. Shikaku's movements began to stop, his expression became dull, and his original eyes became the same as Yelan's. Just when Yelan was about to leave this inner world, he suddenly found that his clothes were being tugged. When he turned around, he realized that it was little Gaara. Chapter 23 Goodbye Orochimaru. Yelan stopped and looked at Gaara, who was holding a puppet in one hand. Can you take that monster away? I'm so scared of it. Gaara said with tears in his eyes. If I take it away, you will also lose your life. Instead of being afraid of it, it is better to think about how to get along with it. Yelan said after being silent for a while, and then left Gaara's spiritual world. In reality, Gaara gradually changed from the tailed beast form back to his original appearance, lying peacefully on the ground, already asleep. What did you do to Gaara? Temari, who had been tied up by Shikamaru, woke up and saw Gaara's appearance and shouted. Yelan, it's just a genjutsu from the Uchiha clan. Just let him sleep for a while. Can genjutsu achieve this effect? Sasuke thought that Yelan would have to use some tricks, but he didn't expect that a genjutsu could directly kill Gaara. This is the talent of our clan. Tailed beasts are not a scary thing to Uchiha. I will teach you when your Sharingan evolves to 3 Megatama. Sasuke couldn't help but look forward to hearing Yelan's words. The power of the Uchiha clan is indeed so powerful. Brother Yelan, shall we go back now? Xiao Ying said after seeing that the task was completed. She also wanted to return to the village quickly to see the situation in the village. Well, you take these Tsunagakure ninjas to find Kakashi. I still have some things to deal with. Yelan pointed a finger at the ground and used the chakra perception technique again. Before anyone else could ask what was going on, Yelan disappeared directly in front of them. Really, we were called here to be detained. It's really troublesome. Shikamaru looked at Yelan who had disappeared and said. Stop complaining, Shikamaru, at least Gaara has been dealt with. Let's just do our job. Sakura took the initiative to help Temari up. As a female ninja, it would be better for her to guard Temari. Orochimaru's chakra is very weak and is now leaving the village quickly. 1, 2, plus Orochimaru, there are 6 people in total, 1 Jainin and Fortunen level chakras, who should be his subordinates. Yelan quickly chased in the direction of Orochimaru. He didn't want to chase Orochimaru for Konoha, but he was eyeing Orochimaru's ninjutsu, the reincarnation of the earth. Before leaving the venue, Yelan saw with his own eyes the generation of the reincarnated generation from the Dirty Land. The second Hokage talked with Sarutobi Hiruzen, explaining that the ninja reincarnated from the Dirty Land has the consciousness and memory of his life, so if he reincarnated from the Dirty Land, the dead Uchiha clan can get information on the night of genocide. He must let Orochimaru hand over this jutsu. With an ugly face, Orochimaru quickly ran away under the cover of his men. His hands hung weakly at his sides, as if he had lost consciousness. He did not expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen also learned the 4th Hokage's ninjutsu and sealed part of his soul into Shinigami's belly. He would never be able to use his hands to form seals again, which would reduce his combat effectiveness by at least half. This time the plan to destroy Konoha seems to have failed. Who? Orochimaru's snake-like vertical pupils shrank sharply. He sensed a powerful chakra nearby and suddenly stopped. After hearing this, the 4 sound ninjas all picked up their weapons and surrounded Orochimaru in the center. They had to protect Orochimaru's safety even if they paid their lives. The pharmacist Kabuto on the side also adjusted his glasses. Their situation is not good now. If they encounter any strong enemies again, they may not survive. Orochimaru, we meet again. A ninja walked out of the shadows, his forehead protector hanging casually on his waist, holding a ninja sword in his hand. It was Uchiha Yelan. I didn't expect it to be Yelan-kun. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue with interest. He collected some information about Yelan through his pocket and knew that the ninja in front of him was Uchiha Shisui's younger brother. Uchiha had just returned to the village recently. Yelan. Yelan-kun, what do you want to see me for? This is not the place to talk. Orochimaru knew that Yelan must have something to do with him if he didn't take action directly, but now Orochimaru was a little impatient and just wanted to leave Konoha quickly. I want the art of earth reincarnation. Yelan directly stated his purpose of coming. As expected, did you see that technique? It seems that Lord Yelan also has companions who want to be resurrected. After all, what happened to the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru was not surprised. No matter who he is, he will want to master the ability of resurrection. Yelan, I have my own method for this technique and I don't need you to worry about it. You guy. Seeing Yelan's attitude towards Orochimaru, Teiwaya couldn't help but lose her temper. Bang! Yelan released his own chakra, and saw a black chakra air burst out from his body, and a huge pressure hit his face. Teiwaya and others were suppressed and speechless. Hand it over and I'll let you go. If you don't hand it over, you should know what will happen to you, Orochimaru. Yelan was not polite at all. He didn't know how the 3rd Hokage was doing now. Looking at Orochimaru's miserable appearance, he was afraid that the 3rd Hokage would not be much better. The enraged Konoha ninja and Anbu will definitely hunt down Orochimaru, and it will be beneficial to Yelan to continue dragging him out. It's been a long time since anyone dared to threaten me, kid. Orochimaru's eyes flashed fiercely. He had never been so embarrassed and was threatened like this by a junior. Yelan clenched the ninja sword in his hand and was about to take action. Kabuto and the others also looked at him nervously. Kabuto knew best that if they fought, the best result would be that all the 4 sound ninjas and himself would die, and Orochimaru didn't know either. "Can you escape?" etc. Yelan was about to form a seal with his hands when Orochimaru suddenly stopped him. He really had no confidence in escaping from Konoha with Yelan blocking him, not to mention that he had seen Jiraiya's iconic toad when he just escaped. If Leia catches up again, he will most likely die, which is absolutely unacceptable to him who cares about his life. Orochimaru spit out a scroll from his mouth and motioned for Kabuto to hand the scroll to Yelan. "This is the scroll of the evil land reincarnation. I hope you can fulfill your promise." Orochimaru was in a very bad mood now. Yelan took the scroll with some disgust, opened it and took a look. Although he didn't know the specific method and principle of the reincarnation of the earth, he could still tell whether high-level ninjutsu was true or false. When he saw that there was nothing unreasonable, he put away the scroll and got out of the way. "Let me remind you, Mr. Yelan, that using dirty soil to reincarnate requires a living person as a sacrifice. The higher the strength of the sacrifice, the stronger the resurrected person will be. You must be mentally prepared." Orochimaru saw Yelan fulfill his promise. "My mood finally got better," he said as he passed by Yelan. Yelan didn't say anything after hearing this, but just closed his eyes and thought deeply. "I can see that Mr. Yelan has no loyalty to Konoha. Why don't you leave Konoha with me, Mr. Yelan?" Orochimaru became interested at this time. He has a morbid desire for Sharingan. Yelan is so powerful. It's a good uniform, but if you go back to Sound Ninja Village with him, he can subtly change Yelan's thoughts. "Hey, Orochimaru, put away your disgusting eyes. I will give you a final warning not to take action against Sasuke." Yelan opened his eyes, and the 3 Megatama Sharingan in his pupils slowly turned, "Otherwise, I will kill you wherever you are." Chapter 24 After the War. Yelan returned to the village. After Orochimaru escaped, Tsunagakure was retreating steadily, and the village had stabilized the situation. Only then did he learn that the 3rd Hokage had died in the battle. Did he die as a ninja in the end? It was a pity to see Hiruzen Sarutobi die. After all, as Hokage, he knew best what happened to the Uchiha clan. He died without knowing a lot of information. The reincarnation of the good filthy soil has been obtained. After Yelan returned to his residence and rested for a few days, a ninja told him to attend the funeral of the 3rd Hokage and other ninjas who died in the war. Drizzle gradually began to float in the sky, falling on the earth as softly as silk. Yelan walked quietly on the road leading to the funeral site. He was dressed in plain black clothes, echoing the attire of most people around him, which made the whole scene seem more solemn and solemn. There was a solemn atmosphere at the funeral site. People stood silently in the rain, with grief and sorrow on their faces. Kakashi quietly walked to Yelan's side after seeing Yelan's arrival. "Those 3 genin of Tsunagakure have been imprisoned. We don't know what the attitude of Tsunagakure is at the moment, but the war probably won't start." According to Anbu, Orochimaru killed 4th generation Kazekage before the game. Hearing that Orochimaru had been dealt with, Kazekage understood that the scene was completely over. Yelan remained silent as he thought about who could take Hokage's position. The village will probably be very busy next. I don't have time to teach Sasuke and the 3 of them. Please help me take care of them. Both Naruto and Sasuke are now protected by the village. The village cannot make any mistakes again. Kakashi said. He had not been assigned any new tasks since the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the 2 advisors had no intention of summoning him, so Yelan was idle. "Kakashi, you are Naruto's teacher. You ask me to take care of the students every time. You are so irresponsible." Although Yelan understood, she still complained. Kakashi smiled sheepishly and said, "Well, isn't this a special situation? Besides, your official Jonin appointment should be coming soon. You will have to adapt to it in advance when you have to lead other ninjas on missions in the future." He blocked Orochimaru and personally captured Tsunagakure's Jinchuriki back to the village. During this attack, Yellen was called the hero of Konoha. The top management did not promote it specifically, but the name Special Jonin no longer suited Yellen. It's easy for you to say that. Yellen really didn't want to cause trouble for himself, so he didn't refuse Kakashi's request in the end. After leaving the funeral scene, Yellen met an acquaintance. It was Hongdo. "Captain." Yellen greeted. "No need to call me Captain. The Chunin exam is over and we are no longer a team. Just call me Hongdo." Hongdo patted Yellen on the shoulder. "Sure enough, it's still the same." Yellen silently opened the distance between Don and Hongdo. But this man stepped forward as if he had no eyesight and continued, "Yellen, remember we made an appointment to have a drink with Chunin after the exam. Are you free tonight?" "Team, Hongdo, I'm not an adult yet so I can't drink it." Yellen was interrupted by Hongdo before he finished speaking. "Just know that you're not an adult and can't drink juice." Yellen still agreed to Hongdo, and went to the barbecue restaurant Hongdo mentioned in the evening. He heard that this restaurant's business in Konoha was very prosperous, and there was no place for it without making a reservation in advance. Maybe it was because the village had just experienced fighting, so not many people came to eat barbecue tonight. "Here." As soon as Yellen entered the store, he saw Anko raising her hand to wave him over. When he stepped forward, he found that Anko was not the only one, but also Shiranui Genma, Yamashiro Aoba, Iwahi, Kamizuki Izumo, and others. "You were also called here by Anko." Xianjian greeted. Yellen nodded, looked around, said hello and sat down. The group of people were at least one age older than him, and they were not very familiar with him, so they had no conversation. Moreover, Yellen was the only one with juice. So I didn't take the initiative to talk to anyone. By the way, third generation is gone this time, and I don't know who can be the Hokage. Yamashiro Aoba said after drinking too much. "This is nothing you and I can worry about anymore. The village still needs to function, and then we will be busy." Shinayu Izumo also interjected. "I heard that the advisors wanted Lord Jiraiya to be the Hokage, but he refused. I really don't know who can take on this responsibility." Genma, who is the bodyguard of the Hokage, said this as he is more well informed. Jiraiya-sama, who is also one of the Sunin, is not willing to serve as Hokage. "I don't know who can." Gang Zisha was also drunk. Jiraiya-sama may want to find Tsunade-sama back to the village. Tsunade-sama can definitely serve as Hokage. Anko's face turned red. Kamizuki Izumo said, "Tsunade-sama has been away from the village for a long time. No one knows how her whereabouts can be found so easily." Listening to the conversation of this group of colleagues, Yellen did not interrupt, and the party did not end until the last group of people were almost drunk. In the following days, Yellen took Naruto and the three of them to do some D-level or C-level tasks issued by the village. They were all carried out around the village without leaving the village too far. In his spare time, he led them to practice at the training ground. Sakura's strength surprised Naruto and Sasuke. In close combat, neither of them could block Sakura's punches. Normally, Sakura continued to practice ninjutsu taught by Yellen, while Sasuke perfected the use of Chidori. At this time Naruto began to feel unhappy. "Brother Yellen, you also taught me some powerful ninjutsu." Seeing Sakura becoming stronger under Yellen's guidance, Naruto also wanted to learn new ninjutsu. "Haven't you already mastered the use of Nine Tails Chakra? What else are you learning about ninjutsu? Just continue to exercise your control," Yellen said boredly from the side. "But I also want to learn Chidori's ninjutsu." Although he didn't want to admit it, Sasuke's Chidori looked much more handsome. The key is that I don't know Chidori either. Chidori Yellen can barely use it, but ninjutsu is not his own. He has no right to teach Kakashi, and this technique is not as good as using a ninja sword for him. Then teach me some other handsome ninjutsu. Naruto kept shaking Yellen's arm, like a child. Naruto. Don't bother brother Yellen. Sakura couldn't help but said when she saw Naruto's look. TCH, I'm so biased. I taught Sasuke how to teach Sakura but not me. Naruto curled his lips and said in a low voice. Hey, take this. Yellen couldn't help but handed Naruto a piece of chakra paper. What is this for? Naruto asked in confusion. This is chakra paper, idiot. Brother Yellen is testing what kind of chakra you are and then teaching you what you want. Xiaoying explained at the side. When Sasuke saw Naruto taking the chakra paper, he stopped practicing and looked over. He was also curious about what kind of talent Naruto had. After Naruto injected chakra, the paper split into two halves. Hey, what's going on? Naruto stared blankly at the paper in his hand. It's the wind. You actually have a chakra similar to mine. Yellen saw the chakra paper split in two and said, wind release is the most powerful ninjutsu, and it's also a very difficult attribute to master. I happen to be pretty good at wind release. Escape, Naruto, do you want to learn? Chapter 25 Old Friend. If lightning style's piercing power is the strongest, then wind release's cutting ability is the strongest among ninjutsu. As long as you master it proficiently, you can cut off anything. Yellen said, condensing a ball of chakra on his hand, and then swinging it under Naruto's surprised gaze. A wind blade appeared from his hand and directly cut off several trees on the training ground. That's awesome. Naruto's eyes sparkled. Brother Yellen, I want to learn this. It won't be possible to reach this level in a short while. You must first fully master the changes in nature and form of Feng Dun. Yellen's eyes narrowed and he turned to look back. Who is it? Oh. Don't be so nervous. A middle-aged man with white hair and a forehead protector came out. He waved his hand and said, I'm here to see Naruto. I heard Kakashi said that he was with you recently. Pervy Sage, why are you here? Seeing that Naruto knew Jiraiya, Yellen put down his guard. He looked at the other person's face and felt a little familiar. How many times have I told you? Don't call me Pervy Sage. Call me Jiraiya-sama. Boy. I came to you for something to do you want to come with me? Jiraiya looked at Naruto and said. What's the matter? Naruto knew that Jiraiya was lustful but also understood that Jiraiya was a very powerful ninja. Jiraiya, he is one of the Sunin with the same name as Orochimaru. No wonder his appearance feels familiar to me. Compared with the information in the library, he is much older, Yellen thought, but this kind of personality is really different from Orochimaru. Different places. I'll take you to find someone who will become the 5th Hokage in the future. Are you interested? Jiraiya said. 5th Hokage? Who is it? Naruto was a little interested when he heard this topic. His goal was Hokage. He definitely couldn't be a Hokage now, but he would still be curious if there was news about a new Hokage. She is Tsunade Hime who has the title of Sunin like me. Naruto, what? An old woman like you. Isn't that true? Tsunade has practiced some kind of ninjutsu and she always looks like an 18-year-old girl. She is very beautiful. Are you interested? Jiraiya looked thoughtful. The last time he saw Tsunade, she was many years ago. No interest, I still want to practice ninjutsu. Naruto waved his hands and said, after seeing Yellen's wind release, he was now very interested in this kind of ninjutsu. Don't be like this. You have to know that Tsunade is a rare beauty. She is still the Hokage in the future. Don't you want to be the Hokage the most? What's wrong with seeing it? Jiraiya was a little panicked. He finally managed. They persuaded the two advisors to take Naruto with them to find Tsunade, but Naruto was so disrespectful. Although his goal is Hokage, Naruto knows that he is still a genin and needs more training, so he does not aim too high. Seeing that Naruto ignored him, Jiraiya looked at Yellen, Sakura, and Sasuke in embarrassment. He didn't expect Naruto to be so uncooperative, and his reputation as a Chunin was about to be lost. Naruto, Master Jiraiya knows a lot of ninjutsu who are better than me. If he just teaches you a little bit, you can become stronger. Yellen gave Jiraiya a step up at this time. Naruto tilted his head and looked at Jiraiya. Is that so? Jiraiya glanced at Yellen gratefully, coughed and said, of course, tell me what ninjutsu you want to learn. I want to learn ninjutsu as handsome as Chidori. Naruto said excitedly when he heard that Jiraiya was going to teach him. Humph, I'll teach you ninjutsu that's even more powerful than Chidori. Jiraiya stretched out a hand, and saw chakra gathering in his hand, finally forming a chakra light ball. That is, Raise Nan, one of the signature ninjutsu of 4th generation. Yellen recognized this technique at a glance. This technique is similar to Chidori in some aspects and has good potential. What? It doesn't look unusual. Compared to Chidori, the ignorant Naruto didn't have the shocking momentum of Chidori. Watch out, this move is called Raise Nan. Jiraiya carried Raise Nan to a tree, and slowly brought Raise Nan closer. The nearby tree was cut into a circular hollow by Raise Nan. It's so powerful, and this technique is so stable. How can you control chakra in your hands so stably? Sakura has some idea. Looking at Naruto who still had no reaction, Yellen said, Naruto, don't think this technique is not very powerful, but once it hits the enemy, it is basically impossible to stand up, and this technique is very suitable for you. Haven't you noticed this technique? No seal required. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto approvingly and said, how about it? If you want to learn, just come with me. I will be able to teach you in a short time. Naruto thought for a moment and said, okay. Then I'll go with you. After seeing Naruto off, Sasuke walked up to Yellen and asked seemingly casually, is Raise Nan really more powerful than Chidori? Yellen glanced at Sasuke, and then said, the most powerful thing is never the technique but the person who casts it. Looking at Sasuke who was still a little confused, Yellen calmed down and asked, in your opinion, do Raise Nan have any shortcomings? Sasuke, who had only met Raise Nan once, thought for a while and shook his head. Yellen, the advantage of Raise Nan is that it is not obvious. It does not require seals. The disadvantage is that it has to be close. And compared with Chidori, Raise Nan does not move at high speed. If you want to hit the enemy, you must grasp the timing accurately. If you fail to hit, you will only waste your energy. Chakra. Sasuke nodded thoughtfully. Both Chidori and Raise Nan have great potential. After mastering Chidori, Sasuke, you must learn to develop your own ninjutsu. My own technique. Sasuke was a little confused. Although you are still a genin now, in my opinion you are already at the level of a chunin. If you want to become stronger, while Kakashi teaches you, you have to think about your future path. Every genin has it. With your own unique fighting style, you won't be able to get far just by learning from others. Yellen said. Also, if you are making progress, others will also make progress. The progress of your teammates is a good thing for you. It means that the task can be carried out more smoothly and the risks will become less. Don't worry about it like a child. The difference of a moment and a half does not mean that a lifetime difference. Sasuke couldn't help but blush when he heard Yellen expose his thoughts. He said something really long-winded. When Sakura saw it, she snickered from the side. It's rare to see Sasuke like this. Seeing that Sasuke had untied his knot and started practicing again, Yellen idly picked up a book and read it. It was not a book like Kissing Heaven, but some information books about the ninja world. Yellen often used it when he had nothing to do these days. Going to Konoha's library to borrow books and read them was a habit he had developed since he was a child. After some time, when Suzuki was practicing Chidori, a burst of chakra suddenly appeared on Yelan's body. Just when Sakura and Suzuki thought something had happened, Yelan looked at Suzuki and said, "Suzuki, we seem to have an old friend coming to Konoha." Yelan has opened Sharingan, and his perception technique has been shrouded in Konoha. Just now he sensed a unique chakra of Uchiha, and now apart from Yelan and Suzuki, the only person in the world who has such a chakra is Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 26 Sneak Attacker. Let you see the true power of Sharingan. Itachi said, wearing a black-red cloud robe. You two close your eyes quickly, don't look into his eyes. Kakashi realized something was wrong and yelled to remind Asuma and Kurane that he only opened the Sharingan in his left eye. Kakashi-san, although you have the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, your body does not, and there is a gap between Sharingan and Sharingan. Is Mr. Itachi going to use that jutsu? That jutsu will have a great impact on Mr. Itachi's body. Itachi's companion Inkakeki Kisame was thinking to the side. Itachi opened his eyes again, and the three Megatama Sharingan in his eyes turned into the shape of a windmill, Manjiki, Tsukuyomi. Kakashi suddenly found that he was no longer in Konoha, tied to a wooden cross, and Itachi was beside him. Sharingan's genjutsu? Kakashi explained directly without thinking about Itachi. In this monthly world, time, space, and quality are all controlled by me. Itachi picked up a knife and stabbed Kakashi directly. Kakashi clearly felt the pain of the blade entering his body. In genjutsu, there will be more there is such pain. You will spend the next 72 hours like this. We still have 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Countless Itachi figures appeared next to Kakashi, and everyone stabbed Kakashi with a knife. Ah! Kakashi couldn't help shouting loudly. Just a moment after the real time passed, Kakashi couldn't support his body and knelt directly on the water. He had suffered 3 days of torture in the monthly space at this moment, and now his spirit was about to collapse. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Asuma said in a panic as she closed her eyes tightly. Unexpectedly, Kakashi fell directly to the water's edge as soon as he closed his eyes. What is your purpose in coming to Konoha? Itachi. Kakashi raised his head with difficulty, trying to collect as much information as possible even if he couldn't defeat him. I don't want to kill you, Mr. Kakashi, we are here just looking for something. Itachi's Sharingan changed back to the appearance of the three Megatama, and said in a calm tone. Looking for something? Could it be Suzuki? Kakashi panted and couldn't hold on any longer. No, what we are looking for is the legacy of the fourth Hokage. Hearing Itachi's answer, Asuma and Anko were surprised. They didn't expect Itachi to target Nine Tails. Is the target Nine Tails in Naruto's body? Is this really the purpose of your Akatsuki organization? Hearing Kakashi directly mention the name of their organization, Itachi and Kisame were surprised, and Itachi made a decisive comment. Kisame takes Kakashi away and leaves the remaining two alone. Just when Kisame was about to take action, a burst of sound suddenly sounded. Konoha's great whirlwind. Metkai arrived and knocked back Kisame, who was about to take action with a powerful kick. Who's coming? Kisame, who was kicked, asked unhappily, waving his same Hada sword. Konoha's blue beast, Metkai. The blue beast, I think it's a rare beast. Kisame said unhappily. He was about to step forward to fight Kai but was stopped by Itachi. Kisame, this person is very troublesome to deal with. Nine Tails is not here, so we don't want to have too many fights. Itachi was already thinking of evacuating after seeing Kai. Itachi, if that guy knew you were coming, he would probably be very excited. Kakashi finally said something that made Itachi a little confused, and then he could no longer control the chakra in his body and fell directly into the water. Is it Suzuki? Just as Itachi was thinking in his heart, he and Kisame suddenly noticed movement in the river under their feet. When they were about to leave the place, a huge whirlpool surrounded him and Kisame. "Why are you Konoha ninjas so good at water style? I thought I was back in Kirigakure village." Kisame complained but did not stop moving his hands. Water style, the art of water prison. The surrounding water flow formed a water ball, wrapping Kisame and Ataki in it to resist and protect them from the whirlpool. But it's not that simple. The whirlpool is just trapping their actions. The water flow forms a huge water dragon above their heads. The roaring water dragon quickly impacts the water prison technique. Itaki and Kisame looked amazed. This was the first time they were surprised since coming to Konoha. The water waves generated by the impact caused the originally calm river to surge. Asuma and Kurane reopened their eyes under Kai's guidance. They did not expect that there was such a master of Grandmaster water style in Konoha. Could it be? Kai picked up the unconscious Kakashi and looked at him in thought. After the water dragon struck, the figures of the two Atakis appeared again in front of the Konoha people. They were no longer as calm as before. They were soaked from head to toe. Although they were not injured, they looked miserable. Water style, hard-cutting water blade. Before the water flow in the air had finished, a fast figure sprinted over the water, with the spiral thorn in one hand, water style, and headed straight for Itaki. So fast, Itaki subconsciously formed a seal in his hand before he could see the appearance of the incoming person. He blocked the attack with a water avatar, turned around and came behind the attacker, using wind release and wind cut. A wind-escaping blade appeared from his hand and slashed directly at the attacker. As a result, the attacker also turned into a puddle of water. Water body? A sharp whistling sound appeared in the air, as if it was about to pierce the skin. Itaki turned around again and found the attacker's figure. It was too late to form a seal, Mangeki Moon. The Sharingan in Itaki's eyes transformed into the shape of a windmill and he looked at the visitor. Only then did he realize that the other person's eyes were also Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. Sasuke? No, Sasuke shouldn't be able to use this level of water style. When Itaki came to the monthly space, he didn't take action immediately but looked at the sneak attacker in the monthly space and thought. This kind of illusion. The sneak attacker slowly raised his head. It was Yellen who saw the three Megatama Sharingan in his eyes with a hint of evil charm. Itaki, is this your Mangeki ability? You are really a person who is silent in his own false world of incompetence. Itaki opened his eyes wide. He was not angry because of the other person's words, but because of the other person's appearance. According to his intelligence, this person had already died in the mission. You are Uchiha Yellen. Itaki slowly said Yellen's name. As a former friend of Shisui, he could never be more familiar with his younger brother. Yellen's appearance at this time was not the same as the Yellen in his memory. The figures reunited again, and he would not admit his mistake. When did you come back to the village? No matter how long it took in the Tsukuyomi world, it was just a moment outside. This time when he came to Konoha, he saw Yellen. Not knowing Yellen's current purpose and thoughts, Itaki planned to rob him first. Intelligence. It's been less than 2 months since I came back. Yellen replied as if he was Itaki's old friend, but then his tone changed. I can't believe what happened to Konoha after I came back. Weasel. Of course Itaki knew what Yellen was talking about. He was silent for a long time before saying, the Uchiha clan can no longer satisfy my capacity. Everything I do is to gain better power. He. Yellen covered his face and laughed. He didn't expect Itaki to give him such an answer, for this reason. Itaki looked at Yellen silently. He didn't want to reveal his true thoughts to Yellen, and he felt that even if he did, Yellen wouldn't be able to understand him who did such a thing. He only had to endure this kind of pain by himself. That's it. Silence in a sense represents recognition. Yellen put away his smile and continued, then I also want to ask you something. Are Shisui's eyes on you? Chapter 27 directly adjacent to Fujin. Itaka looked at Yelan's murderous eyes and raised his head slightly. Yes, I killed Shisui. I only activated the Mangeki Sharingan after killing him. After hearing Itaka's admission with his own ears, Yelan picked up his ninja sword and charged towards Itaki. My technique is called Tsukuyomi. All time, space, and quality in this world are controlled by me. Itaka didn't care about Yelan's attack. Yelan was directly tied to a wooden cross under his thoughts. If you can't control your own destiny, can you just linger in a world of fantasy? Yelan, who was tied up, didn't panic at all and looked at Itaka with a normal expression. Mangeki's ability depends on the awakened person's heart, and in Tsukuyomi's world Itaka can imagine everything. A feeble statement. Itaka picked up the ninja sword Yelan dropped and was about to stab him. When the ninja sword pierced Yelan's body, Yelan did not roar loudly and his expression did not change. He still looked at Itaka as before, and he said, "Is this how you slaughter the Uchiha clan members?" Itaka looked at Yelan intently, trying to see if Yelan was hiding his pain. To his disappointment, Yelan really didn't seem to be in any pain. The Uchiha clan gave birth to you and raised you to become an excellent ninja, but you treated you like this. Not only that, you also attacked all the old people and children who had no power to resist. What qualifications do you have to use those Sharingan? Waiting for Itaka's words in reply, the three Megatama in Yelan's pupils, which was tied to the wooden frame, slowly rotated and finally turned into a cross shape. Mangeki Sharingan, Yelan, you are indeed. Before Itaka could continue to think, the bloody sky quickly faded, and Tsukuyomi's world was directly shattered. Itaka, who received the backlash, covered his eyes. Uchiha flow, eye flow, wind injury. When the two returned to the real world, Yelan directly used his fastest move. The ninja sword was covered with a layer of wind escape chakra and slashed directly at Itaka. Itaka, who covered his eyes, realized that the two sides were too close and Tai could barely avoid the vital point. Puff! The ninja sword successfully struck Itaka's left hand. When Yelan wanted to continue to use force, a layer of orange-red armor suddenly appeared on Itaka's left hand to block his attack, making Yelan's ninja sword unable to move forward any further. Yelan saw he jumped up and opened the distance between him and Itaka. Mr. Itaka. Kisame didn't expect Itaka to be injured, so he picked up his sword and wanted to support him. Your opponent is me. Kai directly stopped Kisame to give Yelan some one-on-one space with Itaka. Susanoo, Yelan was very aware of the power of the Uchiha clan and looked at Itaka warily. Susanoo only appeared in a small part. After blocking Yelan's attack, Itaka immediately put it away and looked at Yelan with a somewhat uneasy expression. Itaka, your terminally ill body can't support it for much longer. Your eyes can no longer see clearly. The Mangeki in Yelan's eyes gave off a red light as if he could see through Itaka's weakness. Is this your Mangeki's ability? Itaka said thoughtfully. Yelan's right eye ability is called Naha by Fujin. If Sharingan can see through ordinary ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, Naoba Fujin can see through all dangers and weaknesses. And can perfectly find the flaws of the opponent's ninjutsu and counterattack. Is the absolute nemesis of genjutsu in some respects. Yelan, who also had Mangeki in the Tsukuyomi world just now, directly used the power of Naohiki Fukutsu's eyes to break Itaka's tricks. Any weakness will be exposed under my eyes. Yelan said. Itaka. Just when Itaka was about to fight back, Suzuki finally arrived at the scene. He finally saw the man who made him hate him so much. The dazzling blue light shining in his hand was the Chidori that Kakashi gave him. As you said, I am thinking about how to kill you every day. My hatred for you is increasing day by day. I will kill you today. Speaking of the anger in his heart, Suzuki rushed towards Itaka at extremely fast speeds. This child is still like this, still unable to calm down when seeing Itaka. Such an obvious attack will be easily solved. Just as Sasuke moved, Yelan also started to move. Itaka first grabbed Sasuke's arm and used Chidori to make his attack miss. Then he kicked Sasuke away. He no longer focused on Sasuke and picked up a kunai to block Yelan's ninja sword. Flames burst out from the ninja sword he was blocking, and Itaka's entire face became dry due to the hot temperature. Amaterasu. One of Itaka's tightly closed eyes shed tears of blood, and the manjiki in his eyes released black flames. The black flames successfully swallowed up the original flames on the ninja sword, forcing Yelan to throw the genin sword. Itaka continued to launch Amaterasu at Yelan, and Yelan launched another manjiki technique. Bioshin Yuzhong. Yelan waved his hand, and a wall of water appeared in front of him, blocking Amaterasu's attack. Ninjutsu is released directly without the seal. Is this also his manjiki ability? Itaka was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Yelan's manjiki to seem to be so restrained in his ability. Yelan passed through Lieutenant General Bioshin, and his entire body was surrounded by wind escape. He rushed towards Weasel like a bullet. Waves appeared in the air, creating a shocking sonic boom. It was so fast that Itaka's Amaterasu couldn't hit Yelan at all. He had just used his water body to block an attack, and before he could stop, Yelan followed him again. Click! Itaka had no choice but to use the Susanoo. Before the Susanoo was fully deployed, it was attacked by Yelan and made a cracking sound. If Itaka hadn't reacted in time, the attack just now would have kept him in KONOHA forever. What was that? Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, looked at the battle between the two sides in surprise. A half-length giant appeared directly on Itaka's body. The red-orange giant brought a strong impact to his world view. In this case, I'll take it a little more seriously, Itaka. Yelan stopped and a huge black skeleton gradually formed on his body, turning into a chakra giant like Itaka, but the black giant gave people a sense of oppression. Bigger. The appearance of the two Susanos attracted the attention of everyone present. This was beyond their understanding of ninjas. Every attack from both sides shook the earth and the mountains, and the rivers splashed. No one could set foot on this battlefield. Is this the power of the Uchiha clan? Asuma said in surprise. If he faced any of these two people, he felt that he had no chance of winning. Mr. Itaka actually used this trick. It seems that the situation is quite bad. And I can't hold anything back. Kisame directly integrated the sword and Samehada into his body, turning himself into a half-human, half-fish form. In this state, he can move at high speeds in the water at will and can also swallow other people's chakra. Facing Kisame's new form, Asuma felt bad. Seeing this, Kai directly activated the 8 Gates armor. 8 Gates armor, Gate of Wonder, open. Kai knew now was not the time to hold back and opened the first gate of the Gate of Death, Gate of Wonder. Blue chakra burst out from Kai's body, double the eyes have turned white, and this momentum is no less than that of Yelan and Itaka, who turned on Susanoo. Yelan controlled his Susanoo and waved the giant sword to continuously attack. Itaka was like a turtle shell and only defended. The Yata mirror carried by his Susanoo could block all physical attacks. It's just that Kisame, who was fighting Guy, didn't get the advantage as Itaka thought. Instead, he was suppressed and beaten by Guy. With Asuma's constant cover next to him, it was only a matter of time before Kisame lost. At this moment, Itaka understood that he could no longer drag it out. The current momentum might attract all the ninjas in KONOHA, and then they would really be unable to leave. Itaka endured the stinging pain in his eyes caused by manjiki. The 10-fist sword hidden behind the Yata mirror kept accumulating power. When it reached a peak, he fiercely pointed the 10-fist sword forward. Yelan felt the danger and dodged away from the side. The 10-fist sword sent out a thick orange flame and attacked forward. All the trees and buildings could not stop it at all, as if the sword directly separated the sword world in two. Kisame! Itaka yelled uncharacteristically after using this move. Kisame got the information and released a water shark bomb and immediately dropped Metkai to join Itaki. Then he formed a finger seal, and a huge wave of waves came out of his mouth. Itaki immediately untied Susanoo and got on Kisame's body, and Kisame used the same shark muscle fusion form to quickly shuttle over the waves. When Yellen and the others reacted again, they had disappeared. Chapter 28 Nanga Shrine. Itaki, that's all. Yellen looked at Itaki, who had retreated, and withdrew his gaze. The stinging pain in his eyes made him dismiss Susanoo. It seems that the practice of natural energy will be postponed. When Yellen obtained these eyes, he knew that excessive use of Manjiki would lead to blindness. After reaching a cooperation with Po Jun, he discovered that Po Jun had more than just chakra in his body. Energy, they pay more attention to the cultivation of natural energy. Although they taught Yellen, Yellen wanted to return to the village quickly but did not practice in depth. Natural energy can greatly increase physical strength and has a certain repair power for the sequelae of Manjiki. As long as it is not overused and rested for a while, it will be intact as before. Just let them go. Suzuki came to Yellen's side and said unwillingly. Just now, he could only watch from the sidelines. The gap in strength made it impossible for him to intervene. What on earth did he do for so long? You can continue to pursue him, but even if I exhaust the chakra, I may not be able to keep him, and I don't know if other members of their organization will support him. Yellen rubbed his eyes. I probably have all the information about Itaki. Now that we understand it, we won't let him go so easily next time. Suzuki. Seeing Sasuke's unwillingness, Sakura couldn't help but look at him worriedly. What is that giant-like jutsu? Is it the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan? Suzuki couldn't help but ask when he saw Yellen and Itaki both using similar ninjutsu. Yellen, that is the highest secret technique of the Uchiha clan. It can only be used by Sharingan after he has mastered it to the extreme. Moreover, this technique has serious sequelae. Can you teach me? Suzuki couldn't help but become eager after hearing that it was a technique from the Uchiha clan. That technique can only be mastered by opening the Manjiki Sharingan. You haven't even reached the 3 Megatama yet, so don't think about it now. Manjiki Sharingan. Suzuki didn't know that Sharingan could evolve into this. Manjiki Sharingan is a form that surpasses the 3 Megatama Sharingan. People of the Uchiha clan can only activate it after experiencing strong emotional stimulation after reaching the 3 Megatama level. I originally activated it after experiencing the death of my companions and the survival instinct during the mission. These eyes. So Itaki's Manjiki Sharingan. Suzuki looked thoughtful. Itaki opened Manjiki a long time ago. What did he go through to open it? Itaki told me that Manjiki was opened after killing Shisui. As for whether it is true or not, I can't tell yet. Although Itaki admitted that he killed Shisui, Yellen had not seen him with his own eyes and could not completely believe what Itaki said. He killed Shisui. Suzuki was surprised. Shisui turned out to be Itaki's best friend. Even if he hated Itaki, he couldn't deny the feelings between them. Forget what I said? Suzuki, use your own judgment. This kind of thing. Suzuki thought this might be a big deal. Itaki killed Shisui to gain power and massacred the Uchiha clan. One more thing, I remembered that there is a stone tablet at the Nanga shrine in my family. Only by using Sharingan can I see clearly what is written on the stone tablet. My Nemagatama can only see part of the text. I think I need stronger eye power. Itaki killed the reason for the clan is related to that stone tablet. Suzuki no longer thought about Shisui's death and gave Yellen some information. There is still such a thing. I understand. I will go to Nanga Shrine to see the stone tablet when I have time. Yellen signaled Suzuki not to continue talking. Kai and Asuma had already walked over. Uchiha's own affairs were about the Uchiha clan. Just solve it. Oh, Yellen didn't expect you to be so powerful. You are indeed a genius of the Uchiha clan. Kai was already a little exhausted after opening the 7 doors. After resting for a while, he walked to Yelan in full swing. It's really incredible. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have thought that the battle between ninjas could reach this level. Asuma sighed. Thank you for letting Itaki and the others escape in the end, but where is Kakashi? Yelan asked curiously, modestly. Logically speaking, Kakashi would definitely appear on such an occasion, but he didn't see Kakashi when he came. Kakashi, he was hit by Itaka's genjutsu and is already in a coma. I've asked Kurane to send him to the medical department. Kai said seriously. He didn't expect Kakashi to lose so miserably this time. Tsukuyomi. Kakashi must have thought that his Sharingan could resist, so he looked directly into Itaka's eyes. It seemed that he was going to stay in bed for a while. Teacher Kakashi is unconscious. Sakura then knew that Kakashi had been hit, and she couldn't help but feel worried. Suzuki was also a little surprised. Kakashi was also very powerful in his opinion. Jainin didn't expect to lose directly under Itaka's genjutsu. Sure enough, the Uchiha clan had to rely on the Uchiha clan to deal with it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Yelan. The 3rd generation has just been buried, and now something like this has happened again in the village, which really makes people a little worried. Asuma lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. It can be said that Konoha is extremely weak now. The 5th generation project has been decided. Jiraiya-sama has taken Naruto to find Tsunade-sama. I believe the village will be much better after she comes back. Yelan said. Is it true? Tsunade-sama is going back to the village to serve as the 5th Hokage. Kai was the most excited about this news. If anyone in the ninja world can cure Xiao Li's injury, then it is only Tsunade. That's right, Lord Jiraiya personally picked up Naruto from me not long ago and told me that he would go find Lord Tsunade. Yelan said. Then we just need to keep an eye on the village and wait quietly. Asuma also felt relieved. Who is Tsunade-sama? Is she going to be the 5th Hokage? Sakura, who didn't know anything about it, asked curiously. Before, she only knew that she was one of the Sunin. What surprised her was that all the Jainin seemed to admire her highly, and still a woman. Tsunade-sama is not only powerful, but she also possesses the most powerful medical skills in the ninja world. It can be said that she can cure any patient with difficult and complicated diseases. Kai said. So amazing, I didn't expect there to be such a powerful female ninja in the ninja world, Sakura thought with some admiration. Then everyone went to visit Kakashi, and when they saw Kakashi who was still in a coma, Kai couldn't help but look worried. Fortunately, the people in the medical class said that there was no life-threatening danger, and he didn't know when he would recover. Suzuki couldn't help but clenched his fists when he saw Kakashi's embarrassed appearance, and finally left Kakashi's room alone. Yelan didn't say much, so no need to guess that Suzuki must have continued practicing. Chapter 29 Variables. How did it get like this? In the dark cave, Itaki raised his head and looked in the direction of the conversation, and saw a man wearing a whirlpool mask coming from the entrance of the cave. His voice was low and hoarse. Meeting an unexpected person. Kisame went out to purchase items now, leaving Itaki alone in the cave. He looked at the man in front of him who claimed to be Uchiha Madara and said. Unexpected. Obito narrowed his eyes under the mask. He could not imagine who in Konoha could make Itaki so embarrassed. Ahem. Uchiha Yelan, he is not dead and now he is back in Konoha. Itaki coughed and said. Obito didn't come into contact with Yelan. He only knew that he was Shisui's younger brother. The others didn't pay much attention to him, but looked at Itaki curiously. He also turned on the Manjiki Sharingan, and his Manjiki was somewhat restrained for me. Hearing that Yelan also possessed Manjiki, Obito's narrowed eyes widened a little and he couldn't help but ask, what is his Manjiki ability? I don't know the name and the specific ability yet, but one I can see through the opponent's weaknesses. My Tsukuyomi is immediately disabled. The other eye can perfectly control chakra. Yellen can release ninjutsu without using seals. It's okay. Covering the whole body with wind release. Itaki analyzed Yellen's Mangeki abilities in just one fight. It seems that the Uchiha clan has a pretty good junior again. Obito, who has been playing Madara, said in an elder's tone. Furthermore, Yellen, who is surrounded by wind escape, is very fast. I can't hit him with Amaterasu. Although I have never seen Reikage, who is known as the fastest in the ninja world, I think this speed will not be slower than Reikage. Itaka continued added. It's a very tricky ability. If Obito and Yellen fight, as long as Yellen uses this ability, Obito will not be able to get close to him at all, and Kamui will have no effect on him. Fortunately, Yellen is only a Mangeki, not the Eternal Eye. Shisui's body has not been found by Baizetsu, and his eyes are not even known where they are. All he has to do is wait for Yellen to overuse the Mangeki before Obito turns to the stage. I didn't expect that Shisui's brother didn't die during the mission. After Obito left Itaki, a humanoid creature that was half black and half white emerged from the ground next to him. It was Zetsu black and white. It can only be said that he is Shisui's younger brother. He has also opened Mangeki and his ability is very difficult. Obito responded that this time Itaki went to Konoha because he did not approve of the tailed beast plan that had not been fully implemented. It felt too rushed, but the information brought this time is still very important to Obito. I don't know if he will become a variable in the plan. You have to be careful, Obito. Black Zetsu said sadly. Don't worry about Uchiha Yellen for now. The plan will be carried out as usual. Judging from his attitude, he and Itaki will definitely have a fight. The Sharingan exposed by Obito slowly transformed into a shuriken. Also, I told you not to mention it. That name, my name is Uchiha Madara now. Yes, Madara-sama. Black Zetsu chuckled before disappearing with Obito. Yellen opened his eyes again and frowned. Sure enough, it is still too difficult, and the progress is too slow. Since Weasel left, Yellen has stepped up his practice of natural energy. This energy is not as easy to control as chakra. It is very violent and difficult to control. Once out of control, his skin will be at risk of petrification, so Yellen can only adapt slowly. Brother Yellen. I saw Sakura running over in a hurry. Naruto has brought Tsunade-sama back and said that he is going to treat Kakashi and Xiao Li now. Has Tsunade returned to the village? Yellen then followed Sakura to Konoha Hospital. As soon as he arrived at Kakashi's ward, he heard a young woman's voice. You were made like this by two thieves. Kakashi, I thought you were a genius before. Yellen and the other two entered the ward and saw a young woman wearing a green robe with blonde hair and twin tails scolding Kakashi. I'm so sorry, Tsunade-sama. Kakashi said with drooping eyes, very ashamed. She is Tsunade-sama, so beautiful. This was Sakura's first impression of Tsunade. Tsunade turned around and saw Yellen and Xiao Ying, and then her eyes stayed on Yellen. You are Uchiha Yellen, right? I heard from Jiraiya that you fought off Orochimaru during the Chunin exam, and defeated those two thieves last time. I didn't expect that after I left the village, someone like you would appear in the Uchiha clan again. Genius! Thank you, Tsunade-sama, these are things I should do as a Konoha ninja. Yellen bowed slightly, knowing that the woman in front of him was about to take up the post of 5th Hokage and would also be his boss in the future. You don't have to be so restrained. I am different from the third generation. I don't know much about the Uchiha clan and I don't have any opinions. You don't have to think too much. Tsunade waved her hand and said casually, and then left the ward. She also wanted to see Xiao Li. Yellen did not follow Xiao Ying and the others but stayed in Kakashi's ward, looking at Kakashi who was still lying on the hospital bed. Are you completely healed? It's almost done. Now I'll be fully recovered after resting for a day or two. I can only say that you are worthy of being a Hokage-sama. Kakashi said, I heard from Kai that you also fought against Itaki, and the last commotion made the whole wood. Yadu was shocked. Is it that exaggerated? Yelan didn't pay much attention to it. He sat casually aside, picked up an apple and started peeling it. It's not normal if you don't exaggerate. That kind of ninjutsu is beyond the understanding of ordinary ninjas. Kakashi already felt some pressure. He didn't expect that the strength of these ninjas who were much younger than him was so exaggerated. It seems that his body has fully recovered. In the end, I have to work hard to practice myself. In the end, Weasel ran away. Yelan finished peeling the apple and ate it directly. You're not polite at all. Kakashi saw Yelan's helpless look, knowing that he was the patient. I've been taking care of your students for so long, and you haven't even treated me to a meal. What's wrong with eating your apple? Yelan glanced at Kakashi, making him feel guilty. Well, I won't say much anymore. I plan to apply to Tsunade-sama for Sasuke to become a Chunin. Kakashi changed the topic and turned to talk about Sasuke. Sasuke's strength is enough. Letting him perform some more difficult tasks will also increase his knowledge. Kakashi, the village will probably be busy again after Tsunade-sama inherits the Hokage. I heard from Kai that there are already a lot of backlogged tasks in the village. You may also lead a team to execute them by then. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while about things in the village. After seeing that Kakashi had no big problems, Yelan stood up and left. Chapter 30, New Mission. Dong dong dong. Come in. Tsunade didn't raise her head. There were too many files squeezed in the village and her desk had been piled up. She has now become the 5th Hokage. All the piled files need to be handled by the Hokage personally. Now the busy Lianjiu can't even drink. It wasn't until the visitor walked up to her that Tsunade raised her head and said, Yelan, please wait a moment while I get rid of this file first. Yelan was silent. He was called by Tsunade and didn't know what was going on. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, Tsunade stretched out. It seemed that the document just now had been processed. It's so tiring. No wonder Jiraiya doesn't want to be a Hokage. Tsunade complained and then looked at Yelan and said, Your Jonin appointment letter has been issued, here is it for you. Yelan took the scroll, and Special Jonin was promoted within a few months of his appointment. Jonin's speed was very fast no matter which village he was in. This is not only an affirmation of strength, but becoming a Jonin will also allow you to obtain more information about the village. Yelan opened it and took a quick look to make sure there was nothing wrong with it, then put it away, and then asked, Is there anything else, Mr. Hokage? Well, there is indeed a task that requires your assistance. All the Jonin in the village are doing other tasks. I really don't have any good candidates for this task. After thinking about it, I think you are the right one. Tsunade held her chin with both hands, up after Tsunagakura launched an attack on Konoha, and with the disappearance of Orochimaru, Tsunagakura announced his surrender and wanted to sign a new peace treaty with us. What they want now is for us to return the Jinchuriki and the 2 genin you captured. Didn't we make any conditions? Yelan asked with some confusion. If Tsunagakura village simply apologized, would the matter be over? There were many ninjas killed in the attack, not to mention that the 3rd generation had all been sacrificed. Don't click on war reparations or anything like that. The purpose of Tsunagakura agreeing to launch the attack is because the village cannot make ends meet and does not have much money anymore. Their Kazekage has also been killed by Orochimaru. Now the village does not even have a person who can serve as Kazekage. It can be said that Tsunagakura is more powerful than Konoha. Weak, now we can only agree to Tsunagakura's request. After all, there are other big countries watching. Tsunade also said helplessly, but Tsunagakura agreed to transfer some tasks to Konoha, and now Konoha's tasks cannot be completed at all. That's it, all the ninjas I can command have been sent out to perform the mission, Yelan nodded. This was not something he could decide. Tsunade's willingness to talk more was enough to give him respect. Yelan did not ask any more details about the deal between the two villages and continued to ask about the mission. What do I need to do? Your mission is to safely deliver the Jinkriki people to Sunagakur village. When we get to Sunagakur, we will sign a treaty with them to confirm some details. In this regard, I will ask Hong to take their class with you. All you need to do is just make sure it's safe on the way. The other party's envoy has been staying in Konoha for several days. You should go back and pack up quickly. They will set off around this time tomorrow. Then Yelan asked some more details and left Hokage's office. It's so slow. Teacher Kurane, who are we waiting for? Akamaru was on Kaiba's head. This time he was excited about performing an A-level mission. He got up early this morning and arrived at the village gate. The lipstick teacher told them that there were still people waiting and couldn't help but become impatient. Also together were several Jainin from Sunagakur. They were standing with Gaara. The leader was Gaara's teacher Maki. Also with them were two Sunagakur ninjas, a man and a woman. One held the giant scroll is a female Jainin who knows how to use sealing techniques. Her name is Maki. Another Chunin who wears sunglasses and can sense ninjutsu is named Yuro. There are still 10 minutes until the time arrives. Just wait a little longer. Kurane said. In fact, this mission is not difficult at all. We are just afraid of any accidents on the way. Tsunade and Kurane said they would send a strong Jainin. It shouldn't be difficult. What problems can arise? The three Temari siblings were silent. Although they were imprisoned by Konoha during this period, they did not suffer any bad treatment. They just felt a little uncomfortable when they came out after being imprisoned. Now they are finally able to return to the village. Coming. Maki was the first to react. He was indeed the right-hand man of the former fourth-generation Kazekage. I don't know how he escaped from the last attack. This time he came to Konoha as a messenger. The early morning haze gradually dissipated, and a group of them gradually saw the figure of the visitor clearly. It was Uchiha Yelan. When Yelan arrived at the meeting place, he didn't expect that he would be the last one to arrive. He remembered that there were still 5 minutes before the meeting time. I didn't expect that Tsunade-sama sent you. Hong was a little surprised when she saw Yelan, but she was relieved. She had heard her best friends Anko and Asuma say how powerful Yelan was. Senior Yelan. Although they didn't know why the teacher was so surprised, the three of them also greeted Yelan after seeing him. They had also met Yelan during the Chunin exam and he was the examiner at that time. There's no need to be so outspoken. Xiaoying and the others all call me brother. It's okay for you to call me brother like they are classmates. Yelan also said hello to Hong and others. Then Yelan looked at Sunagakur's group, and Temari's eyes looked at him with some hostility. After all, it was Yelan who captured Gaara and the others in the first place. The next task will be carried out by everyone together. I hope everyone will forget the previous unpleasantness. After all, Konoha and Sunagakur have now re-signed an alliance. Yelan did not continue to watch Temari, but said to Maji. Yelan Jainin is too polite. Please take care of me on the way back to Sunagakur. Maji just asked Temari how the others were caught by Konoha. He now knows that the young Jainin in front of him is Konoha. Yeshinjan's master is still an Uchiha, and Sharingan's name is known to the entire ninja world. Both parties exchanged polite greetings and then started on their way. Along the way, Hong ordered her students to take turns to investigate the nearby situation. There was no danger. They stopped along the way and finally reached the border of the Kingdom of Wind. For the first time, Temari felt that the desert of the Country of Wind was so friendly. He would be able to return to the village in a few days, but he couldn't help but feel a little sad when he thought that his father had passed away. Wow, it's so hot. What the hell is this place? He took off his coat with a fever, and Akamaru on his head kept panting for heat. Regarding the climate of the land of wind, these Konoha genin had some problems. Discomfort. I'm really sorry. This is because the climate in our country of wind is not as good as yours in Konoha. Temari was still lamenting the beauty of going home, but Ya's words made her feel angry, and she said something strangely. Temari, don't say any more. Gaara, who had been silent along the way, advised. Since the last time Yellen used Sharingan to intimidate Shikaku, Gaara felt a lot more peaceful and no longer as irritable as usual. The feeling of bloodthirsty murder. Temari also felt Gaara's changes, and didn't say anything more, just continued to move forward dully. Someone is approaching us, the number, 2 people. At this time, the Tsunagaku urchin named Yuro said. He was the sensing ninja who first noticed that someone was approaching in their direction. In that direction. Maji's face was serious. He was almost reaching the village and he didn't want anything to go wrong. The most important thing was to bring Gaara back to the village safely. To the northwest, they are still 1,000 meters away from us. Oh no, they have noticed me and have accelerated their speed towards us. They are coming towards us. Yuro's expression changed. It seemed that the person who came was evil. Shino. Kurane immediately called his students. Shino understood and released his bugs to investigate, while everyone else began to hide. Shino, the people who came are the ninjas from that village. What do they look like? Kurane asked as soon as she hid her position. Teacher Hong, the people who came are wearing bamboo hats and I can't see their forehead protectors. I only see the 2 of them wearing the same black-red cloud robe. Shino saw the other person's appearance through his own bug. Chapter 31 Artistic Duo. Brother Scorpion, do you have any thoughts on meeting your companions in the village again? Yes. Deidara, who wore a blonde ponytail, asked. Deidara, if you say such boring words again, I will turn you into an eternal work of art. Scorpion hidden in the amber made a deep voice. Itaki and the others have failed in their mission, we cannot take it lightly. Brother Yusuke and I can definitely complete the mission together, hey. Deidara walked 2 minutes faster and followed Xie closely. He's from the same organization as Itaki. Kurane looked serious after hearing Shino's report. She had seen both Itaki's and Kisame's abilities. People from the same organization would definitely not be weak. Maji Jainin may be targeting Gaara, not the one tail in Gaara's body. Yelan told Maji directly. Are you sure? Who dares to take action against Jinkraki? Maji couldn't believe it. If other people in the ninja village took action against Jinkraki, he would still be willing to believe that some organization would have such courage as Hong said. Yes, they have been interested in Konoha's 9 tails before, and Red Jainin and I have fought against them. Yelan explained, and Orochimaru has also joined this organization before, and everyone who fought with us last time he is an S-level rebel in every village, and his strength cannot be underestimated. This kind of thing has happened in Konoha before. While Maji was still sighing, the figure of the other party could already be seen, and the 2 men, one tall and one short, threw down their hats. The tall one was a young blonde boy. He was wearing a forehead protector from Iwagakure village. You could see a deep scratch on it with a kunao. This was a sign of betrayal from the ninja village. He said casually, everyone here, please stop hiding. We are just here to get some things, okay? The desolate desert made no response to him except the gusts of wind. Deidara, you can't call them out like this. Fei Liuha waved his steel tail, casually looking at the surrounding environment, and finally aimed at a place. Fei Liuha's tail was extended a lot and pointed straight towards that place. Stab in the direction. Wind blade. Seeing that Maji had been discovered and used the ninjutsu to block the attack, he was very surprised when he looked at Hiryukeo. He didn't expect that the visitor actually mastered Tsunagakure's puppet technique, but he didn't know where the ninja's body was. You guys stay here. If things go wrong with Red Jainin, don't worry about me. Take Shino and the others back to Konoha immediately. Yelan ordered. I'm Jainin too, how could I just be watching from the sidelines? Hong was a little dissatisfied after hearing what Yelan said. We don't have the habit of cooperating. Besides, I should be able to handle it alone. After saying that, Yelan appeared directly next to Maji. Why are there only two of them? Where did Jinkriki go? Deodara looked dissatisfied at the two people who stopped them. He felt that he and Scorpion had been underestimated. Idiot, these two are the two strongest on the other side. It seems that we have to deal with them first. Xia scolded Deodara. He hated children the most. In his opinion, Deodara was no different from a child who had not grown up. Both. You actually have such an excellent puppet. You must have stolen it from Tsunagakur. Maki had also told the others to evacuate if the situation was not right. Now he was just afraid that the other party would divert the tiger away from the mountain, so he told Gaara and others to stand still. Steal? Ha ha ha, it seems that few people know me after I left the village for so many years. Maji, your strength has increased a lot over the years, but your brain has not grown much. Xie said with a smile. He obviously knew Maji. Base. Could it be that you are? Maji's face changed suddenly as if he thought of something, and sweat fell directly from his face. He already understood the identity of the visitor. Yelan Jainin, I'll deal with that Uegakur boy for you, and I'll deal with the puppet master in front of you, but you must be fast, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. Maji directly talked about his arrangement. Okay. Yelan didn't say much, and directly channeled his ninja sword and rushed towards Deodara quickly. Brother Scorpion, you are here for me. It seems that I have been underestimated. Deodara calmly took out the clay from his ninja bag. It looked like Yelan was about to see him. Still looking for something. The ninja sword didn't feel like it was cutting into the flesh. Yelan didn't care and thought it was just a stand-in. At this time, Deodara's stand-in didn't disappear directly, but expanded rapidly. Yelan felt danger. Art is explosion, drink. The man who ran to the side yelled, and the original substitute directly emitted a strong explosion, which was several times the power of the detonating talisman. What is that ninjutsu? Is there such a way to fight? Ye, who had been watching the battle, couldn't help but ask. If I'm not mistaken, this is the combat method of the Uegakur village demolition team. I didn't expect that there are people like this in the Akatsuki organization. Kurane, who was knowledgeable, pointed out Deodara's origin directly. Demolition Squad. This was also the first time Shino heard such words. To put it simply, it is a special force that uses explosions as a means of attack. It is also the ace force of Uegakur village, but I haven't heard of any members in their village defecting. Hong thought for a moment and said. Brother Scorpion, does this kid look weak? I took care of him with just one explosive clone. Deodara is only a 16-year-old boy now, but he is a little older than Yelan and has more combat experience. Not as rich as 3 years later. Deodara, you idiot, he is behind you. Scorpion dealt with Marky with ease. Hearing Deodara's words, he couldn't help but take a look and found that this idiot was still complacent. Deodara then looked behind him. The cold light on his ninja sword made his hair stand on end. He barely managed to avoid this slashing attack. Yelan's ninja sword only cut off a few of Deodara's hair. Silk. Yelan secretly sighed, it was a pity, if Xia hadn't reminded him that the sword could have decapitated Deodara. Compared to Ataki and Gigangaki Kisame, you are very weak. Are you in the same organization as them? You are not an intern or something like that. Yelan looked at the young Deodara and said mockingly, if so that Scorpion wouldn't say these things. You guy, don't mention that BD Ataka to me. Who said I'm weaker than them? Let me show you next. Deodara's eyes showed a fierce look. As expected, he was easily provoked by Yelan. A mouth opened on his right hand. And he didn't know what he was chewing. Then he made a seal and a burst of smoke passed by, and a giant bird made of clay appeared. Before Yelan could step forward, Deidara got on board, and the giant bird flew directly into the sky. Can you fly? This kind of ninja is rare, but luckily I can do it. Yelan's finger seals, psychic skills, Thunder Falcon. Another large piece of smoke dissipated, and Po Jun appeared at Yelan's feet again. Yelan is fine, don't keep channeling me. What happened this time? Po Jun complained. He had just hooked up with another female Thunder Falcon and was about to succeed. Unexpectedly, he was directly channeled by Yelan. Come over. Po Jun is really sorry, the enemy this time is a little special. Yelan pointed at Deidara, who was riding a giant bird in the sky. Po Jun saw Deidara sitting on a giant bird in the sky, and Po Jun understood why Yelan channeled it. Brother Yelan actually has such a huge psychic beast. Hinata said in surprise after seeing Po Jun's appearance. As the eldest lady of the Hyaga clan, she understood how helpful this giant psychic beast could be. Hong, this is also my first time meeting him. Originally, I was worried that Yelan would not be able to deal with the Uegakure rebel named Deidara, but now it seems that Yelan has no problem. That boy looked younger than Deidara, and with this kind of psychic beast, it seemed like he couldn't complete the mission this time. The moment he saw Po Jun, Xie understood that if the other party wanted to escape, he would definitely be able to escape, and he was already thinking of retreating. Ma Ji also became happy after seeing the situation, and continued to attack Xie more fiercely. At the same time, he said in a low voice that only Xie could hear, "Go back to the village with me, Elder Kyunyo is looking for you." Now that 4th generation Kazekage has unfortunately passed away, the village currently needs your help. Maji, do you think I can't do anything to you? Don't tell me about that old woman Cho. Xie was a little irritated. The last thing he wanted to see in his life was that damn old woman. Cho-sama is concerned about your safety. You are the most talented puppet master since Tsunagakure, the Red Sand Scorpion. It is most suitable for you to inherit the position of Kazekage. Maji continued to persuade, and kept using wind to escape. Resist scorpion attacks. Ha ha ha, Kazekage. Hearing what Maji said, Xie smiled gloomily and stopped attacking. Maji thought Xie was moved by what he said and wanted to continue, but Xie interrupted him directly and said, "Then, I will show you my artwork. If you still think I can be Kazekage after seeing it, I'll just think about it." Chapter 32 Crisis. Then, let me show you my eternal art. Xie untied the seal of the scroll, and a humanoid puppet appeared in front of Maji. Is this? Marky couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at the appearance of the puppet. This puppet looked exactly like the missing 3rd generation object Kazekage. I put a lot of effort into making him a puppet. Marky wants you to re-experience the magnet style, which is known as the strongest Kazekage. Under the control of Scorpion, the 3rd generation Kazekage opened its mouth and revealed the mechanism inside. Then a ball of black magnetic sand spit out from his mouth, turned into thin needles and shot towards Maji. Magnet style, sand iron Shiger. Even the magnet style of the 3rd generation can be used. Sure enough, Kazekage of the 3rd generation was killed by the Scorpion in the first place. Maji did not persuade Xie again and carefully avoided magnet style's attack. This puppet put too much pressure on him. Everyone in Tsunagakure who was watching the battle from a distance was also surprised when they saw magnet style. This is Tsunagakure's secret technique. It has not been passed down since the disappearance of the 3rd generation. They did not expect to see it again in their opponents. They couldn't help but think about what the opponent is. People. That's a human puppet. It's said that a puppet made using a human puppet can retain the ninjutsu that existed during life. It's a forbidden technique among Tsunagakure, said Maki, who was in charge of Jainin. Human puppet. You are saying that Mr. McGee's opponent has a human puppet. Who is he fighting against? As a puppet master, Kankuro had of course heard of this forbidden technique and couldn't help but get excited. You can use magnet style. That human puppet is 3rd generation Kazekage. I saw 3rd generation Kazekage when I was very young and I can't admit it. It is said that the 3rd Ninja War started after the disappearance of 3rd generation Kazekage. In fact, it was originally there was also a Tsunagakure ninja who disappeared with the 3rd generation, recalled Maki. Who is it? Temari and the others have never experienced the Great Ninja War and don't know much about the secrets of these villages. It was the genius puppet master in the village, the grandson of Elder Kunio, the Red Sand Scorpion. Juan said word for word. If these intelligences had not been combined, Juan would not have made such an analysis. What he saw in front of him, everything made her 80% sure that Maji would face Scorpion. In this case, even Tsunagakure Janin's elite Maji would not be Scorpion's opponent. The Scorpion of Red Sand. Are you sure? Isn't he dead? Kankuro found that there were too many things that shocked him today. Ever since he came to Konoha, one thing had left him at a loss, and the crow he used was the same as before. Scorpion's work. Yuro, if it's really Scorpion, Maji Janin may not be his opponent. I'm going to help. You guys should go back to the village immediately to find reinforcements. Juan said to the Chunin who was wearing sunglasses, and before a few people could react, he said rushed out. Drink. Deidara didn't expect that Yellen had a psychic beast that could fly, and it was obviously much faster than his giant clay bird. He could only keep throwing clay bombs to block it. From the fight just now, he knew that he could never fight with him. Yellen is close. And he believes that once he gets close, he only needs to give Yellen half a second to deal with him. Damn it, there's not much clay left. I probably can't hit that guy with C3, why not use C2? Without thinking too much, Deidara took out the remaining clay and used it on his strange right hand. The mouth chewed and spit out a piece of clay that looked like a western dragon. Try this move. Deidara threw it directly. The dragon kept getting bigger, and finally became bigger than the Thunder Falcon. It waved its wings, and the dragon's mouth kept spitting out explosive clay to attack. I saw explosions in the sky like fireworks. The clay spit out by the giant dragon was too dense, and Po-jun was not small in size. He could barely dodge at first, but later he couldn't dodge and was blown up several times. Fortunately, he was relatively rough-skinned and thick flesh and did not suffer any serious injuries. Po-jun, use lightning style. A flash of red flashed in Yellen's eyes. In his opinion, Deidara's ninjutsu was also a type of earth style. In this case, he should try the lightning style that Po-jun is good at. Understood. After hearing this, Po-jun raised his altitude and came to the top of the clay dragon. Chakra and natural energy were constantly gathering in the sharp mouth, forming a thunder ball, and finally with a sharp cry, he was the thunder ball in his mouth spits into the sky. Thunder method, lightning, and thunder. The lightning ball in the sky exploded instantly, making the entire sky a little brighter, and finally formed a power grid, covering the blue sky. The giant dragon that came into contact with the power grid turned into pieces. As Yellen expected, the clay was restrained by lightning. Strictly speaking, Po-jun's move is not a lightning style. This move not only contains chakra but also the natural energy of Po-jun's training. It is much more powerful than ordinary ninjutsu. Deidara looked at the sky in surprise. He didn't expect that this man was also a lightning style master. He was the type to restrain himself. Now he had no intention of carrying out the mission and just wanted to evacuate quickly. But just as he broke the army and released lightning and thunder at that moment, Yellen jumped down from high in the sky and rushed directly towards Deidara, almost getting close when Deidara was shocked. There were bursts of cracking sounds in the air. Deidara was still careless. He didn't expect Yellen to contact him so quickly under the cover of Po-jun. Puff. Deidara's entire right arm was cut off by Yelan. The physical pain and psychological pressure made Deidara vomit a mouthful of blood. When he still wanted to fight back, he met Yelan's hands in a blink of an eye. Hitomi, a pair of Sharingan is turning. You are Uchiha. These were Deidara's last words. He fell directly into Yelan's genjutsu. Deidara, who was unconscious, could not control the giant bird and turned into a ball of smoke. At this time, Po Junhee rushed to pick up the two people who were falling. Yelan did not intend to kill Deidara. He hoped to get more information about Akatsuki and Ataka from Deidara. He wanted to know why Ataka joined Akatsuki after committing the genocide, and whether Ataka's helper that day was the people in the Akatsuki. If so, who are they? What is the purpose of the Akatsuki organization's collection of tailed beasts, etc. Yelan doesn't know this information. So he must find out the details of the other party. Yelan stopped Deidara's wound. The right hand that he had cut off had fallen to someone unknown, and he didn't care anymore. He was now heading towards the direction that Maji and the others had just gone. When Deidara was there recently, they put some distance between themselves. When he rushed to the original position again, the result surprised him. Only Maki was left in Tsunagakure and still struggling to support him. Not only Tsunagakure's female Janin but also Yi who was with him fell to the ground. Kurane, the other genin and the sentient ninja ran to nowhere. Seeing Scorpion controlling a puppet that looked the same as a human being and constantly manipulating the black magnetic sand to attack, Maji dodged in embarrassment, without the slightest ability to fight back. Yelan suddenly speeded up and came directly to Maji. You're finally here. Seeing Yelan carrying his companion, Maji finally felt confident and said breathlessly. What's going on with Hong and the others? Yelan asked seriously, leaving Deidara behind. Chapter 33 Rescue. Kurane and the Tsunagakure ninja named Maki frowned and lay on the ground with uncomfortable expressions on their faces. The two of them fell into a half-awake and half-conscious state. They are poisoned, Yelan Janin, be careful. The opponent's puppets are all poisonous. Red Janin and Wan only scratched a few wounds and became like this. Maji's face doesn't look good either. The chakra in his body has been exhausted. All. Yelan, you take a rest first, I will deal with the enemy in front of you. Deidara is such a useless kid. I didn't expect to fall down so quickly. Xia looked at the unconscious Deidara with dissatisfaction. He knew that he had to evacuate. The genin who just seemed to have left to find rescue. If you drag it on any longer, you will be left behind. Xia directly put away the puppets of third-generation Kazekage and evacuated without paying attention to Deidara. Yelan glanced at it and did not pursue him. There were too many wounded here and there was also Deidara who had just been captured. Fortunately, he was waiting where he was. Come to the rescue. After a while, Temari came over with Tsunagakure's large army, and at the same time there were 3 students from Kurane. Teacher Kurane. Hinata and the other 3 couldn't help but stepped forward when they saw Kurane who was injured and unconscious. Let's go to Tsunagakure's hospital first to see if there is any way to detoxify. Yelan said. Maji nodded after hearing this. They often do things like poisoning puppets, so it shouldn't be a big problem. A group of people hurried back to Sand Hidden Village, and the welcoming ceremony they had prepared was also cancelled. In this situation, superficiality was no longer a concern. It was not until Hong entered the infirmary that Yelan felt relieved and looked at the worried faces. Hinata and others said, "Don't worry, the poisoning didn't last long, Tsunagakure's people will cure Kurane." Hinata and the others were relieved after hearing Yelan's words. Yelan Janin's crisis has been temporarily resolved, but I heard that the enemy's target was One Tail. Could you please explain it here? The person who came was Janin, a senior executive of Tsunagakure. After seeing Yelan, he immediately said. Yelan looked at the door of the emergency room and estimated that Hong wouldn't be able to finish it in a while, so he walked out of the corridor with this Jainin and came to a secluded open space. Actually, I don't know the details very well. Lord Hokage knows a little better. I only know that they are an organization called Akatsuki, which is full of S-class rebel ninjas from various countries. Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi have both joined the organization. I just heard that Orochimaru has now withdrawn from the organization. Itachi came to Konoha a while ago and clearly stated that his goal is 9 tails. I think their organization may be targeting tailed beasts. How many people are in the organization? I won't tell you what they need tailed beasts for. It's clear. By the way, please lock up Deidara. We will take him with us when we return. Yelan basically told him everything he knew. After hearing this, the Jainin responded, "That's so outrageous. No one has dared to take advantage of tailed beasts since the founding of the 5 great ninja villages. What do they want to do?" "Don't worry, Yelan Jainin, that Uegaku rebel nin, we've found him. A dedicated person will be in custody. You can just tell us when you return to the village. But if you have any information about Akatsuki, please share it with Tsunagaku. After all, we are also allies now. I'm sorry that I can't agree to this now. I need to go back and ask Mr. Hokage for instructions." Yelan understood that he did not have the right to decide on issues between the two countries. Although he felt that Tsunade would most likely agree, he could not decide first. Make a decision. Is that so? I understand, then I won't disturb Yelan Jainin. I have already given instructions for the resting place, and someone will take you there. That Tsunagaku Jainin did not force Yelan anymore. Knowing this kind of thing, you still have to ask your leader for advice. I just didn't expect that a Tsunagaku elite like Machi would be so embarrassed, and Yelan seemed to be fine. Generally speaking, such young and powerful ninjas usually have their own arrogance, but I didn't expect that they are quite easy to talk to. I heard still an Uchiha. The mission failed. Deidara was directly captured by the opponent. Looking at the other members of the Phantom Body Jutsu, Xia said, "Scorpion, I didn't expect that your team's business ability is so poor. Even if you don't find the tailed beast, you even hook up with Deidara." One of the organization members directly mocked. It seems that their organization is not very friendly, and they are not very friendly towards this group. How can ninjas who are both S-class rebellious ninjas get along well with each other? Shut up, Haiden. We have met a master this time, and our opponent has a flying psychic beast Deidara who can't take advantage of his advantage at all. Scorpion said that Deidara was useless, and now he still gives it. He made some excuses. Moreover, that Konoha ninja is still an Uchiha, and he should be the Uchiha Yelan mentioned last time. Xia didn't fight Yelan directly at that time, but he could clearly see the Sharingan in Yelan's eyes. Is it that Uchiha again? It seems that he has made our members suffer a lot, and he has a good heart. A member with faint green eyes said calmly. Okay, everyone, calm down. After the member in the center finished speaking, everyone became quiet. He must be the leader of the organization. Deidara must be rescued. In this matter, Suinmu will first explore where Deidara is being held. If there is an opportunity, take action. Suzaku, you guys, move closer to the Kingdom of Wind and provide support if necessary. Santai, your team continue to carry out the bounty mission. After issuing orders to the members one by one, the leader left the meeting. Kakuzu, I guess Deidara will ask for your help after he is rescued later. One of his hands was cut off, and it is still with me. Scorpion saw that the member with green eyes was also preparing to release the magic lantern body technique. Couldn't help but say, "It doesn't matter. Just ask him to prepare the money. He will definitely be satisfied if he comes to me." After saying that, he lifted the spell. This guy is really after money, Xia couldn't help but think after watching Kakuzu leave. Then, I'll go find Deidara first. The member codenamed Suinmu said before leaving. Xie nodded and gave no more instructions. He still recognized Suanmu's ability to collect intelligence. Yelin Jainin. The door to the emergency room suddenly opened, and Yelin, who was standing against the wall, had a bad feeling. The poison in Red Jainin and Maki Jainin is not any kind of Sunagakur, and it is completely impossible to deal with it with our current technology. The medical ninja said to Yelan in a panic. No matter what the reason is for allies to die in each other's villages, the relationship between both parties will be affected, let alone a Jainin. Is there nothing that Sunagakur can do? Yelan looked ugly. He didn't expect that this kind of poisonous Sunagakur couldn't be solved. If he had known at that time, he should have gone back to Konoha to find Tsunade to solve the problem. Elder Cho may have a way, but... The medical ninja mentioned an elder, and his words were a little stumbling. It's just what? Yelan didn't have time to play guessing games with him. Now, when people's lives were at stake, not a single second could be wasted. Elder Kunyo has not left his residence for a long time and has stopped asking about anything in the village. I'm afraid Elder Kunyo won't take action. Before the medical ninja could finish speaking, Yelan turned around and was going to find Maji and ask him to come forward and solve the problem. Brother Yelan, Teacher Hong, she. Ye's eyes were a little red. He didn't expect that his first A-level mission would be like this, and he couldn't help at all. The only thing he could do was pray. Don't worry, I'm still here. Yelan sighed and touched Ye's head. Chapter 34 Sand Hidden. So that's it. The medical team is at their wits' end. It's no wonder it's the red sand scorpion. Maji sighed after hearing Yelan's description. Do you know that Akatsuki member? Hearing Maji's tone, no matter how stupid Yelan was, he could tell. Now that we've reached this point, I won't hide anything. That person is Sunagakur's former genius puppet master Xia, and he is also the grandson of Elder Cho. Maki said seriously. The former genius of Sunagakur has now appeared, and he still killed the third generation. The murderer of Kazekage is really a joke to other villages. I didn't expect that there would be such an injustice. Without further ado, I will go find Elder Cho now. Jainin Yelan, please wait for me. After Maji finished speaking, he left in a hurry. The people who were poisoned were not only Konoha ninjas but also Sunagakur. No matter what the reason this time, even if he died, he would ask Elder Cho to come out. In a secluded place in Sunagakur, an elderly brother and sister were fishing with fishing rods. This was one of their few recreational activities. The two of them said nothing and did not care about how many fish they could catch. It was just when they were bored. Pastime. Sister. The old grandfather opened his mouth first. His name is Ebis. He used to be engaged in intelligence work for Sunagakur, but now he has officially retired. It seems that a lot of things have happened in the village recently. Is that guy Luo Sha also dead? I didn't expect him to walk ahead of us. The current ninjas in the village are becoming more and more useless. As a Kazekage, they actually cooperated with the rebel ninjas. In the end, they got nothing but lost their lives. Cho said with an old voice. The two of them looked. You don't have to leave your home, but you have all the information in the village at your fingertips. It doesn't look like you are retired. Well, sister, you also need to understand Raza's difficulties. It's just that who can take the position of Kazekage now? Ebis said what he was worried about. Now it seems that no one in the whole village is qualified to be Kazekage. Raza, although sometimes I don't respect the two of them, they still have strength, and it is enough to serve as Kazekage. The current village. Why did I think of abandoning Pakula in the first place? If no one chooses Kazekage's position, it will be vacant. Let's wait until the right person comes. Cho also sighed helplessly. Sunagakur's previous glory no longer exists. The strength of Sunagakur at that time is not as good as theirs. Much stronger than now. Will other villages look down on us? Don't we have KONOHA as an ally? When we are weak, just obey the strong people and maintain the relationship with KONOHA. I heard that KONOHA's new Hokage is the girl who plays Katsuyu. She is not the Hokage. It would be too difficult for Tsunagakure. The discussion between the two people determined the tone of Tsunagakure village. They were not as indifferent to worldly affairs as the outside world said. "Shh, sister, someone is coming." Ebis interrupted Chiyo's nagging words and looked at the door. Cho reacted and continued to close his eyes and say nothing, pretending to be still fishing. "Elder Cho, Elder Ebis, I have something important to report." As soon as Maji entered the room, he knelt down on one knee to show respect for the two of them. "You have come to the wrong place. Maji and we have not asked about the village's affairs for a long time. Now I hope that I can see my lovely grandson before I die. I am not interested in anything else." Cho opened his eyes. He opened a gap and didn't look at Marky. "What if what I'm going to say next is about your grandson?" Marky swallowed and said. "What did you say?" Before Maji could react, Cho came directly in front of Maji. This kind of speed could not be achieved by an average Jainin. Maki did not expect Cho to be so excited. He bent down and said, "Gara, the Jinkriki of our village, was captured by KONOHA before. During the negotiations with KONOHA, KONOHA agreed to return Gara. Let's get to the point. I don't need to know irrelevant things." Cho couldn't help but said angrily when she saw Maji's slow and leisurely tone. Maji couldn't help wiping his sweat as he watched Cho getting increasingly irritable. "The next thing is the key point. We encountered two people attacking us on the way back. One of them is Scorpion, your grandson. Are you sure he is my grandson's yet? After so many years, his appearance must have changed. How did you recognize him?" Cho calmed down after hearing the news about Xie and continued to ask. "I'm sure. Because Xia not only admitted it personally, he also showed me something." Marky paused and said, "When I fought with him, he used the human puppet of Kazekage from 3rd generation." "I see." Cho immediately understood after hearing the news. The scorpion that disappeared with 3rd generation Kazekage killed 3rd generation Kazekage and made him into a human puppet. And his goal at the time was One Tail. They all belonged to the same organization. The ninjas of KONOHA told me at this time, and told me that people from that organization also took action against 9 Tails. McGee continued without pausing. "Why do they want tailed beasts? Could it be said that their organization has mastered the method of sealing tailed beasts?" Cho had some questions. "And how did you escape from Scorpion's hands? Has Tsunagakure's support arrived? I feel ashamed that it was Scorpion who took the initiative to evacuate." KONOHA's Jainin defeated another of Scorpion's companions, and Scorpion evacuated when he saw that he couldn't take Gara away. That Scorpion's companion is now being held in a cell in the village. KONOHA is indeed a place where talented people are born. I don't know the specific strength of Scorpion's companions. I think that Scorpion's companions will definitely not be too weak." Cho couldn't help but sigh. The most troublesome thing now is that there were 2 other Jainin who were working with Scorpion at the time. One was from our village and the other was from KONOHA. Now both of them have been infected by the poison that Scorpion applied on the puppet. Medical treatment ban is helpless. I can only ask you to help me." Maji bowed and begged. "Is Tsunagakure's medical team now so weak that it can't even detoxify?" Hearing Maki's explanation, he understood what he meant by coming here, mainly including the ninjas of KONOHA. It seems that he can't relax here. Got fishing. I'm really sorry. The people in the medical class said they had never seen this kind of poison before, couldn't analyze the formula of the poison, and couldn't develop an antidote. Maji bowed again. Seeing Maji's submissive look, Cho waved his hand impatiently. Maji thought Cho was unwilling to take action, so he knelt down and said, "Elder Cho, you must take action this time. This is about the relationship between Tsunagakure and Konoha. The relationship between. Seeing Maji kneeling down like a bachelor, even though Joe was 70 years old, his mouth opened wide and he couldn't help but said angrily, "I asked you to lead the way. I didn't say I disagreed." Maji, who was still talking after hearing Chiyo's words, was stunned for a moment. What he had planned to say suddenly got stuck, and he looked at Joe awkwardly. "You are also Tsunagakure's elite Jonin, so you should have some dignity," Joe said angrily. Maji nodded quickly and led Joe the way. Chapter 35 Extreme Speed. Are you the Jonin of Konoha? From the Uchiha clan. Joe had already heard from Maki on the way that the Konoha ninja who captured Deidara was an Uchiha, but he didn't expect to be so young. Judging from his age and Raza's, those children were about the same age, but he didn't expect that he could deal with the ninjas who couldn't even deal with Maji. Yelan nodded slightly. It seemed that this old woman was equivalent to the status of an advisor to Konoha and Tsunagakure. Let me tell you first, I'm actually not too sure. Although I taught him all his puppet skills, after all, I haven't seen Xie for a long time. I don't know what effect the poison he has configured now has achieved. Don't look at it. Cho scolded Tsunagakure's medical team in front of Maki, and the ninjas who met Konoha also received a vaccination in advance. Then I'm sorry to trouble you. Yelan seemed to think that Cho knew Xie, so he didn't ask in detail and just said a polite word. The puppet master we met before is the grandson of Elder Cho. Elder Cho has been looking for him before. Seeing that Cho had entered the infirmary, Maji whispered in Yelan's ear. Yelan suddenly realized that now he had met the rebellious ninjas of Konoha, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Tsunagakure, but the only one missing was Kumagakure. This Akatsuki organization is really good at picking people. Not long after, Cho came out. Seeing her expressionless expression, Yelan's heart sank, but he stepped forward and said calmly, "How is Elder Cho? Xiao's craftsmanship is getting better and better." Cho was still thinking about Xiao's methods when he heard Yelan ask, "I should be able to crack the poison after researching it, but they don't have time. Even if it's the fastest, I need it. If the two girls don't survive half a month, they will die from the poison in a few days at most." Hearing Chiyo's words, the expressions of everyone present changed, and Yelan's face also turned ugly. He didn't expect that such a blunder would occur on his first mission as an official Jonin. "What if it's Tsunade-sama?" Yelan asked, still unwilling to give up. "That girl who played Katsuyu? Although I don't want to admit that that girl is much better at cracking poisons than me, but I suffered a lot from her on the battlefield." Chiom showed a recalling look. Hearing what Cho said, Yelan felt relieved, and then said, "Then I will take the two injured to Konoha." "Boy, the distance from Tsunagakure to Konoha is not short, and why did you take two patients with you along the way?" Cho said, as she had never seen such a polite Uchiha before, and she had some good feelings for him. "Don't worry about this, but the medical team needs to prepare 2 stretchers and ropes," Yelan said. At this time, Maji thought of Yelan's psychic beast, understood what he was thinking, nodded hurriedly and said, "I'll make arrangements right away." Yelan turned around and looked at Hinata and the other 2 who were not resting yet. He sighed and said, "Shino and you 3 are just waiting for me at Tsunagakure. I will come back and meet you after I deliver the red." Seeing that Yelan was not panicking at all, the uneasiness in the hearts of the others gradually disappeared, and then they nodded in agreement. Then several Tsunagakure ninjas carried Kurane and Wan on stretchers to the roof of the building according to Yelan's instructions. Cho was also curious about how Yelan was going to take them back to Konoha and followed them. Seeing that everything was ready, Yelan directly used the psychic technique. What did Yelan want to do with me this time? Po Jun seemed to be in a good mood this time. It seemed that the female falcon from before had already hooked up with him. Yelan seriously explained the reason to Po Jun. After listening, Po Jun said nonchalantly, "I just need to bring these 2 girls to Konoha with you, right?" They need to go at the fastest speed, they won't be able to hold on for long. Yelan then talked about the distance from Sunagakur to Konoha. This distance, considering it shouldn't be too bumpy, can be reached in one day. Po Jun said after listening. After hearing Po Jun's answer, everyone's faces gradually became excited. Finally, there was good news, and then they tied Hong and Wan to Po Jun's back. It's really incredible. Cho standing aside said in a low voice, and Marky looked at Cho doubtfully. I seem to see the shadow of Sunan in this kid. No, at his age he will definitely surpass Sunan in the future. Cho said looking at Pa Jun, this strange psychic beast. Ma Ji didn't expect Cho to have such a high opinion of Yelan. No matter which one of Sunan is picked out alone, they are all cage level strength. Although Yelan's current strength is not weak, I heard that he has successfully resisted Orochimaru, but his current reputation far less famous than Sunan, maybe in a few years his name will be closely watched by every village. After the wounded were tied up, Yelan came to Po Jun's back, waved to the ninjas from Sunagakur and Hinata, then looked at Po Jun and said, let's go. Oh! Pa Jun responded, opened his wings and waved violently, and rushed into the sky in an instant. The huge dust generated by the flapping wings made others cover their mouths quickly. There was a lot of dust in the air of sand hidden. Pa Jun, this fan seems to have formed a small sandstorm. When the dust dispersed and everyone looked up at the sky, there was only a small dot left. This kind of speed is indeed very fast. Ma Ji was relieved when he saw this situation. The injured Maki was also Sunagakur's Jainin, and he was one of the few ninjas in Sunagakur who knew sealing techniques. It would be too much to lose his life like this. It's a pity, but fortunately Konoha and Sunagakur are allies now. Ah, I'm still curious about what Mr. Kakashi looks like. Naruto was with Sasuke and Sakura. Recently, they were all performing tasks near the village. The last time they performed the task, they discovered that they had not seen Kakashi's true appearance. I couldn't help but get curious, but it didn't work out in the end. It's not like you, an idiot, were easily spotted by Kakashi. Sakura said complainingly. Kakashi guy. After Kakashi finally took off his mask, there was still a mask underneath. Sasuke felt that the three of them had been tricked by Kakashi. Buzz. There was some harsh sound in the sky. The three of them looked up and saw a black spot in the sky. If they looked carefully, it was a big bird flying at high speed. That's it. Xiao Ying pointed and said after seeing it. She remembered that it seemed to be Yelan's psychic beast. It's brother Yelan's psychic beast. Why did he come back to the village? I heard Granny Tsunade say that brother Yelan is out on a mission, isn't he? Naruto also recognized it and couldn't help but ask. This must be an emergency, otherwise Yelan would definitely not use the psychic beast in the village. Look at the direction of flight, it's the hospital. Sasuke had already analyzed it and said hello to Naruto and Sakura. Run to the hospital. When he saw Konoha, Pa Jun's speed began to slow down. After all, most people in Konoha had never seen Pa Jun. He didn't want other ninjas to have any misunderstandings. When he arrived at the gate, he met Izumo Kamizuki and Gang Zidi said hello, dropped a scroll, which introduced the situation in detail, and asked them to notify Tsunade. They didn't even get off Po Jun's back and flew directly to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Po Jun landed slowly, faster than scheduled. After flying non-stop for more than 10 hours, he finally arrived. Even a powerful psychic beast like Po Jun looked tired. Yelan, thank you for your hard work, Po Jun. Po Jun shook his head and said nothing. He just wanted to rest now. Seeing that Tsunade had arrived at the scene with Konoha's medical team, the people in the medical team quickly untied Kurane and Maki from Pa Jun's back and lifted them off. Looking at Tsunade's serious expression, Yelan was about to say something when she waved her hand and said, I'll do the surgery first, and we'll talk about everything after I finish the surgery. Chapter 36 Escape. Brother Yelan. After watching Tsunade enter the operating room, a familiar voice reached her ears. Yelan looked back and saw that it was Naruto, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Long time no see, Naruto, have you learned Raise Nan? Yelan asked, seeing that Naruto still had that carefree personality. I have completely mastered Raise Nan. I will show you later. Naruto. Now is not the time to talk about this. Sakura interrupted Naruto's bragging and asked directly to Yelan, Brother Yelan, I saw your psychic beast, what happened? Sasuke, who was standing together, said nothing, but there was doubt in his eyes. Yelan, we were attacked on the way to the mission. The Red Jonin and a Tsunagakure Jonin were injured. I can only use the psychic beast to send them back quickly. Attack. Hong-sensei's injury won't be a big problem, right? Sakura didn't expect such a thing to happen. Hong and the others also met Hinata's teacher, and they had a very good impression. Yelan, Tsunade-sama has already entered the operating room, and now it's up to Tsunade-sama. Sakura and the others were silent. There was nothing they could do now. Sasuke then asked, who attacked? How could ordinary people do this when Tsunagakure and Konoha are on a mission together? Sasuke has been officially promoted to Chunin, along with Nara Shikamaru. In this Chunin exam, only the two of them became Chunin. When Naruto came back, he was unhappy when he learned the news. They are from the Akatsuki organization, and their target is the one tail in Gaara's body. Yelan said it directly without hiding anything from Sasuke. It's Itaki. After hearing this, Sasuke remembered the Itaki he had met before, and he was a member of this organization. No, the other party is a puppet master and a rebel nin from Iwagakure. They are stronger than ordinary Jonin. I captured the rebel ninja from Iwagakure at that time, and the other puppet master evacuated immediately after seeing it. Where is the captured enemy now? Sasuke was a little excited. He didn't expect that Yelan would have such a harvest in this mission. If he could get more information about the Akatsuki organization from Deidara, he would know where Itaki is. He is currently being held in Tsunagakure's cell. I will bring him back when I return to Tsunagakure. Well. Why can't I understand what you are talking about? It's Akatsuki and it's the puppet masters. What happened? Naruto scratched his hair. He and Jiraiya were the last time Itaka came to the village. We have already set off, so we don't know anything about Akatsuki at all. Yelan didn't say much. Naruto's identity was still too sensitive. As the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails, he was also one of Akatsuki's targets. We already know Deidara's location. In a wasteland not far from Tsunagakure village, black and white zetsus slowly emerged from the ground and said to the air. The air seemed to be distorted, and a man wearing a whirlpool mask gradually appeared. It was Obito. Deidara is really troublesome. If his abilities weren't still useful, I wouldn't have rescued him. Since knowing that Deidara was captured by Yelan, Pain has found him. Rescue is still a matter of Obito. Do the most appropriate thing. At night, Maji looked at the hazy moonlight and felt that Yelan should have arrived in Konoha. He didn't know if Tsunade could solve this poison. Cho had praised Tsunade's ability. But she still felt a little uneasy. Bang! Enemy attack! Maji heard a sudden explosion in the village and saw a fire in the distance. At that location, the enemy came to rob the prison, the rampant Akatsuki organization. This simply did not take Tsunagakure seriously, and Maki immediately led the team to the cell where Deidara was being held. Maki came to the cell and saw that many places were on fire. Several ninjas guarding Deidara had fallen to the ground. A man wearing a whirlpool mask was seen carrying Deidara and waiting for Maki. Someone said hello. Hello. Everyone. I'm about to evacuate. A funny voice sounded from the man's mouth. Don't run. Maji yelled. He didn't believe that the other party could leave under Tsunagakure's heavy surroundings, but he was stunned the next second. He saw the man in front of him as if he had been thrown into a mixing machine, and his body began to twist. In an instant, he and Deidara disappeared from everyone's eyes. Marky had never seen this kind of ninjutsu, and he couldn't find any trace of the man. "Senior Scorpion, I brought Senior Deidara." Scorpion, who was hiding in the cave, heard Obito's voice and saw him walking in directly with Deidara on his shoulders. "You did a good job as an intern. You should be able to become a full-time employee." Xia looked at Obito's mask and whispered. Even if he wanted to rescue Deidara, he would have to use all his skills. Unexpectedly, the intern would be able to escape without any damage. Deidara brought it back. "Ha ha ha, thank you, Senior. If nothing happens, I'll leave first." Obito still used a phase funny voice and said haha, then threw the unconscious Deidara to Scorpion's side and left directly. Before Obito took action, he specifically used genjutsu to put Deidara into a coma. He didn't want Deidara to know his trump card. Scorpion didn't stop him, and after waiting for a while, Deidara finally woke up. "Well, Brother Scorpion, did you save me?" Deidara woke up and found that he was no longer in Tsunagakure's cell. He breathed an unexpected breath. The feeling of being imprisoned was not pleasant. "It's not me, it's an intern, my name is Afei." Xia didn't blame himself for saving Deidara, "and your hand that was chopped off is here, not far away. Let's go and get your hand." A ninja cannot form seals without arms. Unless he can form seals with one hand or activate ninjutsu without forming seals, his strength will basically be reduced by more than half. Deidara understood that he owed a favor for this. "Thank you, Brother Xia, okay." Deidara knew that his arm could be reattached, and he felt relieved. He and Xia rested for a while and then left the cave. Several days had passed since Yelan left, and Maji's face, which was already bad, turned ugly. He had been thinking about how to explain to Yelan these days, and Deidara, who had finally been captured, ran away like this. Someone searched around the cell but couldn't find it, nor did they leave any traces. It just disappeared completely. And this time he kidnapped an accomplice. If the other party directly used the same method to attack Gaara next time, what would Tsunagakure do? Thinking about it, Maji's head would be huge. "Maki-sama, Konoha's Yelan Jainin, Red Jainin, and Maki Jainin have returned." Ajnan from Tsunagakure came to Maki's office to report. Maji was happy after hearing this. After hearing this report, he was sure that Tsunade had already treated Kurane and Wan. Yelan looked at Hong, who was still a little tired beside her, and didn't say anything. After Tsunade completed the treatment, Hong only rested for 1 day before rushing back to Tsunagakure with Yelan. Originally, Tsunade advised her to rest for a few more days, but Tsunagakure's the matter can be left to others to handle, but Hong said that his students were there, and that it was his own mission and he had to complete it, so he and Yelan rushed back to Tsunagakure. There was no psychic Pajun on the way back. This kind of inconvenience, even if you are in a hurry, it is better to walk on your own feet. After knowing that she was rescued by people from Konoha, the kunoichi of Tsunagakure also expressed her gratitude to Yelan and Tsunade, and returned to Tsunagakure with them. Yelan had some questions after seeing Maji's not particularly good expression. Maji's next words made him feel helpless. He didn't expect Deidara to be kidnapped. No one in Tsunagakure village could stop him. He dropped the other party and said that the other party disappeared directly in front of him. When Yelan heard the news, he had no choice. He was not in Tsunagakure at the time, but even if Yelan was in Tsunagakure at the time, there was no good way to face Obito, who wanted to leave. Hinata and others were relieved after seeing Kurane again. Later, Kurane and Tsunagakure's senior management discussed some details of the covenant and signed it. On this basis, the two parties added another piece of information about Akatsuki. After these things, everyone knows that Akatsuki is a difficult organization to deal with, and the target is still the Jinkriki of their respective ninja villages. They must share information to understand this organization in more detail. Yelan, who didn't care much about this kind of thing, started walking around the sand-hidden village, but what he didn't expect was that an unexpected person stopped him directly. Chapter 37 Gara. What's the matter? Yelan said, looking at Gara, who was stopping him. Gara. Temari, who had been following him before Gara could speak, rushed up. He didn't understand why Gara stopped Yelan. Temari, I'm fine. I just have some questions to ask Mr. Yelan. Gara did not speak harshly as usual, but comforted Temari. Yelan, so, what's the matter? Temari had been comforted by Gara. He looked at Yelan and said, Mr. Yelan, since you saw Shikako last time, it is much quieter now and no longer noisy. It just doesn't matter what I ask him. He won't even respond to me. Do you have any good ideas? Temari looked at Gara in surprise. She had been much quieter since the last time Gara went berserk. She thought Gara had figured something out, but it turned out to be Yelan's fault. Is One Tail afraid of Yelan? Actually, I don't have any good suggestions about this. I'm not a Jinkriki, and I don't have any friends with the Jinkriki. Yelan didn't hide it too much. Apart from knowing that Sharingan is more restrained in tailed beasts, he really didn't know how Jinkriki got along with the tailed beasts. Get along with animals. Is that so? I'm sorry to bother you. Gara's eyes dimmed a bit. In fact, he wanted to solve Shikaku's problem better. If Shikaku loses his temper again one day, he will be punished. Influence. Looking at Gara's somewhat disappointed eyes, Yelan thought for a moment and said, I heard that the fourth Mizukage is the perfect Jinkriki when I was on a mission in the Land of Water, and can completely control the power of tailed beasts. I think I can do it. At this point, you not only need to have strong strength, but also need to be able to communicate with the tailed beast. If you really don't know what to do, then just cultivate yourself. No matter what you do, you need strength. Gara, who was already about to leave, stopped when he heard what Yelan said, perfect Jinkriki. This was the first time Gara heard this word. From Yelan's introduction, he knew it was a very powerful one. Yelan was right about the strength of his body. Now he needs more training. Thank you, Mr. Yelan. Gara bowed after hearing this. Temari didn't expect Gara to become so polite. Although he didn't know what Yelan said, he bowed to Yelan like Gara. He bowed to express his gratitude to Gara for his change. That kid looks a bit like Naruto. Yelan turned around and found that Hong had come behind her. Have you finished your work? Red Janin? Yelan asked. Hong waved his hand and said, You don't have to be so polite. You saved my life. Just call me by my name. The business is over. We can go back to Konoha at any time. This mission is finally almost over. Then I'd rather be respectful than obey, Hong. You are as polite as Hongda said, and you don't look like a 15-year-old child at all. Hong and Hongdu are very good friends, and they often go shopping and drink together. Have they confirmed Tsunagakure's next Kazekage? Yelan didn't want to continue this topic and asked about other things. Hong, who signed the details of the contract with Tsunagakure, might know something about their next decision. No, I heard from the senior management of Tsunagakure that the candidate for the next Kazekage has not been determined yet. Kurane shook her head. Tsunagakure is now weaker than Konoha and cannot even choose a Kazekage. That's it. If there is no confirmation after a while, Gara may be the Kazekage. Yelan said, touching his chin. Gara, no way, isn't he Jinkriki? He was a little surprised when he heard Yelan's analysis. There is no hatred in his eyes now, and he has become a bit normal. Moreover, his teacher is Maki, a well-known person in Tsunagakure, who will help him. And fourth Mizukage is also a Jinkriki. There is a precedent for this. After listening to Yelan's analysis, Hong also sensed this possibility, but she didn't expect Yelan to be able to see so far. Have you found the traces of Deidara's escape or the traces of Scorpion? Yelan asked again about Akatsuki. In the past few days, he had seen Tsunagakure's ninjas running outside the village. He wanted to know their current mission. Not much. Hong sighed and said, no, the entire village has been searched and there are no traces of Deidara's escape. Cho personally went to the scene of our battle and found nothing. It seems that there won't be any more risks on the way back. Their people have probably left the Kingdom of Wind. Yelan was also helpless. He finally caught Deidara and let him run away. Originally, he thought it was okay. I can get some information out of Deidara's head. Rain country. It rains all year round in this country, and the air is always very humid. No crops are grown, resulting in a large amount of money being needed to buy food every year. There is a tall tower in the center of Yuyan village, and some people are entering one after another. If Yelan is here, he will also find a few acquaintances. Not only Ataki and Kisame, but also Deidara and Scorpion, who had already reattached their arms, came here. Unexpectedly, Akatsuki's base camp is in Yuyan village. Why did the leader summon us? How long has it been since we all got together? I still have to go on a bounty mission. Kakuzu with green pupils said with a bad look. The leader called us here because he has something important to announce. Please wait a moment. Heibeijou came out at this time to comfort everyone who was a little emotional. Itaki and Kisame sat quietly aside. They were not talkative people. When everyone arrived, a man and a woman finally arrived. They were all wearing Akatsuki uniforms. The man had a yellow spiky head and some unknown accessories on his face. The most shocking thing was that his eyes were exactly the same as the legendary Rin Egan. The woman has short blue hair, a slender figure, and a paper flower on her head. She is a rare beauty. Everyone is here. Pain looked around, but no one else looked at him. The pressure on his samsara eye was too great. Next, the organization will suspend the tailed beast capture plan. Pain announced the organization's next decision, which surprised everyone else, and Haydn even said it carelessly. Why is it tentative? Is it because both Ataki and Scorpion failed? We can't let all our efforts go to waste, leader. The good guy PD off 4 people with just one sentence, and Kisame even pulled out his same hata sword and couldn't help but want to slice it. He did. Pain, the member who is about to fight, also has a headache. The members are indeed strong. They are all rebellious ninjas from various ninja villages who have not captured the leader. They all have weird tempers. Pain has not thought about improving with more people acting together. Combat strength, but in such a situation. If there are too many people and there is no fight with the opponent, oneself will probably start fighting among themselves. Teaming up with 2 people is already the limit. Therefore, every time we have a meeting, we can avoid getting together or not, all through Pain's magic lantern body technique. Looking at the people who were about to take action, Pain began to shout, "Quiet!" An unimaginable pressure covered the entire venue. As the leader of Akatsuki, Pain's power was unquestionable, and the members instantly became honest. There is a problem with Kirigakure's 3 tails Jinkriki and it has died unexpectedly. Even if the other tailed beasts are caught, we still have to wait for 3 years. In that case, we will be passive, so in these 3 years we have to downplay the attention of other villages on us. We will wait until 3 Tails is about to be resurrected before taking action. After hearing Pain's words, everyone understood that capturing tailed beasts would originally cause the ninja village to be angry, and generally speaking, other villages must not react. Capture him quickly when he comes over. Once he is targeted by those ninja villages, it is very likely that other villages will join forces to deal with Akatsuki, and then the plan will not be implemented. Now it will take 3 years for 3 Tails to be resurrected. What Akatsuki is doing now is to reduce the attention, develop obscenely, and wait until other ninja villages don't care before choosing to take action. So, what do we do now? Kakuzu, the oldest, asked. Hidden in the room, Nagato couldn't help but sigh when he thought about Omegakure's difficult life, and controlled Tendo pain and said, "Make money." Chapter 38 Natural Energy. After the mission was completed, Yellen and others returned to Konoha. That day, Yellen came to the Nanga shrine that Suzuki mentioned. This is a secret place known only to the Uchiha clan. He came to the stone tablet that Suzuki mentioned. There were some complicated lines engraved on it, and Yellen was indeed able to understand what was written on it when he opened the Sharingan. The stone tablet first introduced the ancestors of the Uchiha and Senju clans, Indra and Ajura, and their father Sage of Six Paths. It looked a bit like a myth and legend. Then it also said how Uchiha could open the Sharingan. When Yellen saw the third for a moment, the next content was incomprehensible. At this time, the three Megatama in Yellen's eyes slowly rotated and turned into Mangeki. As expected, the Nengrong on the stone tablet could be seen clearly. On the surface, Mangeki was not from the Uchiha clan. With ultimate power, Mangeki can evolve again. After turning on Mangeki, if the Mangeki of a close relative is transplanted into your own eyes, then Mangeki will become an eternal Mangeki that will never be extinguished, and the power of your eyes will be greatly improved. Seeing this, Yellen was not too surprised. As expected, this kind of Mangeki with side effects is not the end of the Uchiha clan. However, to find a close relative of Mangeki, the only way is to transplant Shisui's eyes. Shisui is dead, and Shisui's eyes are there is a high probability that it is in Ataka's body. This is not only the legacy left by his brother, but also the key to Yellen's evolution into the Eternal Eye. It's just not that easy to get Ataka to hand it over. Moreover, even if the content on the Mangeki stone tablet is turned on, only 2/3 of the content can be seen. If you want to know the next content, only the Eternal Mangeki can see it. Yellen watched the content a few more times before leaving the shrine. Yellen was a little skeptical about the content on the stone tablet. It was not that he doubted the method of opening Sharingan. These methods were most likely true. He just wondered how this kind of thing was left behind. Was it really left by Indra as mentioned above? What if? If Indra really exists, is the Sage of Six Paths also real? Are there really such things as gods in this world? This is the first time Yellen feels strange to this world. As a person who has received 9 years of education, thinking it has become an instinct to doubt everything when the facts are uncertain. When he came to an open space, which was far away from the village, Yellen channeled Po-jun directly without thinking about anything. After a burst of smoke, Po-jun's huge body appeared in front of him. "Boy Yellen, what's going on?" After Po-jun was channeled, he found that there were no enemies. He didn't know what Yellen called him for. "Po-jun, teach me how to use natural abilities. My progress in practicing natural energy is too slow. I won't consider the matter of the Eternal Eye for the time being. If you want to solve the problem of declining pupil power, learning natural energy can also alleviate it." Yellen has never been introduced to the practice, and this time the psychic Po-jun also wanted to ask for advice. "Boy, you finally took the right path. Okay, you can sense the natural energy first and let me take a look." Po-jun didn't expect Yellen to find it, so he nodded with satisfaction. Yellen then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, feeling the natural energy in the air and wanting to absorb all of it into his body. However, after a while, Yellen's head was knocked by Po-jun, and he looked at Po-jun with some confusion. "Young man Yellen, you are not doing this right." Po-jun's bird-like face turned into a serious expression. "Although the natural energy contained here is very small, it is not easy for your practice to go crazy, but it cannot be like you do." Yellen stopped practicing and looked at Po-jun. "Natural energy cannot be used crudely and directly like your body's chakra. Natural energy is more like a conscious existence. You must learn to adapt to natural energy rather than control it. Natural energy represents everything in the world, and all living things in the world are actually there is natural energy, just more or less. It represents a natural law. Do you think you can control the natural law? Po-jun explained. Yelan shook his head. He had never thought that natural energy was such a thing. He had never talked to Po-jun before. This was the first time he knew that natural energy was such a force, like some kind of will. You have to learn to obey it and let the natural energy take the initiative to approach you, so that it will not hurt you but can help you. After listening to Po-jun's explanation, Yelan sensed it again and no longer roughly absorbed the natural energy in the air. Instead, he observed the natural energy. The plants and trees in the air, the rabbits foraging not far away, and the things happening in the river were schools of fish blowing bubbles. Every life has a trace of natural energy. When Yelan sensed them, they seemed to have discovered Yelan and approached Yelan involuntarily. Po-jun couldn't help but nodded when he saw Yelan's condition. It seemed that he had already started. Yelan opened his eyes again, observed his body and found that some of the hidden wounds on his body were slowly being repaired by natural energy. His eyes, which had become a little short-sighted due to manjiki, were also getting better. He clenched some of his fists and found that there has also been some increase in strength. You still have some talent. After all, you learned it the day after tomorrow. Now you are getting started. It's just that there is too little natural energy here to improve your body. It can only help you repair your body. Po-jun said. Feeling the changes brought about by natural energy, Yelan was a little happy. Just getting started with natural energy brought such a big improvement. Although his combat power was not greatly improved, he could repair the side effects caused by manjiki. Don't overuse your eyes. If you use too much, your level of natural energy cannot be repaired. Po-jun noticed Yelan's thoughts and reminded. Slowly, the natural energy in Yelan's body was exhausted. He couldn't help but look at Po-jun and said, although natural energy is difficult to learn, the power that can be improved is much more powerful than chakra. Why are there no people who specialize in natural energy? Po-jun was silent for a while and said, the practice of natural energy pays more attention to talent, and there is a risk of losing control without anyone's guidance. Unlike chakra, even ordinary people can master it after a period of training. The practice of natural energy is more like a kind of inheritance. A long time ago, there were some people with natural energy. They all called themselves immortals. Because of chakra, there are very few now. I haven't seen them since I was born. You kid have maybe he will be the first immortal I have ever seen. Po-jun explained. After listening to Po-jun's words, Yelan seemed to have discovered something, and couldn't help but said, because of the chakra? Was there no chakra before? Ninjas appeared because of chakra. If according to Po-jun, the sudden appearance of chakra made the ninja profession flourish, then how did chakra appear? According to the ancestors of our family, chakra suddenly appeared thousands of years ago. At that time, there were only a few immortals, most of them were ordinary people, and there were not many powerful people among them. However, chakra spread very quickly, resulting in no one at all. A few people can practice natural energy, which is difficult to learn. And some people who have learned natural energy also start to learn how to use chakra. The practice of natural energy gradually ceased to be inherited, and our clan was not allowed to move to the clan and live in seclusion on a small island. That's right. If Yelan hadn't accidentally come to this island, the Thunder Falcon clan would never have appeared in front of the world. This kind of practice would probably be slowly abandoned. Even Po-jun now doesn't just practice natural energy. It will also practice some chakra abilities. If I follow what you said, Po-jun, then chakra belongs to outsiders, and natural energy is our original strength. Yelan felt as if he had discovered some big secret. He somewhat believed in Sage of Six Paths, Indra people like Azura actually existed in the first place, but what roles they played and what happened in the middle were so many questions that piqued Yelen's curiosity. What's the use of thinking so much, kid? I was curious before, but I don't think about it now. I feel that our family's life on that island is pretty good. I signed a contract with you just to see more of the outside world. I never care whether others are cultivating chakra or natural energy. The only one who gets tired from overthinking is myself. Po Jun said with a smile when he saw Yelan struggling with his thoughts. But I heard my father say that there should still be some psychic beasts who practice natural energy in the ninja world who have not completely lived in seclusion. They will also come into contact with some ninjas. In the future, you may also encounter ninjas who practice natural energy. Then, Po Jun added. Yelan, a ninja who practices natural energy, has not encountered it yet, but he probably won't use this kind of thing until a life or death situation. Moreover, it is difficult to practice. It takes a lot of time to just sense energy. If you want to use it in battle, you don't have a long time. Cultivation is not enough. Maybe you will meet such people in the future. Chapter 39 Leading the Team. I wonder what Grandma Tsunade asked us to do. Naruto and his teammates went to the Hokage building together. The recent mission was very boring. When he heard that Kaiba and his class had performed an A-level mission last time, Naruto was full of envy. I'll give you a new mission this time. Tsunade saw a few people arriving and handed them the scroll about the mission. Sasuke, as a Chunin, took it directly. Let's see what level of mission it is. The mission that Tsunade personally gave them must not be too simple, Naruto said with some excitement. B-level mission, protection type. After seeing the scroll, Sasuke couldn't help but think of the mission they performed for the first time out of the village. It was also a B-level bodyguard mission and they encountered a Jainin like Zabuza. What? It's only B-level. After Naruto became stronger, he began to look down on tasks of this level. Don't be picky, just stop being picky. Tsunade tried her best not to get angry. Although she liked Naruto, his character was really unlikable. Where's Mr. Kakashi? Sakura discovered that Mr. Kakashi was not here to take on this mission. Kakashi has gone to perform other tasks. I have arrangements for Jainin who will take you on the task this time. Come out. With Uchiha and Jinchuriki in the team, Tsunade is really worried about them going out to perform the task alone, let alone the Akatsuki organization. Even though the village was really busy, Tsunade still took out her manpower. Hello everyone. Yelen's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He didn't have long free days. Tsunade found him a few days after returning from Tsunagakure. Brother Yelen. The three people who were familiar with Yelen suddenly became happy. They would feel much more at ease with the powerful Yelen by their side. Let me speak first. Unless there is an emergency, Yelen will not take action on this mission. This mission will mainly be completed by yourselves. Tsunade first explained the situation. The B-level mission involves one Chunin from Uchiha plus 2. It's a pretty good genin, and the specifications are sufficient. Don't worry. We can complete the mission ourselves, and we won't let Brother Yelen take action. Naruto patted his chest. I hope. Tsunade couldn't help but think that Yelan's lack of action meant that there was no unexpected situation, so she could feel relieved. After several days of traveling, the group of people finally arrived at their destination. During this period, other than the three people above asking Yelen for advice, he did not direct the team too much, but let them play freely. At this time, they arrived at a restaurant. They all planned to finish their meal here before moving on. I'm so tired, I'm already hungry, boss. Naruto shouted as soon as he entered the door and ordered a lot of food. It seemed that he had a good appetite. Yelan sat down with them. The most he brought with him on this trip were some books, which he still hadn't put down. Brother Yelan, what have you been reading recently? Xiaoying was a little curious as to why Yelan kept his hands on the book like Kakashi. She couldn't help but wonder if it was the kind of book written by Mr. Kakashi. This. Yelan showed the cover of the book to Sakura, which read the direction and experience of the development of ordinary ninjas in Konoha. Seeing this title, the three of them were all confused as to what kind of book this was. Seeing the doubts on the three people's faces, Yelan smiled and said, "This is a learning experience for civilian ninjas from Genin to Jainin. It is very helpful for ninja planning." "But brother Yelan, is it helpful to read this kind of book even though you are already a Jainin?" Naruto asked in confusion. "There is no ninjutsu you can learn from this book. It contains a lot of theoretical knowledge and development suggestions, as well as an understanding of chakras' property changes and morphological changes. Sakura, this book is very suitable for you. You can study it if you have time," Yelan said, and this book was written by second Hokage Senju Tobira Misama. It can be regarded as his experience and insights as a teacher. Although I can't increase my own strength after reading it, it can also broaden my knowledge. It's actually a book written by Master Second Hokage," Sakura said in surprise. Naruto was a little surprised when he heard that the book was written by Hokage, but he really wasn't interested in reading and studying. Seeing that the topic had been opened, Yelan couldn't help but say a few more words. "Naruto, isn't your goal the Hokage? You have to know that no matter the shadow of that village is a very knowledgeable ninja. In addition to being powerful, even Tsunade-sama is now. I will continue to learn." "Ah. I know. I will go to the library to find this book when I get back." Naruto felt dizzy when he heard about learning, and scratched his messy hair and said. Sakura and Sasuke both laughed when they saw Naruto's appearance. The food had been served, and a group of people were eating when a man suddenly appeared at their table. Yelan didn't pay attention. When he just entered the room, he saw this diner. He had already sensed this diner with chakra perception. He was a genin. Let's see how Sasuke and the others responded. "Beautiful lady, I'm so lucky to meet you here. My name is Morinoi Twoshin, what's your name?" Unexpectedly, the man came directly to Sakura. Yelan watched the three people's reactions with interest. Sakura was still a little at a loss, but Naruto immediately became angry. He stood up and rolled up his sleeves and said, "What are you doing? Don't take the opportunity to talk to Sakura. So my name is Sakura. Have you thought about your future life?" Yi Tuoshin said directly without caring about Naruto. "What life?" Sakura's face turned red and she didn't expect to encounter such a thing. "Just give up being a ninja and become my bride," Yi Tuoshin said very confidently. "UBD, I have to beat you up." Seeing that Naruto was about to take action, Sakura immediately stopped him. "Ninjas cannot attack civilians, let alone in other countries. Naruto, ignore this little BD, we still have tasks to do." Sasuke, who had become a Chunin, knew what the priorities were and spoke immediately. "TCH, the ninjas of Konoha are really boring." "Sure enough, ninjas have an easy job." Yi Tuoshin looked around and immediately changed his expression when he saw Yelan, who was smiling but not smiling. "Just think I'm joking. I'm leaving first." "This guy." Naruto saw that the other person had left and did not continue to chase him, and sat down again. At this time, everyone had no appetite, and the landlady came out and handed Xiaoying 2 bills. 2 copies. Sakura looked at the landlady in confusion. "The guy who left just now said that you were together and you knew how to pay and then left," the lady boss explained. "This BD is trying to trick us." Naruto, who had already lost his temper, yelled, and Sakura was also angry, but she didn't expect that person just now to be so outrageous. Sasuke glanced at Yelan and then lay down and put his ear close to the ground. He heard the footsteps that had already run some distance, and the speed was not too slow. "Brother Yelan." Naruto couldn't bear it anymore. He had to teach that boy a lesson and wanted to get Yelan's opinion. Tsunade-sama said that I will not direct your decisions unless there is an emergency. Yellen took a slow sip of tea. Let's go. Sakura. Sasuke. After hearing this, Naruto called the two of them directly, preparing to catch up with Itoden just now. Yellen did not follow him but continued to eat. He definitely didn't know the person just now. There is no difference between such a weak ninja and a recent graduate. It's just that his last name caught Yellen's attention. He didn't know how to compare with Morinoi. What does it matter? Chapter 40 Thunder God's Sword. Really, this guy runs so fast. Hearing Naruto's complaint, Yellen couldn't help but be a little surprised. Could he still catch up with him? After meeting up with Yellen, Sasuke couldn't help but say, the other party is too familiar with this place, and we lost track of them. Yellen didn't say anything more. Now he should go to the person who issued the task to confirm the task. After a while, after inquiries from Sakura and others, they finally met the person who issued the mission, Wasabi Jirako. In short, the mission this time is to protect the contestants from being interfered by other people. Jiro Wasabi introduced the mission, that is, a competition will be held here, and people from the two clans will each send one person to join. From here go to a shrine to get a token and then return. Whoever reaches the finish line first wins, and the winning family can manage the town until the next competition. Then why do you need to hire us? It sounded like ninjas were not required to participate in the competition. Sakura couldn't help but ask. The other party has hired a ninja. If the ninja takes action, our contestant will be in danger, and you are responsible for protecting him. Wasabi Jiro said, come in, and you can get to know the contestant. With that said, someone opened the door and entered. What surprised Xiao Ying and others was that it was Yi Tuoshin who had just asked them to pay for the meal. It's you, kid. Naruto got angry when he saw him. Not only did he fool them, but he also reduced the ninja to nothing. Boss, I don't need ninja protection. I will definitely win and show you. Yi Tuoshin was surprised to see Naruto and others, and said to Jiro, then turned and left the room. Salang looked helplessly at Yellen. He knew that this person was the strongest ninja on the other side. He hoped that Yellen would not mind and could complete the task well. Naruto and the others are taking over the mission this time. Unless there is a Jonin-level opponent, I will not take action. Yellen bowed slightly and then left the room. Until the day of the competition, Yellen rarely left his residence. I don't know what method Naruto used to make Yi Tuoshin agree to be protected by Naruto and others, but his face was still so ugly. At the beginning of the race, Yi Tuoshin did not run according to the prescribed route. Instead, he found another route according to the wind direction. There was a section of the race where he had to drive the boat through a body of water. If the wind direction was not good, the speed would be slowed down a lot. When Naruto saw the ships that Yi Tuoshin had prepared, Naruto and others understood his determination. Unwilling to go against things, they were attacked not long after they got on the boat. Yellen saw that the other party was wearing Aimgakure's forehead protector. Genin was the only one with the strength, so he simply watched how Naruto and the others dealt with it. After being a little confused at the beginning, Naruto he defeated the opponent directly with his newly learned Raise Nan. This technique made Sasuke a little concerned. Although he already knew that Naruto had learned Raise Nan, this was the first time he saw Naruto use it. He didn't expect it to be so powerful. After landing, Yellen stopped following Naruto and others but hid. If he kept following him, he would only make a few people dependent. When Naruto and others were about to arrive at the shrine, a green-haired Omegakure ninja stopped them, and he obviously knew Yi Tuoshin. He first mocked Yi Tuoshin and called him worthless. Only then did Naruto and others know that they were both of them were originally ninjas of Konoha. Itoden Marino was a genin and the younger brother of Ibuki Marino. Midori Aoi, who stopped them, was originally Itoden's teacher and a chunin from Konoha. Now after defecting, Jonin who became a Megakure. Even so, Sasuke and others did not give up. They kept attacking Midori Aoi, but they were all neutralized by Midori Aoi with the Thunder God Sword, the original second Hokage weapon. Even using Chidori and Rei's Nan, there was no way. Naruto was defeated every time. Knocked to the ground, Sasuke had to hold on longer, but there was nothing he could do. Green Aoi kept relying on the sharpness of the Thunder God's sword to attack the two of them, and soon both of them were covered in bruises. Sakura couldn't stand it anymore, so she used the hardening Chi-Lan taught her and rushed towards Liu King-kui. As a result, the current of the Thunder God's sword directly resolved the hardening, and the soil was restrained by the thunder. Unwilling, Sakura punched Liu King-kui before lying down. Liu King-kui didn't care about how strong a little girl could be at first. But one punch almost killed half of his life. He was a little embarrassed and could only evacuate first. Sakura is so awesome. Seeing that the other party had evacuated, Naruto helped Sakura up. Is there nothing wrong with you, Sakura? Sakura's body was a little numb due to the electric shock, but she managed to sit up and said, I'll be fine after a while, but what about the competition? I'll take him to the shrine to get the token first. You two will rest first, and we'll meet up when I return later. The least injured was Sasuke, who felt that this was the best decision. That can only be like this. Really, Brother Yellen has gone somewhere. The other party is Jainin. Brother Yellen hasn't taken action yet, Naruto said with some complaints. Sakura was still injured. The opponent is actually only at the level of a Chunin, not a Jainin at all, mainly because his sword is difficult to deal with. Sasuke picked up Yi Tuoshin and said. Sasuke, who has become a Chunin, has also gained a little knowledge. Midori Aoi's level of support is only slightly more powerful among the Chunin, and it is not as stressful as the Jainin brought to him. I didn't expect the opponent to be so difficult to deal with this time. As expected, without Jainin by our side, we still have some difficulty in performing the mission. Sakura said and took out some medicine and drank it. This was given to her by Tsunade before leaving. Don't worry, Sakura. Even if Brother Yellen doesn't take action, we will deal with that Jainin of Omegakure. Naruto comforted Sakura. When Sasuke and Yi Tuoshin arrived at the shrine, it started to rain, and they had to rest in the shrine for one night. Sasuke and Yi Tuoshin lived together. He looked out the window and couldn't help but worry about Naruto and Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke, you are from the Uchiha clan, right? Yi Tuoshin, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Sasuke frowned, not knowing what the other person was going to say. Looking at your expression, I guessed it right. The Jainin with you is Uchiha Yellen. Sasuke couldn't help but become wary when Yi Tuoshin mentioned Yellen's name. Yellen never told them after they came here. How could this person know his own name? You don't need to be so guarded. Didn't Rain Shinobi tell you before? I used to be a ninja in Konoha. Yi Tuoshin smiled bitterly. Uchiha Yellen was once my classmate. Sasuke didn't expect Yi Tuoshin and Yellen to have such a relationship. Although we are classmates, Yellen-jun is different from people like me. It only took him 2 years to graduate from the ninja school. We never met again. I didn't recognize him at first, but I just thought he looked familiar. Only after people called him Brother Yellen did I know it was him. Yi Tuoshin slowly recounted the past. Yellen-jun doesn't know me, but I always targeted him from the beginning. He was from our class. A genius. I heard about going on an S-level mission when I was 10 years old, but I hadn't graduated yet. When I became a ninja, I always wanted to be like him, but I didn't expect that I didn't even pass the first test of the Chunin exam. This is the gap between ordinary people and geniuses. Blood, learning ability, and knowledge prevent the two people from intersecting at all. After listening to Yi Tuoshin's memories, Sasuke understood some of Yellen's previous events. Looking at his appearance, he doesn't recognize me now. It's good that a person like me can only do this. Yi Tuoshin muttered as if he had found an excuse for himself. Boring. The Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes has turned on. If you just give up like this, do you deserve the trust of your boss? Genius? Can one sentence of genius negate the efforts of others? You don't know the weight of these 3 words, Uchiha. Yelan and I are constantly working hard for a certain goal. Even if there is a mountain of swords and a sea of fire ahead, we will go through it. This has nothing to do with a person's strength, but determination. Sasuke finally came to the door and opened it. The pouring rain outside had already swept onto Sasuke's face. If you still want others to disappoint you, then give up. This is not a question of whether you are worthy of being a ninja. You can't even be a human being now. After saying that, Sasuke left the room. He was going to find Naruto and Sakura. Really, I didn't expect that little girl to be so strong. Lu Kinkui in the room looked at the Thunder God's sword in her hand and said, "Sure enough, I am invincible with the Thunder God's sword." Humph! Does it make you happy to bully Genin? A strange voice sounded in the room. Lu Kinkui released the Thunder God's sword and looked around cautiously. Who is it? At this time, a chill came from behind, and a red light flashed behind him. It was a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. Lu Kinkui did not dare to turn around at all. His intuition told him that if he turned around, he would die. The sword is not bad. I will accept it as your reward for bullying Genin. Before he finished speaking, Lu Kinkui discovered that the Thunder God sword in his hand was gone. It took Lu Kinkui a long time to find out. The chill was long gone. He wiped the sweat from his face before saying, "Is it Genin, the leader of that group of Genin? It's too scary. This mission is too dangerous, I can't continue it." After saying that, he packed up his things and left the shrine overnight. Chapter 41 New Weapons. After getting the Thunder God's sword, Yelan returned to his room and took a closer look at the legendary sword. He found that there were subtle cracks on it, which could not be seen without careful observation. However, this flaw is also fatal to an expert. Yelan shook his head. This sword was actually not suitable for him. Yelan's lightning style is not very good, and I don't know why second Hokage, who is good at water style, uses this sword. I need to think carefully about getting a new weapon. My original ninja sword has almost reached the end of its service life after several high-intensity battles. If I use it 2 more times, it will probably break. When it was just dawn the next day, Sasuke finally returned to the shrine with Naruto and Sakura. Even if Sasuke was unhappy with Yi Tuoshin, he would continue to perform the mission. Originally, Sasuke and the others were on high alert to guard against the attack of Lu Kinkui, but this guy seemed to have disappeared. He did not appear from the beginning to the end. Without his influence, Yi Tuoshin didn't know what kind of blow he had received. The opponent was left behind and won the game directly. Is the mission completed now? I still want to teach that green-haired guy a lesson. The end of the game meant that the mission had been successfully completed, but Naruto felt that something was missing. Okay, now that the mission is completed, hurry back to the village and don't waste time. At this time, Yelan, who had not appeared yet, walked up to a few people, holding their backpacks in his hand. After Sasuke and Sakura took the backpacks, they looked at each other as if they noticed something. The Green Aoi Yugakure Jainin was definitely solved by Yelan. Nothing happened on the return trip. As the leader, Jainin directly submitted the mission report and the Thunder God sword to Tsunade. Originally, Yelan wanted to hold it for himself. It was an item obtained during the execution of the mission other than the mission. Even if Yelan didn't hand it over, there would be no problem. The main reason was that the Thunder God's sword was damaged and had a great symbolic meaning, so Yelan still had it. Selected hand in. Is this the weapon second grandpa used back then? Tsunade picked up the Thunder God sword and murmured. The power of the Thunder God sword mainly depends on the user. The stronger the user, the more powerful the sword will be. Methods like Green Aoi's method of just waving it around and using it as a shield cannot bring out its power at all. You should keep this sword for yourself. Consider it my compensation to the Uchiha clan. Tsunade handed it to Yelan again. She also saw that the sword was slightly damaged, and that Konoha can use this sword now. There were not many people, and Yelan was considered the best swordsman in Konoha. Tsunade-sama, I know very well that the Uchiha clan's affairs have nothing to do with you. You don't have to. Yelan still respects Tsunade very much. In his opinion, Tsunade is the one who has done the most for Konoha among the Sunin and is the most responsible. 1. The Uchiha clan's affairs are closely related to some high-level officials in Konoha, but they have absolutely nothing to do with Tsunade, even though her surname is Senju. Mother-in-law, what are you doing? You kid, I really doubt it's from the Uchiha clan. This sword is of no use to me. Rather than leaving it alone, I'd rather let it use some residual heat. This sword is already damaged. Do you want to go back and repair it, or start a new one? I won't even ask for it. Tsunade waved her hand proudly, and the matter was settled. Yelan no longer refused and accepted the sword. If you want to reforge, I recommend you to go to the largest ninja shop in the village. Their craftsmanship is pretty good. Tsunade said before Yelan left. The largest ninja tool shop in Konoha. After Yelan left the Hokage office and searched for a while, he found his destination. A very grand ninja tool shop was located on the busiest street in Konoha village. Welcome. As soon as Yelan entered the room, a girl's voice rang out. This voice made him feel familiar. He turned around and saw that it was Kai's student Tian Tian. Senior Yelan. Tian Tian was a little surprised when she saw Yelan. She had never talked to Yelan. She only met Jinin during the exam and knew that this ninja who was only 2 years older than her was already from Konoha. Jinin. It turns out that the store Tsunade-sama mentioned is owned by your family. Yelan thought of Tianation's fighting method. It was indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. The family must have a strong foundation. Did Tsunade-sama recommend it to you? I didn't expect our store to be so famous. Tian Tian was a little embarrassed. The person she admired most was Tsunade, and she had always aspired to be a female ninja like Tsunade. Well, I want to forge a ninja sword, so I came here to ask your family for help. Yelan directly explained the purpose of his visit. Tian Tian felt that it was not appropriate to talk in the hall, so he invited Yelan to the second floor, called a senior master and said, "My uncle is very good at forging ninja swords." Yelan saw that the person who came was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with dark skin and thick calluses on his fingers, and he knew that this man was a master who had been blacksmithing all year round. "This guest, I wonder what kind of ninja sword you want to make? Have you prepared the materials yourself or do you need us to provide them?" Tianation's uncle said. He had heard from Tian Tian that this seemingly insignificant young man was naturally the Jainin in the village did not dare to neglect. Bang! Yelan opened the seal scroll, and the Thunder God sword and the ninja sword he used before appeared in front of everyone. He pointed and said, "My previous ninja sword has been damaged. Now I need a new one. The requirement is that it can be good. The chakra imparts different properties, as well as sharpness." The uncle picked up the damaged ninja sword and looked at it for a few times, and couldn't help but shake his head. He could tell that this sword was not an ordinary sword. He didn't know what kind of battle caused it to look like this. It was very difficult to repair it. I put down the sword and picked up the Thunder God sword. The Thunder God sword must be infused with chakra to show its edge. My uncle also used to be a ninja, but he has retired now. He could see how the Thunder God's sword was used. After a little injection of chakra, the Thunder God's sword emitted a dazzling light. The uncle's eyes couldn't help but brighten. This sword was very rare. After careful observation, he found that the sword had been damaged. Guest. Do you want to use this sword to repair the original weapon? The uncle asked tentatively, and Yelan nodded and continued. Actually, I don't recommend you to do this. Seeing that Yelan had some doubts, the uncle said quickly. He was afraid that Yelan would be dissatisfied. He knew that there were not many Jainin in Konoha who could use such a weapon. Although the material of your previous weapon is good, it is not uncommon. If your original weapon is used as the main body, even if you use the sword in my hand to remelt it, there will not be much improvement, but it will decrease the quality of this sword. I suggest you use the sword in my hand as the main body. The uncle didn't know the name of the Thunder God's sword, so he pointed to the Thunder God's sword in his hand and said. To be honest, although I grandmaster some fire style, water style, and wind style, I don't use lightning style much. Yelan expressed his concerns. In this case, I can extract the properties of this sword lightning style so that you can use it. The uncle thought for a while and said. Yelan's eyes lit up when he heard that his uncle could extract the lightning style of the Thunder God sword. Tianation's uncle couldn't help but ask for a moment, can we use the extracted lightning style properties to make a ninja sword? When the uncle heard Yelan's request, he became hesitant and didn't know how to tell Yelan. Yelan, it's okay. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Yes, because you only have the materials for a ninja sword here. If you want to make a ninja sword of similar quality, the price will be a bit expensive. The uncle saw that Yelan said this and it was hard to hide it. Tucked in. How much? Yelan thought it was something. He had performed many tasks back in the village, so money was nothing to him. Including the material cost and processing fee, it's 30 million taels. When the uncle saw what Yelan said, he thought he was a rich man and put his hands together and directly quoted the price. Chapter 42 Making Money. Yelan couldn't believe his ears when he heard the price of 30 million taels. He didn't expect that making 2 ninja swords would be so expensive. In the end, he left the ninja shop with an embarrassed look on his face. He finally understood why Tianation's fighting style was so it's all money. Unexpectedly, he had to face difficulties due to money again and again. Yelan didn't have any ways to make money. The implementation process of those ideas was quite long. If he wanted to make money quickly, he could only continue to take on difficult tasks. Thinking of this, Yelan couldn't help but look up at the Hokage building and smile bitterly. It was all as expected. There is really no time to relax next. I have an A-level protection mission. Do you want to do it? A few days later, Tsunade looked at Yelan in front of her and smiled playfully. She knew that this boy was short of money recently. Do it. Yelan did not hesitate, now was not the time to be picky. Yes, the person you are protecting this time is the daughter of a noble from the country of fire. She is going to visit relatives in the country of Tang, so she entrusted us with the task. The reward for the task is very generous, and it will increase if you encounter enemies. It is quite suitable for you. Tsunade directly told Yelan the content of this mission, and Yelan didn't hear much else. He only knew that this mission had a lot of money. Yelan's eyes lit up when he heard that the reward was quite a lot. Just as he was about to say goodbye and go back to prepare, Tsunade said, "Don't leave in a hurry. You can pick a few genin to go with for this mission. You can also train them by the way." In Tsunade's opinion, this mission is actually not that difficult. It's just that the opponent's identity is there and the reward is relatively high, so it is listed as an A-level mission. It is also good to let Yelan lead other genin. This is also to train him to lead the team. Ability. Then let's take Sasuke's class. Yelan actually didn't want to bring extra people, which would only affect his efficiency, but Tsunade said so she could only choose Sasuke and others that she was familiar with. Sasuke and the others have already gone on other missions. You can choose someone else. Tsunade rejected it directly. Going to perform other tasks. Yelan was a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, Kakashi should be performing other tasks now and had no time to take Suzuki and others. Tsunade was so relieved that they went out alone. Seeing that Tsunade didn't explain anything, Yelan had no choice but to say, "So, can Tsunade-sama recommend any outstanding genin?" After hearing this, Tsunade smiled as if she expected it. "Then I will recommend a few to you. They have been a little leisurely recently." Yelan looked at Tsunade with some doubts, and he was a little curious about who Tsunade would recommend. The next day, at the gate of Konoha, Yelan looked at the few people who had arrived. The curiosity in his heart had been wiped out. He never expected that it was these people. He looked at them and couldn't help but said, "Shikamaru, you are already a genin, right? I heard that you are not intern in the code department? Where is Asuma?" Shikamaru, who had already put on the genin vest, rolled his eyes and said, "I was originally an intern in the signal department. Who knew that Tsunade-sama asked me to go out to perform a mission? I heard that Asuma went to perform other tasks." Shikamaru was also unhappy. Originally, he was quite leisurely in the code department. With his IQ, he completed the work very quickly. He usually spent his free time fishing happily. This time, he was suddenly called by Tsunade. Shikamaru couldn't help but wonder if it would happen. Was he caught trying to fish? It seems that he will have to pretend to work hard in the future. "Brother Yelan, please give me some advice this time." Unlike Shikamaru, who was listless, Ino was happy for a long time when she heard that she and Yelan were performing a mission together. She greeted Yelan as soon as they met, and Ji was still eating him. Seeing that he was carrying a large bag of potato chips, Yelan wondered if it was all potato chips. Shikamaru looked at Ino in confusion, wondering how she and Yelan had become so familiar, but Ino's nymphomaniac problem really hadn't changed at all. Yelan still nodded to Ino. In his opinion, the only one of the three who was more obedient was Ino, but what about his strength? The heart-turning technique is also a strange move. As for Shikamaru, he probably won't move at all if he is there. His head, and Ji really didn't expect him to do much now except eat pigs, deers, butterflies. Of course Yelan knew the backgrounds of the three of them, but he didn't expect that Tsunade would recommend them to Yelan, and Yelan didn't see the underlying meaning. But the genin in Konoha are very busy. Kakashi and the others don't even have time to take care of their own students. "I won't take care of all these genin," Yelan couldn't help but think. "Are you all clear about this mission?" Yelan first made sure that they all knew the goal of the mission. "I understand that I am protecting a noble lady who is visiting relatives in the country of Yu." Ino was the most energetic and answered directly. In fact, if she doesn't rush to answer, Shikamaru and Ji won't compete with her. Yelan nodded, but because the other party has issued the mission for a while, and they are still in the country of fire, we have to visit their residence in the country of fire before we can start the mission. Those daimyo and nobles would not stay in a place like Konoha village. They usually choose to live in prosperous big cities and enjoy endless prosperity, wealth, and luxurious life. These cities are filled with various entertainment facilities, high-end restaurants, luxury residences, etc. to satisfy their pursuit of pleasure. In contrast, although Konoha village has a unique culture and history, it is far inferior to those big cities in terms of material comfort. Therefore, those who truly know how to enjoy themselves have to look to those noble lords. I have always heard about the prosperity of the land of fire, but I didn't expect that this time we can experience it for ourselves. The lively Ino continued what Yelan said, but neither Shikamaru nor Ji showed any interest. Ino couldn't help but feel a little angry when she saw the listless two people. She finally went on a mission with Yelan's brother, but the two of them had this attitude. Ino didn't want Yelan to have a bad impression. Then she couldn't help but think of what she meant to Ji. Said, "Ji, I heard that there are more barbecue restaurants in Fire Country than in Konoha. And the taste is many times better than in Konoha. Are you interested in trying them?" When Ji heard this, he stopped eating potato chips. His little eyes seemed to be on fire, and he said excitedly, "I want to go to the land of fire, and I want to eat barbecue." Shikamaru didn't expect Chi to be convinced so easily, and helplessly raised his forehead. The target of this mission is still the daughter of a nobleman. He hates dealing with women the most. Seeing Chi, whose emotions had been aroused by Ino, Yelan also felt funny, wondering what kind of joke these live treasures would make on the road. Then he said hello to Shinayu Izumo and Gang Zisha at the gate, and took a few people on the journey. Chapter 43 Nobles. Who can help me with this task? I am willing to pay all my property. A man in black robe came to an underground bounty house and shouted. Everyone looked at him. There was no shortage of lunatics in the bounty house, but it was very rare for people like this who were willing to pay all their wealth to issue tasks. The interested bounty ninja walked up to him and looked at the mission content he posted, then shook his head and left. These people were not stupid. The bounty was generous, but the risk was too great. Not many people would be interested in the mission. An, who was hiding in the black robe, was silent. He knew that this task was not only very difficult but would also offend some nobles. Regardless of the fact that the bounty house was an underground organization, there were also many nobles secretly involved. Only 8 million taels. Kakuzu glanced at the mission posted by An. The mission bounty is not particularly large. These are all the assets that Aneng has taken out, and even some of them were borrowed from loan sharks. He just wants that woman to die. He has put all the money in the bounty house. As long as someone completes the task, the bounty house will automatically transfer these assets. Money goes to those who complete the task. Kakuzu-sama, as long as you complete this task, I am willing to sacrifice my life. An made a hoarse voice as if his throat had been cut by a knife, which was strongly inconsistent with his appearance. An knew that Kakuzu was a famous bounty hunter and had a hobby of collecting other people's corpses. If anyone could complete this task, it would be Angle. Boy, do you believe in evil god Sama? Haiden, who was with Kakuzu, greeted An. His purpose of joining Akatsuki was to spread evil god Sama's ideas. If you can kill that woman, so what if you believe in evil gods? An man said nonchalantly. Haiden, don't interrupt my business discussion. Your heart doesn't seem to be worth a few bucks and can only be used as a spare. Kakuzu scolded Haiden, then thought about the organization's recent goals and said, I will take on this mission. After that, your life will be mine. An's dead gaze finally became alive. Dad, Cheng Nai, I will definitely avenge you. Wow, this is delicious. This is not bad. This smells so good. As soon as he entered the famous big city in the land of fire, Chi was like a rural boy coming to a big city. Looking at the dazzling array of snacks on the roadside, he couldn't help but buy a lot. The pile is so big that 2 hands can no longer hold it. Ino and Shikamaru were also a little lost in the bustling city. They didn't expect there to be such a prosperous place in the world. Only Yelan would be somewhat immune after seeing scenes much more lively than this in his previous life. Chi, don't eat. We still have to report to the person who issued the mission. Ino was surprised at first, but then she twisted Chi's ear and said. Ino, didn't you say you want to eat barbecue? My stomach is not full yet. Chi touched his stomach a little aggrievedly. The food just now was just an appetizer for him. Okay, I will treat you to a meal here after the mission is completed. Now let's go find the person who issued the mission. Yelan said comfortingly when he saw this. Chi actually became honest after hearing this. Asuma had never done this kind of thing a few times when someone invited him to dinner. Shikamaru couldn't help but look at Yelan with some worry. He was afraid that Yelan's wallet wouldn't be able to bear it. The person who issued the mission was Kanagawa Ito. Kanagawa was a famous noble in the land of fire. After a little inquiry, a few people found Kanagawa's mansion. Looking at the exaggerated scale of the mansion, Ino and the others opened their mouths. The door alone was 2 stories high, and the area was endless. Yelan stepped forward and knocked on the door. After a while, an old man glanced at Yelan and others. After seeing several people wearing KONOHA's forehead protectors, a smile suddenly appeared on their cold faces and he said quickly, "A few of them are ninjas from KONOHA. I've been waiting at home for a long time. You guys are coming with me." Yelan and the others didn't feel anything. They followed the old man directly into the mansion and passed through the winding corridor. There were many rare plants and flowers planted beside the corridor. Ino, who knew flowers, was amazed. She understood that these things are not cheap. Those who take care of the plants, the servants, also showed their kindness to several people when they saw them. Soon everyone came to a hall. The old man, who looked like a butler, ordered several servants to bring many exquisite meals and said, "At this time, several ninjas have not eaten. Please eat here first. I will go call the master." Shikamaru and the others glanced at Yelan, who nodded before they moved their chopsticks. Yelan was not careless. Kanagawa was the one who issued the task, and KONOHA also knew that Yelan and the others came to execute it. How about the probability of them being framed by Kanagawa? Neither is possible. With Yelan's consent, Chiji could no longer hold back his appetite. He picked up the exquisite food in front of him and stuffed it into his mouth. It was the first time he had tasted such delicious food. No matter how dangerous this mission was, Chiji felt it was worth it. Seeing Chiji devouring his food, Shikamaru and Ino both lowered their heads in embarrassment. Yelan looked at the servants serving them and saw that none of them showed contempt and kept smiling at them. Seeing that Chiji's food was not enough, he took the initiative to add more. No matter what these people think in their hearts, at least on the surface Yelan can't find anything wrong with them. "Ha ha ha, KONOHA's distinguished guest is here." At this time, a cheerful voice appeared in the hall. The visitor was a middle-aged man with a somewhat stout figure, wearing a golden and luxurious robe, and his face looked very kind. Yelan stood up immediately after seeing it. He knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was the person who issued this mission and was the famous nobleman of the Fire Country, Kanagawa Ito. "Yelan Jainin, you don't need to be polite. I want to ask you to take more care of this mission." Ito smiled, waved his hand, and sat directly at the main seat. Seeing that Ito was easy to talk to, Ino and others stopped talking and continued to sit down. "Mr. Kanagawa, have you heard of me?" Yelan was a little curious. He was not surprised that a ninja had heard of him, but why would a noble ask about him? "As the executor of the task I issued, I must have asked Lady Hokage. She was full of praise for you. I trust you very much to complete this task." Ito laughed, and no matter what Tsunade said to him, he would always say this to Yelan. Then the two talked about some trivial matters and some situations in KONOHA. Ito expressed enough respect for them throughout the process, and also expressed that he would vigorously use funds to support KONOHA's current difficulties. KONOHA has just experienced the attack of Tsunagakure and Orochimaru. Many places in the village were destroyed and many people died, so there must be many places to spend money. The meeting and chatting were almost over. Ito said, "The most important thing about this mission is to protect the safety of my daughter. Her mother passed away early, and her family misses her more, so I found KONOHA for protection. Logically speaking, there will be no danger. I am afraid of meeting some unreasonable people, and I just hope that Yelan Jainin will protect her." With that said, Ito motioned for his daughter to enter the house. At this moment, everyone was looking at the door. Apart from Ito's appearance, which was a little heavier because he was middle-aged, he still looked good. Several people couldn't help but look forward to this rich lady. "Father!" He heard his voice without seeing anyone. It was like an oriole's cry, and it made waves like a silver bell. A woman in her 20s wearing plain clothes walked into the hall. Although she did not wear any pearlescent gems, her breathtaking eyes made the exotic flowers in the entire mansion eclipse. Her skin was white and she was tall. She was a beauty who brought disaster to the country and the people. Ito's daughter is called Kanagawa Moko. She nodded slightly to Yelan and others, and walked to her father. Only then did Yelan realize that there was a man named 27-8 following Motsi not far away. He had a gentle look on his face. His footsteps made no sound, and he was a good player at first glance. It was also the first time for Ino and others to see such a beautiful young lady. They felt that only this kind of person could be worthy of such a wealthy noble. Ito was also secretly pleased with the reaction of several people. He continued to point at the man following Motsi and said, "This is Maisuke Sakata, an orphan I took in. His name is Maisuke Sakata. Although he is not my biological child, he is my family to me. This child is very talented and can use several ninjutsu. I will follow you to protect Motsi." Ino and Chiji didn't think anything was wrong, but Shikamaru and Yelan frowned. Before Yelan could say anything, the feminine man named Sakata Maisuke took the initiative to speak. "Is Konoha playing a ninja game? Ito-sama sent a few children here after giving so much money." Chapter 44 War. How unbecoming! Before Yelan could speak, Kanagawa Ito shouted loudly. Ito, who was just an ordinary person without even having a chakra, suddenly had the aura of a superior person. When Maisuke Sakata wanted to say something else, Ito said directly, "Apologize to Yelan Jainin." Maji glanced at the serious Ito and then at Motsi, who was looking straight ahead. Without making any more excuses, he bowed deeply to Yelan and said loudly, "I'm sorry." Yelan, who was a little unhappy at first, did not feel uncomfortable at this time but felt a little embarrassed. The other party seemed that he was indeed young and his abilities were suspected to be normal, so he just waved his hand and said no. After Maji apologized, his expression did not show any displeasure, but he sat silently next to Motsi. With this incident, the group of people lost their appetite. After saying a few words, Ito asked the old man just now to take Yelan and the group down to rest. It wasn't until Yelan and others left completely that Maji's expression turned ugly again. He couldn't help but say, "Sir Ito, Konoha obviously didn't care enough to send these children. Meiji, you are still so impatient." Ito glared at him, thinking that Meiji was not his biological son. Motsi on the side did not express an opinion from the beginning. "Do you know what Yelan's surname is?" Ito's words made Maji think about it. Konoha's surnames are very particular. Could it be that the child just now was a certain ninja from Konoha? His last name is Uchiha. Ito said this, and Motsi, who had been silent beside him, paused briefly in holding the tea set. "Isn't there only one orphan left in the Uchiha clan? I don't remember being this old." Maisuke has not registered as a ninja in any village, but his strength is similar to that of Jainin, and he has some knowledge of the ninja world. You don't have to worry about how he came back. I heard that he successfully fought off Orochimaru once. You should know Sunin's name. Ito said slowly. Maji was shocked. Everyone in the ninja world knew Orochimaru's name. He had just killed his teacher, third Hokage, a while ago. Yelan was able to fight off Orochimaru. How old was he? "Father, what did Tsunade-sama think of sending him here?" Motsi's pleasant voice sounded. In her opinion, every move of Hokage has deep meaning. Although the A-level mission is not simple, such a person is sent here. The execution is also a bit overkill. I guess he doesn't have much thought. You all know what's going on in Konoha now, and doesn't he bring 2 genin and 1 chunin with him? He should also be showing them the world. Ito knew Konoha better, but there should be no problem with them on this mission. If you encounter them, remember to root them out. The two nodded and stopped talking. The next day, Motsi didn't bring many servants, but just prepared a carriage, took a personal servant and a driver, plus Maji, a total of 4 people, and set off on the road with Yelan and others. Before getting into the car, Motsi said hello to Yelan and got into the car. Maji acted as a guard and sat in front of the car as the conductor. Yelan and others did not ride in the carriage. For them, the running speed was much faster than the carriage. They were just on guard around the carriage. The journey to Yuno country this time is not that short. It would take more than 10 days to go back and forth at the speed of a carriage, and we would have to change boats in the middle. After staying away from the bustling city, a group of people gradually left the border of the country of fire. Next to the kingdom of fire is the kingdom of iron, where the number of ninjas is very rare. Most of the people who rule the kingdom of iron are the samurai class. Their fighting method is to use samurai swords and do not learn ninjutsu. After arriving in other countries, Yelan found that most of the residents here were skinny, and it looked like they were suffering from famine. Not far away on the road, there was a mother holding her child and crying. Ino and others had never seen such a scene before and dared not watch it. At this time, Motsi's personal servant Ziona walked out of the carriage, handed the driver a small bag and whispered a few instructions into his ear. After hearing this, the driver immediately stopped the car. Ino and others were a little confused. The driver directly handed the bag to the crying mother. The light of money could be clearly seen from the mouth of the bag. "Brother Yelan, I didn't expect Miss Motsi to be a very kind-hearted lady from a wealthy family." Seeing this scene, Ino came to Yelan and said quietly. Yelan was speechless. Did he know whether giving money directly was a kind of kindness? The lifeless villagers not far away seemed to have the eyes of beasts staring at the mother. Yelan sighed that he could not interrupt other people's kindness now, and they had to continue on their way. Shaking his head, he no longer thought about those useless plots. The Uchiha clan's affairs had not been resolved yet, so why bother worrying about others? At first, Motsi continued to ask people for charity when they saw a very pitiful person, but in the end there were too many such people, and the eyes of Ino and others also changed from sympathy at the beginning to numbness. They really didn't understand why the world still exists. Some people can't afford to eat. This world will still have such a scene. Even Shikamaru, who always seemed indifferent, became serious. Don't think too much. There are most reasons why these people are like this. These cannot be changed by 1 or 2 people. When the war comes, the tragedy will be 10 times more painful than these. Seeing the somewhat depressed Sanren, Yelan couldn't help but persuade her, otherwise Tsunade would have to deduct her reward when she saw the 3 of them like this when she went back. Senior Yelan. Shikamaru wanted to say something else, but Yelan interrupted him directly. These national affairs are not your concern. What can we Jainin do? Who do you think can solve things that even the Hokage can't solve? You just need to know that one day the Fire Nation will never become like this. Protect your home. Most of the 3 ninja wars before this came against Konoha. Why? Hatred? That only fanned the flames. The most important thing is that the Fire Country has the most fertile land and the lowest price of food. All wars are launched. The purpose is all about resources. After listening to Yelan's story, they had a new concept of war for the first time. This was not taught in school before. Seeing the horrors of other countries with their own eyes gave them a new understanding of what Yelan said. Maji has been listening to Yelan's story. He did not expect that the young man in front of him had such an understanding of war. Many ninjas who had been ninjas for a lifetime may not have such an understanding. Boy! Do you believe in the evil god? There was some noise in the direction of the carriage, and a young man with a slicked back hair was pulling a skinny boy and shouted. Haydn, stop screaming, that guy is dead. Angle looked at Haydn, who kept making noises along the way, and couldn't help but said, if this guy wasn't special, he would have chopped Haydn into 8 pieces. TCH, it's so boring. If you believe in the evil god, you won't die. Haydn threw the boy aside casually, looked at Yelan and a group of people who were not far away from them, waving the sickles in their hands, and said, this is at this time the goal of the mission, right? Angle took a look at the ornately decorated carriage, which was engraved with the emblem of the Kanagawa family. It was the same as what was said in the mission, and nodded and said, "That's right." Chapter 45 Immortal. Yelan stared at the two kakuzu who were blocking the road with a wary expression, because Pain had specifically told others not to wear Akatsuki uniforms to perform tasks. For a while, Yelan didn't know that the two of them were also from Akatsuki. The guards seemed to be just a few Konoha ninjas. They don't look very strong. I'll go first. Kakuzu didn't stop him. Normally, in a group of them, Haiden would test the opponent's strength first, and Kakuzu would be responsible for supporting him. Brother Yelan. Ino looked at the somewhat sick Haiden and felt a little uneasy in her heart. Leave it to me. Yelan put his finger on the wrist guard, channeled thunder and light into a sword, and a ninja sword appeared in his hand. This is just an ordinary ninja sword that is not as good as the previous ninja sword. It is a bit difficult to make money. Yelan could only make do with it first. Seeing Yelan abandoning the target of protection and rushing towards him, wanting to fight him in close combat, Haiden couldn't help but grin. No matter how strong the person was, he only wanted a little blood. Before the thoughts in his mind were over, Yelan's figure disappeared in front of him like a ghost, and the scythe he swung did not hit anything. That's all you have. Yelan's words came from behind Haiden. Haiden did not panic, but held the sickle behind his back and swung it towards Yelan in an exaggerated gesture. Yelan's movements were faster, and the ninja sword was adsorbed with the wind release, and he cut off Haiden's right hand that was wielding the scythe like a tofu, and blood spurted from his right hand like a fountain. Ah! Haiden let out a heart-breaking scream, unable to hold up his body and lying on the ground. That mark! When Kakuzu saw the Uchiha clan emblem behind Yelan, his face turned slightly ugly. He did not look at Haiden's miserable condition but said tentatively, "Uchiha Yelan." Yelan turned around and looked at Kakuzu. He didn't expect that this guy knew him. Could it be that his reputation had spread to the country of Tang? He didn't respond to Kakuzu. The Sharingan in Yelan's pupils was the best proof. As expected, your current reputation is always boasted no matter where you are. What Kakuzu said was not a lie. Yelan's reputation was spread by some people from Tsunagakuer. Yelan didn't know about it. Tsunagakuer he publicized all his deeds against Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi, calling Uchiha Yelan the last glory of the Uchiha clan. I really don't know what they are doing to make Yelan as famous as Sunin. Kakuzu doesn't care much about these names. Judging from the situation, he is the man who assassinated the first Hokage and is known as the God of Ninja. He has lived for an unknown period of time. The reason why he cares about Yelan is that Akatsuki's plan was blocked twice. Destroyed by Yelan. Both Itachi and Deidara were at a disadvantage in their confrontation with Yelan, and Deidara was even captured alive once. Kakuzu always mocked a few people during the meeting with Haiden, but he also felt the pressure when facing Yelan for the first time. Based on this alone, Kakuzu would not retreat. How could it be right for Kakuzu to leave without trying it out? Kakuzu instantly raised a hand, and the fist was directly separated from Kakuzu's body, connected by black tentacles. Like a rubber band, pushing Kakuzu's fist backward. Yelan had never seen this kind of ninjutsu, but he could still react at its speed. He originally wanted to dodge to the side, but then he thought about Shikamaru and others behind him and could only pick up the ninja sword to block. Clang! It was as if what hit Chin's knife was not a fist but a bullet, making a sound like a metal collision. Yelan did not retreat but instead faced Kakuzu. Kakuzu ignored Yelan and was not surprised that the tentacle fist failed. He simply ignored Yelan and targeted Kanagawa Moko. Yelan realized that Kakuzu's goal was not to catch up with Kakuzu, but found that his ankle was grabbed by a hand. When he lowered his head, he saw that it was Haiden who had just been knocked down by him. Haiden's expression did not show any trace of pain at this time but he shouted, "Trust the evil god. The evil god will give you eternal life." Yelan was surprised by Haiden's vitality, but he didn't have much time to care about Haydn now. He understood that the real strength of the two was Kakuzu. Shadow mimicry. When Kakuzu was approaching quickly, Shikamaru finally seized the opportunity and used the family's secret technique to control Kakuzu. Before he could be happy, he found that the opponent was surprisingly strong. He couldn't control Kakuzu for a moment and couldn't help shouting, "Ino!" Understood. The art of turning the heart. Ino formed a seal to the angle. Needless to say, the tacit understanding between the three of them, Zhu, Deer and Dai, was undeniable. Next up is Chiji. This wave of coordination is perfect. Unexpectedly, Ino vomited blood within a second of using heart turn and returned directly to his own body, with a look of fear in his eyes. Meisuke Sakata thought that Shikamaru and the others had succeeded, so he picked up the katana and rushed forward. A faint chakra appeared on the samurai sword. It seemed that his strength was not weak. He rushed directly to Kakuzu and said, "I'll do it." "No." Before Shikamaru finished speaking, Kakuzu had already broken away from the shadow imitation technique. He calmly raised a hand, with black lines appearing on his palm, and directly grasped the opponent's katana. Meisuke's attack was not affected at all. "It has no effect, but it won't move even if I want to pull out the knife. Go away." Kakuzu had no interest in people without bounties or mission targets, so he punched Meiji away. Meiji spun around in the air a few times and then fell to the ground. Yelan was a little anxious. He didn't care about the life or death of his target. He was worried about the safety of Shikamaru and the others. Seeing that Haydn wouldn't let go, he had no choice but to cut off Haydn's other arm. The strange thing was that Haydn's expression looked like he didn't feel any pain. He yelled and crawled towards Yelan like a worm. What is going on with this guy? Yelan suppressed the doubts in his heart and returned to his previous location. Fire Style had hard work. Kakuzu's grey robe was partially torn open, and a strange black unknown object came out of his body. The masked black object directly released a large flame from its mouth and attacked Shikamaru and the others. Water Style, Big Explosion Water Shockwave. Yelan finally arrived and slapped his hands on the ground. The huge waves instantly submerged the dry land, and the endless sea water directly blocked the opponent's fire style. Compound Ninja Technique Fire Wind and Waves. Another black object appeared in Kakuzu's body. The mask he wore this time was of a different color. It released a high-pressure wind ball from its mouth and melted directly into the flames. The originally weak flames instantly gained momentum and turned into a huge area. The sea of fire collided with the waves, and the white mist produced by the flames being extinguished enveloped everyone. Yelan did not dare to leave the vicinity of the carriage and could only stay on guard here until the smoke dissipated and there was no trace of the two people just now. Why didn't Kakuzu kill those people? Haydn yelled while being carried by Angle, and his arm was held by Kakuzu's other hand. "As long as you hurt that guy, we will win." "Got it." "Shut up. Uchiha Yelan is not that easy to deal with. You have been cut into a stick and I haven't seen you hurt him," Kakuzu said dissatisfied. "Are we going to give up on this mission just like that?" Haydn was a little unwilling. "It's too expensive to deal with Uchiha Yelan. The leader told us to keep a low profile now. He still has some respect for Pain's perspective. He has personally experienced the leader's strength, as if he had faced first Hokage." Although Haydn didn't respond directly, he could hear Kakuzu's decision, but he still refused to admit defeat. "Brother Yelan, who is this person?" "An unkillable monster, a ninja who can easily use composite ninjutsu. He doesn't look like a simple character." He didn't expect to be met by them. Ino had just used heart turn to enter Kakuzu's body. "I found that I couldn't control it at all, and there was only darkness in front of me. I haven't heard of such people in the ninja world. The forehead protectors they wear are from Yuyin village and Takigakure village, but they have the mark of rebel ninja on them." Yelan couldn't help but think of Akatsuki, but the two of them were not wearing uniforms. Not sure if the other party is from the Akatsuki organization. If so, Yellen doesn't know what kind of strength this organization has, and he can't help but feel a little wary. Chapter 46 Life and Death. Hey, wake up! Shikamaru patted Meisuk Sakata, who had been sleeping. Meisuk just woke up and sat up suddenly and said anxiously, "Miss Moko." He then observed the surrounding environment and found that Shikamaru and several other children were looking at him indifferently. At this time, Motsu's personal maid Ziona came over and said softly, "Master Meiji, the other party has been driven away by Yellen Jainin, you can rest assured." After listening to Ziona's words, Meiji's original expression of confusion gradually eased. He did not expect that such a powerful ninja would target Motsu. If something happened to Motsu, he really didn't know how to face Mr. Ito. The carriage started on its way again. The previous encounter cast a shadow on everyone's minds. No one spoke. It was not until a group of people were resting for the night that Yellen asked Meiji, "Mr. Meiji, I know this time it's a level protection mission, but as you saw today, I didn't expect a ninja of this level to appear. It seems that he is a rebellious ninja from the ninja village. I don't know if you have any clues." Yellen tried his best to speak tactfully. He understood that Meiji must know the reason. The employer did not clearly explain the details of the task, and the task was seriously inconsistent with the description. Konoha had the right to refuse this task. After hearing Yellen's words, Meiji thought for a while and seemed to have made up his mind. Then when he was about to say something, a sound like a silver bell rang. "Yellen-kun, let me speak. After all, I was also one of the parties involved at the time." Kanagawa Motsu got off the carriage at some point and walked directly to Yellen. A wisp of fragrance penetrated the nostrils, which made people feel much better. Yellen silently distanced himself from the other party and raised his hand to signal Motsu to tell. Motsu's good-looking face had a rare hint of melancholy. "It's my fault. Last year, Meiji-jun and I actually went back to my grandma's house once, but something unexpected happened that time." "What happened?" Seeing the somewhat sad Motsu, Ino felt sympathy and couldn't help but ask. "Last year, I heard that there was a landowner near my grandma's house. They forcibly married my distant cousin's childhood sweetheart. My grandma was so angry that she came to argue with them, but they kicked her out." "Wait a minute, Miss Motsu. With your background, your grandmother must be considered a noble. How dare you do such a thing?" Yellen directly raised his question without being affected by the pear blossoms and rainy Motsu. "Although my grandma's family has a small amount of wealth, it is not a famous aristocrat. However, the son of the landlord is a ninja of Yu Yin. He called a few ninja friends to bully others. We had no way to deal with each other. At that time, the eldest brother Meiji he even tried to protect me from being injured by the opponent, so he lay on the bed for a long time to recover." Motsu said with tears streaming down her face. Her eyes were red even though she had a heart of stone. Meiji lowered his head and couldn't see his expression. Presumably because he felt guilty for not protecting Motsu well in the first place. At this time, Yellen couldn't say anything anymore and could only listen to Motsu continue to talk. "It is said that the goddess of Mao was the one above. Later I heard that a flash flood destroyed the house of the landowner's family. The whole family died in the flash flood. Even the girl who was robbed by them was submerged in the collapsed house. Only the landowner's son who was out on a mission survived. He blamed our family for his family's death, but we really did nothing. We suffered this unreasonable disaster." Speaking of this, Motsu covered his face and cried, as if he had been greatly wronged. Yellen touched his chin and thought for a moment, "What is the name of that Yuyin ninja?" Seeing that Yellen was so confused about the style, Ino gave him a dissatisfied look and walked directly to Motsu to start persuading him. After persuading Motsu for a while, she lifted up her charming face. Seeing that the makeup on her face was stained with tears, she said slowly, "That ninja's name is An. Yelan silently remembered the name and stood up to say goodbye. Seeing Yelan who had left, Shikamaru thought for a moment and chased after him, far away from the resting place. It was not until a slightly raised soil slope that Shikamaru discovered Yelan. Senior Yelan. Yelan did not deliberately conceal his traces, otherwise Shikamaru would not have been able to find him so easily. I feel like that woman. Shikamaru walked up to Yelan and hesitated before speaking, but was interrupted by Yelan unexpectedly. Shikamaru, you don't need to say more. Yelan didn't look at him, looking into the dark night in the distance. The truth has nothing to do with our mission. Don't forget that our mission is to protect Miss Motsi. Shikamaru was silent after listening to Yelan's words. He understood that Yelan had already seen that something was wrong with Motsi. The situation at that time was definitely not what the woman said, but so what? The other party issued a mission to Konoha. Yeah, we'll carry it out. I'm finally back. It's better to stay here and feel comfortable. Haiden kicked open the door of the bounty house and stretched his arm that Kakuzu had just sewn up. You're so noisy, Haiden. I should have left you behind in the first place. Kakuzu really couldn't stand this noisy companion. If it hadn't been too troublesome to find another teammate, he would have had enough of Haiden. Calm down. Kakuzu, let's see if there are any other valuable tasks worth doing. Haiden also understood that this time it was all thanks to Kakuzu, and he gave in for a rare moment. Kakuzu ignored Haiden. He was a little unhappy that the mission was not completed successfully. He pushed aside the noisy crowd and walked directly to the front desk of the bounty house. When the bounty hunters saw Kakuzu, they all quickly gave way. Kakuzu's reputation was in the bounty house. It's not that big. Oops, Lord Kakuzu is back. A professional smile appeared on the front desk's face when he saw Kakuzu's arrival. It seems that you have completed your mission again. I will take you to collect the bounty. Seeing that Kakuzu was unmoved, the receptionist wiped his sweat in embarrassment. This task was not difficult. Judging from Kakuzu's appearance, could it be that he didn't complete it? Show me if there are any other tasks with high bounties. Kakuzu said dissatisfiedly, feeling a little embarrassed. But Mr. Kakuzu, that... The front desk thought of the previous guest's instructions and he didn't know how to tell Kakuzu. Hey! Kakuzu was not in a good mood right now. The job that could have earned him some extra money was ruined and he looked at the front desk with some dissatisfaction. Kakuzu-sama, you'd better come with me. The receptionist was also willing to go all out, gritting his teeth for the reputation of the bounty house. Seeing what the front desk said, Kakuzu also felt a little confused and followed the front desk to a morgue he was familiar with. Haiden also looked around curiously. An ice coffin was pulled out at the front desk, and inside lay a man who was somewhat familiar to Kakuzu. It was An who had originally issued the mission. Kakuzu recognized An's appearance and said with a sinister expression, "When has the bounty house ever done this kind of thing, not even sparing the life of the publisher?" Kakuzu-sama, you have wrongly blamed us. The receptionist said bitterly, Mr. An committed suicide by himself. Suicide? After hearing this, Haiden also became interested and walked forward with a smile. I have always tried to commit suicide but never succeeded. Mr. Haiden, stop joking. Didn't Mr. An tell Kakuzu-sama that his life will belong to you as long as you complete the mission? The receptionist sighed. A while ago, Yugakure issued a treason announcement, which is above there was a reward for Mr. An, which was only 2 million taels. When Mr. An found out, he committed suicide and ordered our bounty office. His reward will go to Kakuzu-sama who completed the task. Seeing Kakuzu's lifeless look, the front desk became bolder. He took out a box from the freezer and said, "This is Mr. An's relic. He said that this is all he has left and asked me to give it to Kakuzu-sama." Kakuzu's green eyes turned to the box. The most eye-catching thing on it was Yugakure's forehead protector. The forehead protector had the same scratches as his, which meant that he had admitted that he was a traitorous ninja, and there were also some scattered ninja tools. Kakuzu picked up a piece of paper that was placed with the forehead protector. It seemed to be Anne's description of what happened to him. Kakuzu glanced at it and threw it aside, turned around and left. This guy is also Yugakuru's ninja. Just like me, Haiden said when he saw the forehead protector, but when he turned around and found that Kakuzu was already planning to leave, he couldn't help but ask loudly, "Kakuzu, what are you doing? You haven't accepted the mission yet." Kakuzu turned around, his green eyes emotionless, and he said word by word, "The previous mission has not been completed yet." Of course Haiden knew what mission Kakuzu was talking about and couldn't help but said excitedly, "Okay. I just want to teach that boy from Uchiha a lesson. I see that he is very unhappy. We don't have to fight Uchiha Yellen to complete the mission." Kakuzu made a dull voice. "No fight. No, Uchiha Yellen can't keep following that woman." Chapter 47 Motsi. Neither Yellen nor Shikamaru talked about the matter anymore, and neither Ino nor Chiji felt anything unusual. Even Ino's relationship with Motsi gradually warmed up, and she would talk and laugh with Motsi every day. "We didn't encounter any strong enemies along the way, only a few hungry thieves, who were eliminated by Maji in 2 or 3 strikes without Yelan taking action. It seemed to prove that he was not a freeloader, but he was very harsh every time he taught those thieves a lesson. If Motsi hadn't said a few words, otherwise he would have gone even further." A group of people stopped and walked and finally arrived at their destination. This was not a big city, but a relatively wealthy town. When they arrived here, Yelan and others found that these people's faces were much better than the refugees they saw along the way. "I didn't see many fat people, but they looked like they could at least have enough to eat." "Motsi is back." Yelan and the others walked to a courtyard and saw a rich middle-aged woman coming up to them. She looked shaky when walking and weighed at least 250 pounds. According to Motsi, this was her aunt. At first, the aunt didn't pay attention to Yelan and the others. After observing Yelan's appearance, she enthusiastically grabbed Yelan's hand and said, "This is the escort that Brother Ito hired for Motsi. I didn't expect that the little brother is so young, can take on such an important responsibility." Yelan calmly took out his hand and just said hello politely. Motsi saw Yelan's uncomfortable look and interrupted, "Where's Grandma? I haven't seen her for a long time." "Oh, look at my memory. Your grandma is waiting for you. Come into the house with me." Feng Feng Huo said, pulling Motsi up and walking towards the house. Yelan and the others did not follow to join in the fun, but went to their residence according to the servants' arrangement. It was a small courtyard next to the main house, which was considered secluded. Yelan thought that he had nothing to do with anyone until the return trip, but he didn't expect that Ziona would directly visit in the evening and invite a few people to have a meal. Chiji was very happy after hearing this. He also observed that the place where this family lived was not as good as Ito's previous residence, but it was still quite luxurious, and the food must not be much different. Shikamaru glanced at Yelan's eyes, and after receiving the agreement, he stepped forward to refuse, saying that everyone should take a good rest after being tired from the journey. Seeing that Ziona couldn't persuade the others, Ziona returned to take orders without further persuasion. Everyone in the lobby was chatting and laughing. Most of them were Motsi's grandma asking questions. Motsi answered from time to time. No matter what Motsi answered, her aunt would always compliment her. They were quite happy to get along with each other. At this time, Ziona, who had returned, quietly said to Motsi, "2 sentences." Seeing that the smile on Motsi's face suddenly disappeared, her grandmother asked, "Aren't there just a few ninjas? Does Motsi need to pay so much attention?" "Grandma, they are Konoha ninjas, and there is also a Jainin. They are responsible for your granddaughter's safety," Motsi said. "From Konoha? Humph, isn't he the daimyo's gatekeeper?" "Grandma, Motsi said hurriedly before she could say the last word. Such words should never be said. Although the daimyo was the person in power of the country, he had no qualifications to intervene in terms of force. Oh, why are you thinking about such troublesome things on this festive day? Come, let's eat food. Seeing that her mother's face was not looking good, the aunt hurriedly stepped forward to say something stupid. Grandma and granddaughter are being arrogant, please calm down. Motsi also said a few soft words along the steps, and her grandma's face became a little better, but she was still muttering about some common people, rough people, there is no need for her. Get to know them in general. The meal ended with such joy and laughter. The next day, Motsi followed her aunt to the market in the town. Yellen thought that she had nothing to do, so she didn't follow. Unexpectedly, not long after she left the house, a servant came. He ran to their yard and panted. Lord Yellen, something is wrong. Miss Motsi was stopped by some Tang Yin ninjas. Please go and have a look. It's Tang Yin again, maybe it's in that Motsi mentioned before. Yellen called Shikamaru and a few others and rushed there. It was their task to protect Motsi's safety, and they must protect the target no matter what they thought in their hearts. Kanagawa Motsi. Yellen heard someone shouting as soon as he arrived at the market. When he walked forward, he saw a group of boys and girls aged 17 or 18 surrounding Motsi. They all wore Yugakuru's forehead protectors, and one of them had a face the boy with the scar pointed at Motsi, who was obviously the leader among them. But Motsi kept looking at him with a smile on his face, without any trace of panic on his face. Don't think that others don't know what you have done. It was you who killed An and his family. Now An has become a traitor to Tang Yin. The young man with the scar on his face looked excited, and his companions also looked at him. Gloomy, as if he could take action at any time. Xiu Jainin, please don't get excited. The elders of Tang Yin have already made a judgment before. This matter has nothing to do with our family. If you want to slander me, please provide evidence. Motsi said calmly and slowly, as for Mr. An becoming a traitorous ninja, I can only be sorry, but we have reported to Yugakure that he burned down the house and killed my servants. You ninjas cannot attack ordinary people. I think Yugakure's decision was right. You woman. Akunoichi next to Shiu gritted his teeth and stepped forward. It seemed that he wanted to take action. Shiu, who seemed excited, stopped his companion. It is indeed An's fault to attack ordinary people. I only blame him for not it's time to be so impulsive and let the real gangsters roam free. It wasn't until this moment that Motsi's expression changed a little, and she said loudly, Yellen Jainin, when do you want to see me? After Yellen arrived, he held down Shikamaru and the others never showed up. Unexpectedly, Motsi had discovered them. At this time, he slowly walked out to Motsi and said, sorry for being late. Motsi suddenly lost his temper and turned away to look at Yellen. Shiu and the others were a little surprised when they saw Yellen. They didn't expect that Motsi's guard was a boy younger than them. Everyone from Tang Yin, Miss Motsi is my protection target this time. Please leave. Yellen didn't have any ill intentions towards Shiu and the others, he just stepped forward to block Shiu's sight. Boy! You dare to take on any task. Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Another companion of Shiu, a burly man, shouted. He didn't believe that the other party had become Jainin at this age. It was probably another trick of Motsi to bluff people. You guy! Ino, who had been silent, spoke up. Just now she wanted to step forward to help Motsi but was pulled back by Shikamaru. Now she heard someone insulting Yellen and finally couldn't help it. Ino is fine. Yellen took a step forward, and the black in his pupils turned into 3 megatama. The market was obviously very busy, but Shiu and the others felt a chill coming towards them. At this time, Yellen continued, everyone get to know Uchiha Yellen again. Shiu and the others immediately felt troubled when they saw Sharingan. The name of the boy in front of them had been spread widely by Tsunagakuer. Of course he had heard of it, but they didn't expect that Motzi's bodyguard was him. None of his companions spoke for a moment, and they all took 2 steps back. Only then did Shiu notice that the forehead protectors worn by several people were the symbol of KONOHA. There was no way that except for Chiji, who stood at the back, the forehead protectors were not very conspicuous. Yelan only hung them on his waist, and Ino was the one wearing them. For belts, Shikamaru even ties it directly to the arm. I didn't expect it to be everyone from KONOHA. Shiu said awkwardly, unsure of Yelan's character. It's nothing, please disperse. Seeing that the other party was no longer hostile, Yelan's pupils turned black again. After hearing this, Shiu also took a breath. Just when he faced Yelan, he felt that he was no match for this boy. Seeing that Yelan didn't care too much, Shiu also evacuated his companions. When he left, he passed by Yelan and said, "Be careful with that woman." Chapter 48 Flame. Yelan didn't know that Motzi had a problem, but in any case, Motzi had not violated any of the regulations on the mission. As a ninja, he couldn't ask more questions. Maybe Motzi felt Yelan's condition, so he said after leaving the market. Those Yuyin ninjas were friends of the previous In. Now In has become a rebel and refused to accept the judgment of their elders, so they found me. Yelan raised his hand to interrupt before Motzi could finish. Miss Motzi, my mission is to protect your safety. I won't ask about other things. No matter how dull Ino was, she still felt something was wrong and did not comfort the other person again. She glanced at Motzi and then followed Yelan's footsteps. Motzi's originally beautiful face turned gloomy in an instant. She was not so angry when facing so many ninjas just now. This young boy seemed to have seen through her. In the next few days, Yelan and the others rarely went out and mostly stayed in the yard. The atmosphere of silence infected Ino and Chiji. Chiji no longer made a noise while eating barbecue, while Ino wanted to ask several times but finally quieted down. After finally getting Motzi, everyone was about to return. This time, Yelan told Shikamaru to cheer up. He was afraid of being attacked by Kakuzu and Haiden again, and he still felt a little uncomfortable dealing with these 2 people when he wanted to protect Motzi. Pressure. What Yelan didn't expect was that there was no dangerous situation all the way back to the Land of Fire. Yelan could only think that Kakuzu and the others had given up on the mission. No matter what they were thinking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief after arriving in the city safely. Yelan Janin's mission has ended successfully. My father must have prepared a sumptuous meal. Why don't you come back with us? After returning to the city, Yelan's mission was over. Motzi invited Yelan. Miss Motzi, we have to go back to the village early to tell Master Hokage, so we won't disturb you. Yelan didn't want to get too entangled with this woman, so she refused directly. Okay, then I wish Yelan Janin a safe journey. Motzi put away the smile on her face. She was just being polite and understood that Yelan had little chance of agreeing. Seeing Motzi changing his face so quickly, Yelan left without thinking. After Motzi and the others walked away, Chiji walked up to Yelan and said pitifully, "Senior Yelan, my barbecue." Yelan couldn't help but slapped his forehead. He had promised Chiji to treat him to barbecue, so he had no choice but to take a few people to the barbecue restaurant. Shikamaru and Ino also laughed. It seemed that the task was completed and they were relieved. Come. When are we going to do it? Haiden scratched his butt. He and Kakuzu had been staying in the yard of Kanagawa's house for a long time. The mosquitoes were almost eating him. Even if he was immortal, he couldn't bear the itching feeling. It seems that Uchiha Yelan didn't come back with them. Let's wait until after dinner in the evening. Kakuzu was wearing a grey robe, hiding his entire body in the darkness, and glanced at Haiden, who was only wearing a leather jacket. He had no clothes on underneath, and the zipper was still open, leaving most of his skin exposed. Wouldn't mosquitoes catch him and bite him? Hurry up and act quickly. Why does this family raise so many flowers? There are too many mosquitoes. In the hall. Ito indeed prepared a sumptuous meal, but he and Motsi were the only ones eating, and Maji didn't know where he went. Have everything been taken care of? Ito was not disappointed because Yelan didn't come, but asked his daughter with some concern. Don't worry, my aunt has taken back Anne's father's land. I think we can get a lot of it next year. Motsi said lightly. The most important purpose of her return was not to visit her grandma, but to deal with Anne's family. The inheritance of his father's family, now that Anne has become a rebel, they bought the most important land at the cheapest price without much effort. That's good. It's not in vain for me to send many gifts to Yu Yin's people. Ito breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, where is Maji? When he heard this person's name, Motsi's eyes showed a trace of disgust and said, I guess I've been holding it in for a long time and I don't know where I went to drink. This kid. Ito punched the table in front of him. He was drinking and looking for flowers again. Haha, using money to buy people off and killing them, Miss Motsi is really good at it. Ito and Motsi's expressions changed when they heard other voices. They looked around and found that the door had been opened. The two people at the door were Kakuzu and Haydn, whom Motsi had met before. Laugh. Haydn pulled out the sickle from a servant's body, licked the blood on it, and then spat it out. It tastes terrible. What do you want to do? How much does it cost? I'll give it to you. Ito knew something was wrong. He didn't expect someone to come to his home and panicked. Not much, 10 million taels. Kakuzu said without caring. Motsi was relieved when she heard the 10 million taels. She knew that this kind of ninja only wanted money, so she said without hesitation, I will pay 100 million taels for the other person's life. Seeing Motsi easily mentioning 100 million, even Kakuzu couldn't help but pause. Haydn didn't expect that the other party was so rich and couldn't help shouting, Kakuzu is a big business. 100 million. Motsi also smiled when he saw Haydn's heartbeat. These were ninjas who had never seen the world. Puff. Motsi froze and looked down at her chest. Kakuzu's tentacle fist penetrated her heart directly. She didn't understand why a bounty hunter like Kakuzu would give up 100 million taels. Ah! Ito shouted loudly when he saw that his daughter died in front of him and no longer looked as majestic as usual. Ah! It's so noisy. Haydn picked out his ears and threw the sickle directly at Ito. Ito was accurately hit without taking 2 steps and lay directly on the ground. Kakuzu came to the dying Ito. A look of confusion and unwillingness appeared on Ito's face. He struggled and said, No, don't kill me. I'll give you all my money. Without hesitation, Kakuzu punched Ito and knocked him out of breath. Only then did he murmur, I am most concerned about credibility in this business. Standing up again, Kakuzu stood silently next to Ito's body for a long time. He didn't know what he was thinking. He was once betrayed by a village and met a person who was also betrayed by the village, and this person still trusted him even if he gave up his life. No matter how cold his heart is, there will still be a beat. Tisk, 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 it's such a pity that 100 million ryo is just gone. Even someone like Haydn, who doesn't care about money, felt a little distressed. But he didn't stop Kakuzu from doing this. Pack it up and take away all the valuable things. You can recover a lot of losses. Kakuzu no longer thought about the evil spirit that symbolized fire style. It came out of his body, and a burst of fire covered it all. Barbecue. Barbecue. Yelan couldn't help but regretted seeing the food that Ji had ordered on the table. Ino and Shikamaru also laughed. Yelan's expression at this time was just like Asuma's at the time. He didn't understand what the Akamichi clan was. Is Konoha famous for its big eaters? Boom! Yelan, who was originally sitting in his seat, stood up. He opened the window next to him and looked towards the roaring sound. He saw a lot of flames appearing in the distance. Compared with the entire sky, the fire was not big, but the flames at this time were. As if breaking free from restraint, the heat is getting bigger and bigger, as if it is going to burn through the dark night. Chapter 49 Gift. So this mission is considered a failure. Yelan has returned to the village and is now reporting to Tsunade. Tisk, the mission is still considered completed. The reward for the mission has already been given to Konoha by the Kanagawa family, but there is no trace at all. Tsunade bit her finger. She did not expect that the mission would end up like this. I went to investigate the scene later, and there were only a group of burnt corpses. The other party was obviously a veteran and left no trace. Yelan recalled that at the beginning, he did not expect that someone would do something in such a big city. But Yelan said with some uncertainty, I have 2 people to suspect. Who? Tsunade needed an answer now. The death of a noble like Kanagawa would have a very bad impact. A group of nobles from the Fire Country urged her to find the murderer quickly. Yelan then told Tsunade about Kakuzu and Haiden they met on the road, but he didn't know their names very well, he only knew that they seemed to be bounty hunters. Bounty hunter? Are you sure? Tsunade really would not have thought that these people would take action against the nobles. These people are potential customers of bounty hunters. If they are discovered, they will probably lose many customers. Other than that, I really can't think of anyone else. Yelan was helpless because most of the tasks he did would lead to accidents. You don't need to ask about this matter, I will ask someone to investigate. Tsunade stopped talking about this mission, and then said casually, Naruto, that boy may follow Jiraiya out of the village, and it will probably be a while. Sasuke is already a Chunin, I have never thought about arranging for Sasuke to intern there, do you have any suggestions? Regarding the matter of his clan brother, Yelan knew that he couldn't say much more. After thinking about it, he still said, it is up to Master Tsunade to arrange such matters. It's so boring. I shouldn't ask you. You learned to play football at a young age. Tsunade was a little dissatisfied, but told the truth. Kakashi suggested that I let Sasuke go to Anbu. What do you think? What do you think? Is this something I can decide? I didn't expect Kakashi to recommend Sasuke to Anbu. It seems that he still hopes that his students can grow better. Yelan was no longer vague this time. I think Kakashi's suggestion is good, I don't have any objections. Tsunade received Yelan's answer and waved her hand, indicating that he could leave. After Yelan left the Hokage building, he came to Tianation's ninja shop again. Senior Yelan. Are you ready this time? Tian was surprised to see Yelan, and then smiled. Of course Yelan knew what Tian was referring to. He was extremely embarrassed when he left last time, but he didn't show it on his face. He nodded and said, I've prepared the money. Please come inside. Please come inside. I tell you, Senior Yelan, my uncle's craftsmanship is famous far and wide. Tian looked a little different from her usual appearance, pulling Yelan along like a money-obsessed person. After paying half of the deposit, I didn't have much money left. I had to make up the other half of the deposit in the next month. After Yelan went out, she couldn't help but lamented that the efficiency of making money was really too slow, but the genin knife was finally found. When Sasuke goes to Anbu, give him the ninja sword adapted to lightning style as a gift. Yelan. Yelan was about to go home, but he didn't expect someone to stop him. He turned around and saw that it was Asma. I haven't thanked you properly for what happened to Hong before. I'm taking my students with me on this mission. It's really troublesome for you. Asma also just came back, and he happened to see Yelan coming to say thank you. It's nothing, you're welcome. Yelan's feelings for the Hokage's son were neither bad nor liking, but he just replied lightly. I'll treat you to a drink. Asma thanked Yelan subconsciously for some reason. Why do you like to invite people to drink? Is this the way of communication in Konoha? Yelan complained in his heart and said directly, Asuma, I am not an adult yet. Ah. Sorry, I forgot. Yelan's strength often made Asuma forget that he was still a young boy, and he apologized quickly. Next time. Asuma Yelan refused and left directly. After Yelan left, Asuma scratched his head and wondered why Yelan refused. Even if he didn't drink and have a meal, it was okay. Last time Hongdo invited him to dinner, Yelan seemed to have agreed, so why couldn't he do it himself? Kakashi. Looking at Sasuke who was training, Yelan came to Kakashi's side. What's the matter? Kakashi still held a book in his hand, and he took a rare moment of leisure. You have some money, borrow some. Yelan said calmly, as if it was a matter of course. I have some money and can lend it to you, but what do you want to do? As a single man, Kakashi has little expenses and has saved a lot of money from performing tasks all year round. My knife is broken. It will cost a lot to find someone to make it again. Yelan hasn't gone out to do tasks recently, and he also has a headache. It won't be long before his knife is ready. How much? Kakashi continued to flip through the book in his hand after listening. 10 million taels, maybe. As expected, Yelan knew that Kakashi would definitely agree. You guy. Kakashi didn't even read the book. He didn't expect Yelan to ask for so much. Do you want to borrow it? Yelan didn't talk nonsense. Okay, I'll lend it to you. Kakashi knew that a good weapon was not cheap, and Yelan didn't do anything bad, so he agreed. After hearing this, Yelan felt relieved and couldn't help but said, why do you need so much money if you don't want to marry a wife? It's too much for you to say such things. Kakashi regretted lending it to Yelan. Okay, I'll pay it back to you when I have the money. Yelan said nothing more, and he was relieved that the ninja sword issue was finally resolved. I heard that Naruto is going to practice with Lord Jiraiya. The stone in his heart had been put down, and Yelan started to ask about other things. Well, the Akatsuki organization made Lord Jiraiya worried about Naruto's safety and planned to take Naruto with him. I met 2 bounty hunters on my last mission. One seems to be immortal, and the other is very powerful. You feel very strong and you are still immortal? What are the names of those 2 people? I don't know. They only had a brief fight with me. One of them had 2 arms cut off by me and he was still yelling. The other person's fire style is no less than mine. Yelan thought in his mind, then although the 2 of them didn't wear any representative clothes, they both wore treasonous forehead protectors. You mean? Kakashi seemed to have guessed what Yelan wanted to say. Remember Itaki and Deidara I met? Yelan mentioned the 2 Akatsuki members, and Kakashi nodded. They are all in groups of 2. The 2 I met before gave me the impression that they were from the Akatsuki organization. Have you told Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked as the information about Akatsuki was the most important to Konoha now. No, this is just my guess, and their purpose is not the tailed beast, they are just doing some bounty tasks. Yelan shook his head. This ninja world is really getting more and more chaotic. I feel like I'm a little powerless. After listening to this, Kakashi thought that Yelan might be overthinking it, but he couldn't help but sigh when he thought about the emergence of another powerful ninja. Then practice hard, Kakashi. It seems to me that you have wasted too much talent. That Sharingan will drag you down. Yelan had actually wanted to say for a long time that the side effects of Sharingan were much greater than the advantages for Kakashi. Kakashi touched his left eye and was silent for a while before sighing, this is a gift from my best friend. I promised him to make good use of this eye. Chapter 57 Ninja Swordsman. Your mission this time is to protect a few wounded people and take them back to the gold mines of Kawa country. They all fled from there. A group of people calling themselves the Black Spade family rule the village and often kill innocent people. You to deal with them. Tsunade called Yelan over and issued a new task. Just send a few genin to this kind of mission. Yelan looked down on the B-level mission. This long-distance mission was a waste of time, not to mention not much reward. The key here is some information. It seems that the boss of the Black Shove family, Black Shoe Rega, was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If this is true, he has become a rebellious ninja and is probably a member of the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade said that she was interested in these powerful rebellious ninjas, and Kisame Ingakeki, who partnered with Itaki, was also one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If that's the case, the rating of this mission is too low. The 7 ninja swordsmen are all Jonin level ninjas, and B-level opponents can't stand up to opponents of this level. If we really encounter it, then this mission will automatically be upgraded to level A. The publisher doesn't know the specific situation very well. These are all my guesses. I understand. Yelan put away the scroll. So who is the genin sent to me this time? Boy, are you smart? Tsunade smiled. Come in. Yelan was not surprised by Tsunade's behavior. This happened not once or twice. Senior Yelan, Xiao Li, who was wearing a green tights, entered the room and walked directly towards him to say hello energetically. Following him were Hyaganiji and Tian Tian. Ah! I didn't expect that it was Senior Yelan who took us on a mission. Tian Tian had just met Yelan a while ago, while Niji folded his arms and remained calm. What's the matter with Kai? Yelan drooped his eyes, but he didn't expect that Tsunade would actually arrange these children for him. Kai has gone on an S-level mission. He who was named by the other party cannot be with them, so I'm going to give you a hard time. Tsunade smiled sheepishly. Why did she feel like she had done something wrong even though she was a Hokage? Listen carefully, you must obey Yelan's command throughout this mission. Come back to me after completing the mission. Tsunade stopped joking and said to Xiao Li and the others. Oh. Xiao Li promised seriously, but he looked funny no matter how serious he was. Uchiha? Nisi looked at Yelan with some concern. He had always heard about Yelan's name. He understood that Yelan, a boy 2 years older than him, was already the mainstay of the village, but he had never seen Yelan with his own eyes. Lan took action. He had always been curious about Yelan's strength. How long are you going to rest? Everyone is still waiting for you to rescue them. One of the 3 injured people shouted while looking at the leisurely Yelan and others. Do you have any opinions? Yelan spoke before Nisi and the others could speak. The lack of any chakra release in him made the man named Lyasuk lose the courage to argue. If the opponent is really a ninja of the level of Kisame Inakeki, it is most taboo to fight with a tired body. Of course, Yelan's thoughts will not be explained to such ordinary people, and he will only be obedient to those who bully him, and to those who help him. It's fair to say that no matter who it is, it won't look good. By the way, there is a store near the gold mine that I am familiar with. Xiao Li said at this time, we can use that store as a base to survey the village. Is it okay? Yelan asked anyway, because he was afraid that the shop owner would leak their information. No problem, I know the mother-in-law of that shop very well. Xiao Li said, patting his chest. The country of Kawawa is very close to Konoha. Even with a few ordinary people, Yelan and his group arrived at the small shop that Xiao Li mentioned in a few days. It is a shop that specializes in curry. The owner is a petite mother-in-law. Xiao Li affectionately calls her Granny Sanjiao. Granny Shanjiao was very welcoming when she heard about their arrival. It turned out that her son Jiazi had also joined the Black Spade family and begged Yelan and others to bring him back. At Xiao Li's request, Yelan had no choice but to agree temporarily, and then Granny Sanjiao happily brought out her secret curry. Looking at the bubbling curry like oil, Yelan felt bad. He looked at Xiao Li, but he didn't expect him to eat it while talking about how delicious it was. Seeing Xiao Li's reaction, except for Yelan who had already opened the Sharingan to confirm the ingredients of the curry, everyone else moved their spoons. Niji and Tianatian's faces instantly turned livid after taking a bite. What's even more exaggerated was the one who was with them. Ordinary people fainted directly. I thought my Sharingan failed. Yelan was almost deceived by Xiao Li. This was really food for people to eat. At night, when everyone began to rest, Yelan suddenly noticed some movement. He raised his eyelids and found that Liasuk, who had been arguing with him during the day, had opened the door and ran out. Yelan didn't stop him. The most important task this time was to eradicate the Black Spade family. As for the life and death of these people, he didn't have that much time. Where did Rokusuk go? Rokusuk's companions woke up Yelan early in the morning. Yelan got up dissatisfied. Ninkai came to Yelan and said seriously, "Senior Yelan, what should we do? First you and those people pretend to be villagers and go back to the village to see what's going on. I'll ask Xiao Li and Tian to stay at the gate of the village. If anything happens, you can discuss it. I'll go investigate myself and remember what's going on. If the situation arises, you should evacuate immediately and leave everything to me." Yelan is not a master tactician, and he doesn't know how to cooperate with others. He just asks a few people to act according to the situation. Niji nodded and immediately cleaned up and informed those people of the situation and planned to go to the village. The two ordinary people shook their heads when they heard that they were going back to the village. For them, the village was hell, and they didn't want to go back now. Ningji said it several times, but there was no other way, so he had to go alone. With his white eyes, he is not easily spotted by his enemies. Xiao Li and Tian followed suit and went out together. Yelan said goodbye to Granny Shanjiao and left the gate of opening store. As its name suggests, gold mine has a mountain with a high altitude. If you want to have the best view of the village, you have to climb the mountain. Yelan's only purpose is this, and generally speaking, in this kind of place, you are likely to meet the boss of the other party. Every person in power likes to look down on his own territory, so that if he encounters Yelan, he can also test the opponent's strength. Ninkai wore a dark cloak and sneaked into the village quietly. He avoided pedestrians along the way and headed towards the center of the village. It seemed that no one noticed it, except for the man known as the boss of Leia in the village who slowly looked at Nisi. Direction of infiltration. Leia, there are enemies and they are not weak. Leia seemed to be carrying something behind him, and a faint reminder came from his ear.